a separate video and upload it separately. I'm going to do this all week. I'm just going to make them archived live streams. And FYI, I'm going to make a playlist. This is the playlist. And this is going to be part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4, all in a row on the playlist. So once they're all live, you can just hit play and watch them all in a row if you would so choose to do that, okay? Now, I did do a couple highlight clips, all right? I am going to do highlights from the daily reacting to my documentary and put them here. So if you're interested in the highlights of the show rather than watching 2 hours, 40 minutes, check them out. Because a lot of people aren't aware that I'm going to do highlights and clips on the React channel all week. I am. So 2 clips. One was when I got banned from Blip TV for the worst joke ever. I think you all know what joke that is, for the Dead Space 2 demo. And then how I became the nightmare of the fighting game community in the mid-2000s as the biggest shit talker ever, beat everyone at EVO 2005, and they couldn't take it. So 2 interesting clips. Please give them a watch. I put the work into, editing them out, and I hope that you'll give them a look. That will definitely help the channel. So tonight on the late stream, we're doing it all again. That's what this is. This is the late stream. This is the late stream placeholder. Last night, it was all about the early days of the FGC and my YouTube beginnings, okay? Tonight, it's Project 7, and then the rise of all of my trolls messing with me moving to Washington, and the incident. And I feel like those topics will be the ones covered. I really doubt we're going to get further than that, and that'll probably get us another hour into the documentary. Okay? So, if you're interested, if you are interested to see this, please, get over here, click on the notify me, be sure to subscribe to the channel, because if you want to talk in the chat, you have to be subscribed, and we'll do it all again tonight. I would say yesterday was a fun intro, but that's literally what it was. It was an intro. Now we're going to get into the real drama, and this is what people want to see, the real drama of Darkseid Phil over the years and the stuff that he did and what happened. So we're going to get into the meat of it starting tonight. I hope you guys will join me for that. Roughly between 6:45 to 7 p.m. Pacific time is when the stream will begin. There was not a big intro. It's like a 5-minute intro and then no music, no ads on the stream. I want to emphasize this. There's no advertisements on the stream. You just watch it and you're there and, no ads, okay? So please come by and check that out tonight, all right? Cool. All right, so I'm excited for that. It went well. Obviously, having 8,000 views in climbing within 24 hours is a huge win for me for anything that I do. And I really appreciate those of you who hung out, and I hope we will do it again tonight. But, of course, as you know, because this documentary has utterly destroyed me, no one's ever going to tune in and watch me ever again. How many viewers do I have? 478 in climbing. Okay, great. No one's turning into me ever again. All right. Oh, one other thing. Since I had that screen up, I just wanted to give a big congrats to Joon. Because, ladies and gentlemen, here it is. Only 24 hours. And let's actually hit refresh just in case this number has changed. It jumped 10,000 views. In only 24 hours, my documentary, 363,000 views in the first 24 hours of it being live, okay? This video, Joon said to me this morning, this is the first documentary he's ever done that he believes has trended on YouTube. It showed in the trending tab, which never happens. He got into trending because of it. How cool is that? So, yeah, people have eyes on the DSP documentary. This is going to be a wild ride this week, okay? I certainly hope that if you guys are enjoying the documentary, you will check out my live react to it every night over on DSP Reacts. Well, good stuff, he's so far in the first hour, right? The only real issue I have is that he had some spelling errors, which I told him about. And the fact that he said that he thinks my channel got demonetized. Well, he thinks that my AdSense got suspended because I was telling people to click ads. But in reality, that's not really what happened. I had said that in a video a year and a half before. It wasn't until I made $18,000 in 1 month on AdSense, and then I was making $13,000 and more during the next month, that YouTube then suspended my AdSense. It's the correlation is that I was making too much money because people were clicking like crazy because they felt bad for me because I over the more rational. So I don't really care that he said that, but I did tell him that. I was like, I really feel you're wrong on that point. But outside of that, the whole thing's good so far in the first hour, okay? So, there you go. And good stuff so far. Again, tonight, I hope you will come back and join me, all right? Anyway, so yesterday was a great streaming day. It was. You know, went well. We continue with the King streak. As you guys can see, the streak continues. And I'm very happy to keep that positivity rolling and getting as much engagement and views and everything. I really do appreciate that, guys. Thank you for keeping it going, especially literally on the day when the documentary dropped. And everyone's like, this will be the end for Phil. And then to see that wasn't the case at all, right? It was actually quite the opposite. People are now interested in
this will be the end of Phil? Phil he is? Or should I say Phil he was, am I right?
Right. And if anything, you know, this week I'm reacting to it every day.
Hello,
and then next week when I have Joon on as a guest on my show, I certainly think
my show,
because I'm having the documentarian on who's basically ripping me a new butthole on my own show.
Oh, I bet you would love to have his butthole ripped. You know what I'm saying?
You're gonna see a big change from between the old Phil, who probably would have been so angry that someone was making a
he wouldn't be this angry.
Literally the documentary every day.
He literally would not be this angry.
Show as a guest, right?
In real life, he's a saying shit as always. Fucking idiot, doing dumb shit. Cool. I fucking hate when he says "cool" at the end of sentences like that.
Topics that I want to talk about today.
Cool.
Okay. So first of all, 31 months as a member here on the channel.
Potential spam. Guys, we're streaming. Okay, I'm not picking up spam. Okay, spam. Fuck off.
I really enjoyed it, except for that stupid rewind map. I really don't like that map.
The rewind map.
It controls incredibly well. Yes.
My gaming PC. Ooh, guys, why don't you give me a 2K gaming PC? What the fuck? Oh, this is probably me an echo. Oh no, I muted the YouTube thing. Nice, but you don't have. You fortunately cannot hear him. Enjoy while you can, guys.
You have to unlock.
There, it's over.
So it's slow going at first. I wish, at least for this beta, it would have made a lot more sense for them to just
we can get rid of the soundboard since you have stream alerts.
Do the unlocks during the real game, you know what I'm saying? Not
during the
stupid beta. It doesn't make sense, but so yeah, the whole first 2 hours I'm like flubbing it, and then finally that last hour I got a bunch of good unlocks on the AK-47, and I was kicking ass.
Kicking ass.
Was it the AK-47? Was it AK? But I don't know if it was the AK-47. But anyway, it was going well. People liked it. By the way, the quality of the videos are superb. And don't worry, we are gonna be watching the Joon doc. We're gonna pause the podcast, then we're gonna watch the documentary. Capture and streaming quality. It didn't used to be like that. Whenever I played Call of Duty, it would be blurry. Now you could literally pause at any moment and you could see everything. I'm like, wow. So good with this setup. So I'm so pleased. It looks so goob. Last year to my setup, and now everything is looking and performing so well. So more of that today, right after this podcast. I hope you stick around. What happened? And enjoy the chaotic FPS action. I didn't do that. Why did my fucking headphones do that to me? Over on the DSP React channel, it's more reacting to my documentary featuring again Project 7, Trouble with Trolls. I know why. Moving across the country, the fallout where my friendship with John Rambo falling apart, and then the incident. Okay, so that's really what we're covering tonight on the documentary. Cool. Tomorrow. Oh man, the leg slaps. Oh man. 6, and then more reacting to the documentary, and then Thursday is the big day. I'm gonna have Stuttering Craig from Side Scrollers. Stuttering Craig as a guest to hash out what happened last year. And I just want to say this: I had a quick conversation with Craig yesterday. Is he a little baby? My detractors are contacting Craig. Oh my god! Here we go. That I'm saying on this show that he has no right to ask me any questions when he appears on Thursday. He said it in his own podcast. Does that sound like anything that I actually said? Does that sound like... Oh, dude, he should play the clip. He has the PC. It's their campaign of misinformation. Why doesn't DSP play the clip? To push as their narrative to this day, they basically don't want him to come on my show. Because they know he should play the clip. When we have a conversation like two men and we hash it out, their narrative is crushed. No. Yeah, they're lying to him. No, we're not. He contacted me. He's like, "Is this true?" I was like, "No, it's exactly as we said. the point of your appearance on my show on Thursday.
Oh my god, dude,
is
this
for us to
dude is
hash
so
out what
fake.
happened last year. I want to go through the history, how you restarted your podcast, how you contacted.
It's the guy I
me,
joined
yes,
his
how
stream
that evolved
twice.
to an interview.
I hear Retro has a $3,000 lemon he can get. Hell yeah, dude, he can. I'll take it as long as he doesn't put a backdoor keylogger bullshit. As long as he doesn't do that, I'll take it.
Obviously, you can ask
Obviously.
questions during that part. Like, what? I said the only thing is I don't want it to be DSP interview 2.0. I don't want you coming on my show with the intention that
Dude, this is insane, right? He literally asked, like, Craig was like, oh, could I ask questions? He literally mocked him, by the way. So get this, guys. Craig, he said, like, could I ask you questions? Craig, you had 5 hours. All this bullshit, right? Correct? Why not, instead of doing that, DSP could, I don't know, when Craig said, can I ask you a question? Like, he could have just said, yeah, in the segment where we ask questions, Craig, that's where you can ask me, or whatever the fuck. He could have just said that, like a normal person, and then, like, go back to jerking himself off about being the king, instead of, like, doing what he's doing now. I know, guys, crazy thought. Crazy.
intention that you're going to hit me with questions about my finances and mobile games. That's dumb shit. No one cares about that. I'm going to be reacting to that in the documentary all week. I don't need that again on Thursday.
What happened in the last stream? Oh yeah, we got bodied. We got bodied pretty bad.
And I was like, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, why are people listening to these fucking idiot detractors? They make it up every single fucking day. I don't know why anyone would give them attention. They're always lying, right?
We'll try this fight again.
So, yeah, that's coming Thursday. And then after that, we're going to have a decompression session. And then I don't know if after...
Why do we need a decompression session?
Or...
Why do we keep pretending like we're gonna play games?
According to plan, will be my final reaction stream to the documentary.
And by the way, guess what? This podcast is called Concord is Dead and Duty Lies to get DSP taken down. So we're gonna talk about Duty again. Again! Remember when this dude said he was terrified of Duty and, like, he was scared that Duty was gonna do something because he was autistic or some shit? Remember that? And now we're back to talking about Duty again. I guess it's kind of sad that, the super crazy shit did not go anywhere. I guess that's what happened. I think I went the wrong way.
If we keep on that pace, I should finish it by Thursday night, which means when I return from my break on Saturday, we can get back to normalcy. Full double stream days, you know, covering all the important games and topics and things like that, okay?
Okay. Keem DM'd Phil saying,
Okay, so that's the
keep bringing up Duty.
Cyber Bowl.
I bet he did. I do remember saying like a Keem leak, not leak, but a DM last week or so. But regardless, I mean, it's still stupid because DSP said he was done with him. I guess the thing is, he couldn't be as mean to Super Crazy because Super Crazy is actually going to you know, do something like get a lawyer because he's nothing gonna sue Phil, right? Correct?
So hold on. Let's play the animation. Let's.
Okay.
So please keep the engagement coming with the memberships, gifted memberships, help this. Addressing negativity. Starting at timestamp 40. So here's what this person has to say. It's a giant mess.
Oh boy.
This is a video from your channel, now renamed DSP Reacts. It is a video from 2013 called Important Update, addressing negativity. Starting at timestamp 41 minutes.
Oh my god, he's gonna mock this. He's gonna mock this. He's gonna mock it. Get ready, guys. Get ready.
6 seconds. You actually get the price of the PC correct. The price was $1,600, the one that your fan built. You also talk about the website they built and the drama the Chris guy caused. The reason I'm bringing this to your attention is because I jumped the gun and watched the whole documentary. It's clear Joon didn't watch this video. He only took the detractor's point of view regarding the PC.
Oh. Oh my god. No.
When the documentary was being made, the PC cost $3,000, but that's years later. I think you assumed the PC was $3,000 because the PC you got later is the one that actually did cost $3,000.
Oh my god, this is like too dense talking, dude. The thing that trolls bring up specifically is the $3,000 PC. That's the one they're talking about. The one in 2013 or whatever the fuck, at least from what I remember, isn't the one that people meme on. Because I think it was in the 3K one because he mentions the door being broken. It's like, oh, well, the door is broken. Okay, man, it's damaged and shipping. And then later on, he said that it was like manufactured to be broken or some shit. Oh my god.
Not the one your fan made. The other annoying thing Joon does is mention something doesn't provide extra.
And also, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Guess what? Guess what, guys? He still treated the person badly. He got a PC and shat on Chris regardless.
Losses over something and it doesn't paint an accurate picture. I look forward to you, and then it cancels out. All right, well.
Oh, this dude gave him like a fucking
video from 2013 called "Important Update Addressing the Negativity."
Oh god, we're gonna actually look up this video.
Right here.
Oh my god.
What I did do is that I went on my PayPal to see how much money I sent to him. This is the video from Joon the King documentary when this topic, how he covers it in regards to involved in. I don't know if it was a school project. I don't fan site. Here by the
Oh my god.
Going down, it cost me
Fuck this. We're going to the documentary, boys. I'm not listening to this. I was gonna be there for duty, but we can go to it later. You're here for the documentary, of course. Obviously.
Darkside Phil is a game creator and former fighting game aficionado that has existed in the online realm for over 2 decades. He has participated in the
You should make a
inception
video
Let's
on his
Plays,
state of
but
guilt
has
here.
partly
I was thinking
evolved
about it.
alongside them. Where most creators benefit from their window of fame, Phil, through insane spending habits, has almost nothing to show for it. It was only in 2020 that he filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy, where the documents revealed his situation to be even more insane than previously thought. Due to his off-putting
Link to
nature
Earth.
in that he would belittle his
Okay.
audience members while simultaneously petitioning them for donations,
I need the money to pay bills.
Bills?
I need to do regular day-to-day shit.
lie about his finances, and inaccurately portray criticisms against him, he has few allies left. Content creators,
Oh, I don't have
large,
no
small, medium, and
MP.
old,
Holy
avoid him
shit.
due to this and the unique community of trolls that follow him. Varying widely in intentions and actions, these
Man,
trolls
I
share
really
the
don't wanna use-
commonality of hating Phil and archiving his fumbles
this
to great
yet.
lengths. There exists a spreadsheet that is updated almost daily that tracks nearly every donation, the top donator, when the stream began, and what game was played. That's not all. There are several
That's
search
not all.
engines designed to search his over 70,000 videos that even have options to show the trend of word usage. And of course, a forum with over 280,000 posts discussing him, not including side threads that would greatly inflate that number. While Phil is covered to great lengths,
he Skullgirls mobile
information
stream?
is hardly ever centralized or easily consumed,
Never, I'm not playing that
prompting
game.
the creation of
Oh, I
reasonably
can't go
short
that way
videos
anyway. That was a
dissecting
waste.
different elements of his life.
No.
This video,
Why
perhaps
does the music?
unreasonably so,
He used like a
won't
fucking
temper
hardcore
at
music
all.
for this. Oh, what the fuck? We're just starting like this.
To the US population at large, November 8, 1998 was a normal day. For the 20-year-old Alex Vaya, the American fighting
Vaya?
game champion, it was anything but. For the first time ever, the fledgling American fighting game scene
Oh my
was
god,
going
dude, I'm like
head-to-head
so
with a
rusty.
somewhat
I'm
mature
re-embodied.
Japanese scene that
It's
had more
over.
financial backing, production, and
It's
the
so
coverage
over.
and tempering than the Americans. The Japanese champion,
Fuck it,
Vaya's
we'll
opposition,
waste
was
it.
the 16-year-old Daigo,
This is
who
some
had flown out from
bullshit.
Japan to make history. The game, Street Fighter III Alpha, was the medium. This could go any way, though the Japanese had the perceived advantage. That's why Vaya's victory in
Let's
the
see if we can
first match
escape.
intensified the
Okay, we
competition.
can. Sweet.
As the match rules were best 2 out of 3, Vaya had to win one more match to be crowned world champion, and so Vaya continued his aggressive strategy
see.
and tried to put pressure on Daigo. Daigo, however, began adapting and started finding openings, anticipating Vaya's attacks. Adaptation was never as important as it
That's
was
silent,
here
so
in
just mute.
finals. Both sides were exposed to strategies they have never been exposed to within their local competitive scenes. With the advantage on Daigo's court, he won the second match. At this point, the outcome was hardly predictable, as both sides were solidifying their strategies.
Hadouken!
Daigo had won and become the world champion of the fighting game community, projecting Japan's strength and their competitors as fierce. It was historical moments such as these that emboldened new players to join the competitive environment that had only seen growth. Realistically, the only way one could compete
Yeah, the
is
Phil
to join their
says.
local arcade scene.
Oh,
if
that's
they offered a
bullshit.
competitive environment
Well, of course
at
you would
all.
like.
While
You
online
know what?
play
It makes
was
sense. He likes Teddy. It
non-existent,
makes
the
perfect
internet
sense.
did tend to the community by allowing a quick, cheap, accessible way to promote local or grand-scale events.
It makes
One of these
sense.
involved an
Think about
18-year-old
it.
Phil Burnell.
Teddy sucks.
Initially
He
entering
sucks.
the online space with the alias Wo Moses, he adapted other short-lived nicknames such as Phil Throw Like Hell Burnell, labeled as such for his
Phil
strategy
Throw Like-
of
I thought-
using a throw move in Marvel
Isn't
vs. Capcom
that where that, like,
competitions that was viewed as unbalanced.
uh,
Quote, everybody said that my victory was so quote-unquote
whatever.
cheap,
Burn
and
in
that
hell,
I had no
Burnell.
skill, unquote.
That's what he said.
Regardless,
Burn in hell,
Phil was
Burnell.
performing well in his local gaming scene in Bridgeport, Connecticut. The next natural step was to attend ECC, or East Coast Championships, that hosted various fighting game competitions. Add to that, he said he would attempt to go. Phil had experience attained through many years spent visiting his local arcades, an experience that would otherwise be described as a fruitless pastime. The elitist nature and other unfavorable qualities that Phil
Weak
was
to
showing
ailments.
were more acceptable in these communities than they would be in others. And he did have that one thing that made him memorable, his aggression. Quote, I see it every day in my town. These little fucking wimps who call
These little
themselves
fucking
quote-unquote
wimps.
thugs and pretend they're quote-unquote tough mofos. Well, if I ever get into a fight with one of them, hand to hand, I guarantee you I'll be the one standing afterwards. And if they pull a gun on me, I hope they have pretty good aim, because if they don't hit me with the first shot, I'll have already punctured the windpipe and ended their life. Unquote. This was in response to the general aggression
let's
Phil
see.
received when utilizing his infamous throw tactics. While Phil's response
Wait,
teeters
what?
from
Throw
excitement and
tactics?
ended their I'll be the one standing afterwards. And if they pull a gun on me, I hope they have pretty good aim, because if they don't hit me with the first shot, I'll have already punctured the windpipe and ended their life. Unquote.
Okay.
This
Wow,
was in
these-
response to
He's
the
such a
general
tryhard.
aggression Phil
You know what's
received.
funny? Like, I watched a little bit of it's the guy who's playing SMT. It's so funny to me. I watched a little bit of him reacting to this, and a strong pattern emerged, right? Every time DSP did something negative and shitty, he would be like, "Oh, I'm just joking, man. Everyone knew I was not being serious." Then when a dude was like being serious about him, why was he just saying that? Huh? And it's like, okay, man. Oh, there was something else too. Can't think of it now. Cure stun for one ally.
When utilizing his infamous throw
And then,
tactics.
like,
While Phil's response
whatever.
teeters from excessive to entirely unrealistic, it
you
does
know, and then he
expose the
told
way
us
he viewed
at the beginning, "Oh, Jude's gonna show us the awful stuff I said it as in the FGC. He doesn't show how much of an asshole I was." He watched this, and the whole time he was just like, "Guys, I was just joking. These guys couldn't take the joke. I thought you were an asshole." Whatever.
viewed
Okay.
himself as a macho, hardened, threatening individual. And that's why he chose his new name, Dark Side, which was directly influenced by the song Dark Side from the band Crazy Town. The reason for the Y in his name in place of the I is to avoid readers thinking that his name was anyway attached to the Star Wars universe,
Can't
as
make it
that would be too
nerd.
nerdy. Phil provides other reasons for his
Yeah, he
demeanor,
doesn't be
such
seen as a nerd,
wanting to act
guys.
as a heel in this developing space. A heel is someone, typically in wrestling, that is an inconsiderate or untrustworthy person. And due to their distasteful nature, the wrestling community actually enjoys matches with them, as getting trounced on is the ultimate satisfying outcome. And so Dark Side, as he was calling himself, was set on practicing and playing the newly released Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Though his palette was diverse, this is what his sights were set on. But there was an unforeseen issue. The game, released in February 2000, meant that it was untested and would not be at the East Coast Championship. Phil's solution was to make a tourney of his own, at Motel 6, with a $5 entry fee. The results are unknown. What is that Phil was ingraining himself in his local community, and that he just graduated high school as the valedictorian. A valedictorian is the highest ranking student of a school's graduating class. The bestowment of such a title opened doors of opportunity.
Am I going the right? No, I should
Ivy
be going the right way
colleges
because
were in
this
his
is new
purview,
to the map.
But he wasn't in theirs.
Yale rejected me. Harvard rejected me.
Everyone rejected
I can't
me.
even remember what the third one was, but every Ivy League school that I applied to said no. And you want to know why they rejected me?
Oh,
It's this
gross.
simple.
It
Because I'm a
absorbed it.
White male
Where there is Phil Burnell, there are bound to be inconsistencies and
How you
lies.
doing, man?
Theory states that it was because he was not racially diverse enough as a reason for not getting in, then later flips the excuse.
Just off of that premise, it wasn't my extracurriculars, it wasn't my academics, it was based off the fact that I wasn't a rich white person.
Another reason Phil provides for not getting in is that he signed up for financial aid, which he claims triggered an immediate rejection from the Ivy League schools. Whatever the case, his future had more potential than most. Throughout it all, he was still going to local tournaments. Here he recounts how the entrance for a local tournament doubled from 16 to 32 in just a year. He won this tournament, and with that, he is losing his potential. To make it big in this flourishing environment, practicing the game would have to encompass his life for nearly the next decade. And to finance the traveling, he took out various credit cards as his job selling yogurt did not provide enough income.
Well, you go to Evo 2K4, the fighting game championship.
700 players from all over the world, Japan, Europe, North America, South America, all over, right?
Oh, dude, it's the thing. You did the thing, guys.
Insane competition in the fighting game community, especially from
Insane
Japan
competition.
nowadays. And it's like a, you know, who cares about the flash? You can leave the flash there. Make sure the gameplay is solid.
Yeah, what the hell is the... Yo, who the hell is this Greek dude? It's me, man. Welcome back, man. Welcome back to the stream.
Those were moments from Evo 2004. Evo, or Evolution Championship Series, was becoming
At least
the
getting
end-all, be-all
experience,
for
that's
competitions
pretty
in the
cool.
fighting game community. Every year, the event grew. It grew rife with competition, controversy, diversity, and of course, increased attendance of Darkside Phil.
Oh, 8 skills gonna be set? Oh, sweet.
In this particular moment at Evo 2002, the infamous Darkside Phil was selected as a sort of representative
infamous
of the East Coast
Darkside
here.
Phil.
Commentary from
Oh, thanks
Phil
for the
Phil demonstrated
resub.
how welcome he
3
was.
times told. Thank you.
Phil, you are not East Coast, please.
I don't want to fight him.
As
in
much
this.
as Phil.
Oh,
promoted his
guys,
ability,
guess
when it
what?
came to
It's
Evo,
time
the
to
player
ban,
base
ban,
was
ban,
an
ban,
entirely
ban,
different
ban,
level
ban,
than
ban,
it used to.
ban.
Losses here
Get
were common,
the
and people did not
fucking
take kindly
bots
to his
out.
hostility online, where he would physically threaten his opposition.
I was the guy who always talked shit. I was the guy who always was like, man, don't get in my face at a tournament. I will fuck you up. I will throw you in a trash can. I will, I used
I'll
to do
throw
that.
you in the
But in
trash
person,
can.
That was a different story.
I mean, online.
This
he was,
Eastburg is the best I think I've ever seen as well. I don't think so. Wait, why isn't...
everything? But when you
Why
see him
is-
at the tournaments, he just sits
I
there,
banned him,
you know,
right?
he's not
Yeah, I
doing
banned
nothing.
him.
That was
Why is
Jaha,
he- why is
one
his
of the
chat
more
still-
hard-headed
whatever.
players that was not afraid of confrontation.
He was talking a bunch of shit against like the top Marvel players. So Shady.
I
K
thought
was
when
one
you
of them,
banned someone,
and,
the,
Shady K didn't like him
things
too much 'cause
disappear,
he would, like, run
whatever.
his mouth so much. I mean, this guy would make posts that were like a
I
mile
realized this was
long.
a bad idea
When
to sit.
DSP was leaving with
Idle.
like him and a couple of his boys. That's when it was
His
time to
boys.
like roll up on him. We followed them outside and we caught him outside, and they were getting up in like, DSP's fucking friends' faces too, just to fucking make sure none of them got crazy. But they were all fucking shitting bricks. He just turns fucking white, and it's funny because he just like talks so
It's
much shit on
funny.
the internet. But when you run into him in fucking person, he's just fucking, turns white as a ghost.
DSP was able to diffuse the situation by paying Shady K, Jaha's friend, $10. They arrived to that amount from a money match that was meant to go 10 rounds for a total of $100. But since it was cut short due to time limitations, and DSP only fought and lost a single match,
Rocky.
Jaha and his crew were able to swindle those $10 that DSP had no
Recon.
obligation to pay. But even then, it was cheaper than a trip to the hospital.
Mutual
As for
combo.
the forums, or the medium DSP would unleash his threats, Shoryuken.com, or
Doofu.
SRK for short, is named after a popular move in Street Fighter. DSP continued to expand his character.
I think
adding
we
the
can get her to
tagline,
get
"The King of Hate."
Recarm.
And the whole idea behind
Not
the
enough
King of Hate
money.
moniker was everyone hates me
No.
because I talk so much shit online, but no one can do anything about it because in person I could hold up my end of the
I
shit
want
talking
fire.
and win.
I understand you got something you want to say about the DSP.
Nah, I don't got nothing to say about that little retard. Down
Yeah.
syndrome still.
Oh, damn, dude.
Now,
Fucking...
in
the R
2003,
word.
Phil's infamy
Uh-oh,
grew to
gamer
new heights
words.
After he was banned from the SRK forums. Even the smaller competitions he did win would not be received with commemoration, but ire. In addition to the displeasures at his victory was what appears to be Phil advertising his website known as tophaters.com. Further investigation reveals that this website of Phil's creation was a response to topplayers.com, a West Coast-centered Street Fighter website. Looking further into it, this is not just a response to Top Players, but Phil's lashing out at his infamy. There is much to unpack through the multiple pages of this website. On this page alone, he challenges some of the fighting game culture he himself is guilty of. On the main page, he informs readers that he works at Circuit City. On this thread, he is hating on the mechanics of Guilty Gear, a different fighting game.
Whoa, buddy. Shitting on Guilty Gear. Joon, we may need another documentary to focus on the Guilty Gear hate.
And his culture did not resonate within the fighting game community. Even so, he petitioned
what?
City. On this thread, he is hating on the mechanics of Guilty Gear, a different fighting game. His words and his culture did not resonate within the fighting game community. Even so, he petitioned for financial support, supposedly to run.
Guys, DSP never asked for donations in the past, guys. This never happened.
Website, while also complaining about the lack of users. Despite a clear lack of support, Phil went onward with a new project known as Impact. As TopHaters.com was Phil's answers to TopPlayers.com, Impact was Phil's
Guilty Gear
answer
is
to Evo.
life,
And even though
guys.
Phil
Come
continued
on.
to attend, he sought to make his
Weak to
own
Earth and
large-scale
Poison.
event. Quote, "It's obvious that Impact is going to compete heavily with Evo," unquote. On the threads created by Phil to promote Impact that included fundraising, brainstorming ideas, and other items meant to trigger discussion, on average would have at most a single other response. That was also the only respondent to the majority of Phil's posts. Even threads discussing how much Phil sucked garnered more attention on his website than Impact. TopHaters.com was a failed project.
Yeah, it was a
Now
failure.
exposed to this negativity will not use his
So funny,
character
he
to
made a
benefit.
he
Instead,
can't
used it
like
to
not
attack
be a
beloved
failure.
franchises like Counter-Strike and Warcraft 3. Even then, that was only a distraction from his assaults at fighting game culture.
I think it's an
Here, Elon
FGC,
Bass
guys.
was known in the fighting game community as combo videos. In the early days of the fighting game community, CDs were exchanged in person. These carried videos of various combos or tactics one could utilize, yet the existence of them were also controversial as groups could gatekeep the data. Now, with the internet in play and data shared at a faster pace, tactics and their discovery were virtually
charm and
immediately
panic.
adapted, and the meta was becoming solidified. Even still, the combo video situation is more complex than just defining
Thanks for
metas,
naked black
as
dudes
the
on the
DSP
site.
points out. Quote,
Oh,
"In some
there
cases,
were?
combo
I
videos
did
are
not know that.
single character only or console only," unquote. The last
Maybe he just
phase
didn't
of
want to get his
auto
video
Around
demonetized.
2004, arcades have long been losing their purpose to the increasingly popular home video game console and a switch of competitions prioritizing consoles.
I hate the way that
increase
Joon
accessibility
says
for players
unquote
and allow for significantly
pronounce
cheaper
it
and
like
easier to manage
unquote.
components as
Oh,
consoles and their
yeah.
elements could be set up and altered with ease.
I didn't notice.
This transition was controversial only for those brought up in arcade culture and those in competitive gaming communities. When a game, like Street Fighter for example, is ported from the superior hardware of
Is
an
wise?
arcade cabinet
Why
to
is-
be limited or vastly different
Yeah, I
to
don't.
those in
Well, maybe
console,
it's
allows for
motivation.
resolution and move
He
control.
looks at them and is like, this could be me. I could have that. You know, like whatever. This motivational shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, some people have like pictures of like a character they look up to or whatever. DSP just really wanted what the BBC was offering. You know what I'm saying?
Importantly, mechanics could differ based on the port. And though the technology and quality control had improved,
I mean, I'm not gonna
it's
king
still
shame him
not
if
good
that's what you're
enough.
trying to get me to
It
do.
was a
If
jump
I mean, if
that
he's
was
into that, he's
eventually
into that. Okay.
But perhaps it was too soon.
It's better than what's on Derek's PC. Am I right?
It's my worst nightmare, dude. I'm an arcade player. I hear you. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if this is the future, we're gonna have to. It's evolving, so we're gonna have to adapt. All right.
Yeah. Rip Derek.
That was Alex Valle at EVO 2004, sharing what was the popular opinion among the top fighting game players. And to the displeasure of many, their worst nightmare would manifest in ways they could hardly predict.
Let's see.
EVO 2005 would live in infamy
Okay,
for its
Bufu.
decision to use the PlayStation port of Street Fighter II Turbo and the outcome of the matches. Both would receive protest in one way or another.
In 2005, I think it was, the three of you were absent from ST Top 8. What happened that year?
When you play Bison and you hit a fierce flame and it only goes like 20% of the screen.
Every time I hear this clip, there's something funny about it. The way this dude like sounds, it just kind of makes me laugh. I don't know why. When you bison? Like I don't know how to do it.
With the game, and you got some idiot named DSP who's a total piece of shit, by the way.
I don't know how to say it.
To get that on YouTube.
Get that on
This guy
YouTube.
thought he was hot shit because he beat me and Choi in a game that was like, it's like fucking Neo Geo conversion of Street Fighter or some crap, dude.
First of all, I
First
have
of all.
to bring this up. Alex Valle did not enter this tournament. He claimed he was busy and he couldn't show up.
Classic clip, yeah.
Oh, I'm protesting Evo because they're not holding Arcade Super Turbo. I don't want to enter or whatever, right? Yet he was still there, but he didn't enter.
See something.
He did not enter the tournament. I'm gonna name some names now. People who I played and beat that day in Super Turbo.
Yeah, name
on
them.
PS1.
Name them, Phil.
Like, what the fuck?
Speak your
Casey
truth.
Wilson, Mike Watson. Pretty sure I played John Choi and I beat him too.
DSP at EVO 2005 surged in the ranks for Street Fighter II Turbo, a feat that was achieved through a superior knowledge of the game.
During that period of time, I learned some major differences about the game, including the fact that some characters were different sizes.
Oh,
they weren't as tall or short as they were supposed to be, and they had different hitboxes. I found out certain characters did different stun amounts than they did in Arcade Super
Oh my
Turbo.
god, we're getting out of
I found
here.
that one of my characters, Vega, was incredibly easy to do these complex combos with, which actually was harder to do in the arcade version of the game.
The beauty of Phil's achievement in now beating all of his American opponents in EVO 2005 is that he totes his knowledge as a fair advantage. But when he goes up against the Japanese players who also dedicated themselves to the port without protest, he changes his tone.
So now I was in the position, boom, if I win like 1 to 2 more matches,
He changes his tone.
And then my final match in the tournament was against Tokido, who picked a mirror. We did a mirror match of Vega, and he knew a few things about Vega that I didn't about the mirror match, and just because he knew those few things, he got the jump on me, and I remember distinctly making 1 to 2 major blunders that people were like, why did you do that? And even I don't know. You know, I was on the stage, I was playing in front of 1,000 or 2 people, and I was, you know, I fucked up, I admit. He beat me, and so what ended up happening, I got 4th place. The top 3 places were all Japanese players.
DSP had ranked 4 at EVO 2005 for Street Fighter II Turbo, and used these statistics to state that he was the top American player. The more he would promote this, the more he'll be scrutinized for the details around his victory. What's more, the details about his life outside of the fighting game community were less savory.
I had to leave that other job, and as I told you, to go to EVO 2005, I had racked up my credit card bills like sky high. I owed a ton of credit card debt.
With more debt accrued, Phil moved back in with his parents and was working a job at Best Buy. Here, he was living off the high of his new title. Perhaps unrecognized and unvaluable to the population at large, that was not the case for his local competitive environment that were in awe of Phil's achievement.
One day, my friend
This
Tony,
one's Super Turbo more legit than Skullgirls? Wrong. People still play Skullgirls and it's still at Evo. More so than Super Turbo.
Obviously, that's the game you're really good at. You want to go play with them, and this is the first time I ever met John.
You want to go play with them?
Between like 2005, 2006, I would guess. When I first met him, I felt like it was almost like a deer in headlights moment. Like, oh my god, this is a guy.
Deer in headlights.
John Rambo, coincidentally sharing the name of the action movie character, was becoming DSP's best friend. They shared an
I
expansive
came back
list of friends
to
as
streaming
DSP
last week
continued to be
within,
revered in his
which
local
was hype
competitive
too,
environment.
huh?
He was even allowed back on SRK.
I need to watch
and
Cell.
was
I've
helping run
never
regional
seen him. Never seen it.
competitions.
I only
He
know of
patterned
him.
His investments into the fighting game community.
You know, always I hear
continued
that.
to
It's
his finances.
Derek!
He was even fired from his job at
Obviously.
Best Buy for using an employee discount to purchase equipment that would be used at East Coast Championships 2006. Now on unemployment, DSP's
Then he has like a
financial
Ryuko
decisions became
body
ever more
pillow.
reckless.
For 2006 and
More
2007,
reckless. I love that the finals get more
playing in
reckless.
all what was considered qualifying tournaments for EVO, which was the big national finale. Think like there's qualifying games in any sport, and then there's the.
I thought I got further than this. I really feel like I got past this. Oh shit. Oh shit. You gotta put on. It's gamer time.
You guys again?
Dun 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 dun.
I'm lucky to be alive. That fall could have killed me. This time it's your turn to taste fear. You jumped off on your own. Just shut up and die.
Just shut up! Alright. Now we can go back to the actual movie.
This is true, and this is footage of his victory
Oh my
at
god.
EVO East 2006.
Shit. I'm gonna guess it's nope. Oh man.
As neat as these victories were, traveling across the country when he already secured a high position in EVO meant that he was effectively wasting his money, as having more than one seat was pointless.
Wow, Phil is now seeded to be in the finals at EVO like 7 times. We need to actually take people who we beat and put them into this box because we can't have a whole bracket that's just Phil playing.
These victories
Just
inflated
Phil.
his ego beyond measure and created an even more aggressive Phil.
First of all, you are fucking hypocrite. Because you have no problem.
Fucking blab.
No problem talking about my fucking ass. Oh, really? You gonna whip my fucking
Oh
ass?
my god.
I want to see that shit.
DSP continued to seek out a physical altercation, and in most cases, it led to nothing. Other times, he miscalculated and threatened
Oh,
someone
God.
who could reciprocate threats, reinforced by real experience. Viscount, a veteran of the fighting game community, was lambasted by DSP. Quote, so first Phil was like, okay, well you have to sign some document because if I kill you, I don't want to be responsible. And
I
was
don't
like,
want to be
"Whatever."
responsible.
Then there was
Sound
an actual
good?
serious negotiation over who the ref was going to be. And I think we settled on Walter from Connecticut, but I don't remember this part either. Then there was an honest-to-God negotiation over weight and that we were going to have to weigh in and everything. Again, I'm not making any of this up. As dumb as this sounds, this absolutely happened. So one day Phil IMs me on AIM and tries to back out. He was like, hey, so how about this? How about we pretend like we're going to fight, and then when a whole crowd is around us, we both do DX crotch chops to the crowd. That'll be such a goof. This really happened, and I'm just like,
That'd be such
"Are
a
you
goof,
fucking kidding
man.
me?" I honestly
Doob.
couldn't believe he was pulling this, and I was still mad about the whole thing and actually wanted to fight him. From that point on, there never really was any problem between him and I, unquote. When it came to real fights, backing out was typical of Phil. But when it came to Street Fighter, he was more confident than he'd ever been.
All right, we got the man of all hate, the one and only DSP. I call him Phil, because Phil's cool. Anyhow, Phil, how you feel about ST?
I mean,
How would it feel about
for
it?
years, these
About
same
that.
guys are on top. And yes, I'm talking about John Choi. I'm talking about Alex Valle. Playing ST,
So Earth,
plays-
Fire,
okay, they're good,
Force.
But
Okay.
to disrespect the people that got top 8 at Evolution, to make excuses because it's on console, it's ridiculous.
There you go. You heard it from DSP. Straight from DSP. DSP, thank you. Check out the shirt.
Eat this, bitch.
Hate that.
Could Phil really back up these claims, or on the other side, could Valle beat Phil?
Alex Valle, this guy right here, living legend, Street Fighter scene. First and foremost, you know what I gotta ask you? The ST beef with DSP.
I don't even consider it a beef. It's like another scrub, another day.
Another scrub, another day. That's
As
a good
chance would
good
have
quote.
it, they actually
Another
did
day-
compete at
Another
EVO
scrub, another day,
2006.
man.
First match finally. Oh, on stage, Phil versus Alex Valle. I'm like, oh great. It was a decent match. I lost. And I was like, motherfucker, you know, all this practice. I waited all day, basically mind fucked me waiting all day to play my match. I finally play Alex Valle and I lose.
Phil, now in the loser's bracket, still had a chance to redeem himself. And after working his way through the loser's bracket, he had his final match of the day.
My final match is against
I was just on Void Fire.
Tokido. Now this is
Yeah,
the guy
whatever.
who beat me in 2005 on stage mirror match with Vega.
The results of Tokido and DSP's first 2 matches played out exactly like they did in EVO 2005. Both players won a single match, and it came down to the last match where the results were also mirrored.
And he won. He knocked me down and I fucking lost. And I was like, I wanted to rip my fucking shirt off like Hulk Hogan and be like, fuck this shit.
Fuck this shit.
DSP did not even place in the top 8. He was now the former top American player, but if anything, he was still
No,
persistent.
it's fight
In
money.
2007, he went at it again, also winning EVO East. Even though, with his victory, DSP qualified to be seated higher at EVO, he still attended EVO West, which was held at Comic-Con.
hand. David Sterling, 1 match. DSP, 1 match.
There was an Evo West in San Diego, and fucking DSP was fucking talking shit about Mike Watson. And that's my road dog. When we fucking ran him down in Evo West, you know, we didn't even fucking wait to get outside. Watson just fucking went up to him fucking in the arcade hall and just told him, dude, why the fuck you talking shit, this and that, blah, blah, blah. And he just didn't even want to face us. Like, just
why you
kept on,
talking
like,
shit,
powering
buddy?
away and looking away,
Are you talking shit,
being
man?
Quiet, this and that, and just fucking scared shitless. And we're fucking following him around, dude. Like, what the fuck's your problem? And, you know, Watson is a forgiving guy, so he just fucking pretty much got to the point where he made him apologize.
I said, you gotta do what you gotta do. If you feel like
You know, it's so funny. DSP said this story in his little thing, but it's so pathetic, man. He talks shit online. A dude, like, follows up on it, and he immediately is like, I'm an alcoholic. Like, dude, just don't be an asshole then. Whatever.
Does it make you feel better?
Does it make you feel better?
Then go ahead. I guess I deserve it. But
He
and
does
he's like,
deserve
well, I don't
it.
understand, Dang. Why did you say those things? And I was like, dude, I'm an alcoholic. I admitted
Dude,
to him
wake
right here.
up.
I was like, I'm an alcoholic. I drink too much all the time, and I just can't control myself when I do it. And you know, at that point, I actually started crying because I felt so bad about everything that I had done and how stupid I was as a person.
Rumor of what took place at this event would spread within the fighting game community.
Do you guys remember the whole thing with DSP and like with the West Coast people where they almost like he was like really scared because he was about to get beat up? I heard he was like crying and everything, so that was pretty funny.
DSP had fulfilled his role as a heel by losing to players who were far more popular than he was. He again, for Evil Actual, did not even place in the top 8. Even if he won such events, the prize money would do little to counter the credit card debt that he had accrued. His new job was not doing much to help him either.
Then I ended up
Oh,
finally
God.
getting a job
No.
after the Best Buy debacle at a place called Helicopter Support Incorporated. This was also in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Actually, I
okay,
take that back.
revive.
Helicopter Support was just over the Trumbull line.
This is a strange leap from working at Best Buy to working as medium in helicopter parts selection. His degree that he had recently gotten was supposedly in business. So DSP's work experience, nor his educational background, was related to his current position. The only thing that was his father, who had been working at the company, and
This
it
is some
understood
bullshit!
that DSP
This game is
secured his
bullshit!
position
It's
through
cheating!
nepotism. There was an additional
There was no
development
nepotism, you
that
can't prove it.
DSP would not cling to. He was now starting a
You
perilous
can't prove
path,
the nepotism,
one
guys.
whose machinations would be far more complex than he could ever predict or even understand. Yet he stood directly in the center to witness it all.
So basically, I was very nervous. We went to this
Oh
Chinese
my god, this is
restaurant. I
bullshit.
swear to you, the first fortune that I got, well, my fortune that I got that day
No.
said, financial hardship in your life is coming to an end. By the way, when I do record gameplay, I use a digital camera.
So what, you're not gonna edit this video? You're just gonna post them as is with a 10-minute mark?
Why would I edit? For 2 days, actually.
Why would I
Just
edit
to
them?
play Batman Arkham Asylum.
Why would I
knew it was
edit
gonna be
them?
Great. And you know what? I don't regret it at all. Even though
I'm the fucking Batman! Ah!
The Dark Side Phil YouTube channel was created on March 3rd, 2007, but was not
Improv.
utilized until 2008. Phil began
Oh,
by
it
recording
was
some of the
improv,
fighting game
alright.
events he would enter. The earliest available video is Midwest Moment for Day 1 setup. The next one is Moment 7, then 13, then 19. Though all these videos range from 13 seconds to 2 minutes and 16 seconds, the jumping of the numerical order means that several videos were deleted and various pre-existing videos are lost. This was not the only event he recorded in 2008, and alongside those videos, DSP began recording gameplay of various genres. The quality as such reflected the best his equipment would allow, as he positioned his camera initially on the floor and pointed it towards his television. DSP recorded Star Wars The Force Unleashed,
at least I got all this fucking high-definition gear detail.
Castle Crashers,
It's a bunch of fucking horseshit, to be honest.
and Mercenaries 2.
This is a bunch of horseshit.
Grand Theft Auto 4 rip-off mission.
While the genres varied, the style of recording, the commentary, and the titling, in that he proclaimed the game sucked, provided some theming in a space that lacked cohesion. YouTube, as it was looked at as a video repository, a place to consume viral videos.
repository.
Series and the like were virtually non-existent. There was no meta for videos and not much of a reason to make them, considering that a paycheck through content creation was unheard of. In such an uncompetitive and themeless space, Phil's videos excelled. He quickly found out that his gameplay videos did better than his recordings of fighting game events. Then found out that if he recorded proper sequences of walkthroughs of missions and games, the chain of videos garnered even more views, as was demonstrated by his gameplay of Saints Row 2. These were uploaded out of sequence, as Phil relied on a unique method of recording. Instead of recording the entirety of his gameplay in one go that would create a single video file to chop into several parts, Phil subverted the need to edit his videos.
Of course, the one time I don't do anything with Thunder.
By physically stopping the recording on his camera every couple minutes.
Oh my god, this is bullshit.
Oh my god.
Okay, Saints Row 2. Trying to kill the general again.
This naturally created individual files that not only saved him time on the editing process, but the rendering as well. From here, he could upload the files directly. The only additional effort applied left was to name the videos. Though Phil, in late 2008, did commit himself to recording entire playthroughs of games full with his commentary, the sequence was still scrambled and parts were uploaded out of order. But by the time he began his Fallout 3 series, now adopting his role of what would be known as a Let's Player, he was finally correcting these errors and uploading a sequence. Then the issue was not the sequence, but how much he was uploading. If he did a 4-hour recording session, that amounted to 25 videos, and those 25 videos were uploaded from November 28th to November 29th. That was 25 uploads.
I forgot he also had Agalao.
Phil, with some fluctuation, was spamming his uploads. By December 19th, even with his job in mind, he was up to part 137 of the Fallout Let's Play series. That was only a fraction of his 749 videos. This means Phil, at 1,400 subscribers, averaged around 2 subscribers per video. The comments were quite vocal with their exhaustion of the spam. Quote, "Stop spamming videos, they are not that good." Unquote.
No.
Some comments seem to just target Phil as a person. Quote, "Fucking you. You are a stupid man. Suck
You
my
stupid
leg."
man.
Unquote. Phil's commentary was colorful and could prompt these responses.
Oh look. Blah blah blah. You cannot speak the English, you stupid. Blah blah blah. Okay, time for a save.
Viewers were not sure if DSP's crudeness was him playing a character, though the Street Fighter community knew it wasn't.
DSP, stop recording. No one gives a shit. Play. You can't hold up a tournament.
Where am I playing? You still haven't told me. Jesus Christ.
Still haven't told me.
Taking form now in early 2009 was the basis of DSP. All the core elements were finally present, including the audience. From those few who were vocal about their dislike of DSP, DSP responded by comparing himself to Satan, and those who enjoyed his
Compare
videos
himself
enough
to
join
Satan.
him. As seen in his description, he was now accepting PayPal donations for what he claims were games and equipment.
I thought he
Even
doesn't
now,
do
in the
PayPal
channel comments,
donations.
People were suggesting the use of direct capture via what is known as a capture card, and DSP did indeed spend that money, a lot of it too, on a more expensive yet worse option.
As you know, any donations that you send help me to the cost of games and equipment, especially this brand new HD camera. It cost me a pretty hefty sum. So.
Miss, come
As
on.
these suggestions to how he can improve
Come
his
on
videos
now,
poured
dog.
in, Phil would go on and pour them out.
This guy just wants to be my friend so he gets deleted. Why don't you use capture card instead of camera? I've already explained this 7,000 fucking times. It's because then I'd have to actually use a professional microphone. I'd have to record the voiceovers. I'd have to actually do video editing on every fucking video that I put up. Considering I put up like 30 a fucking day, unless you want to fucking stay home and do that while I'm at work, I don't think that's gonna happen.
While I'm at
So shut
work.
your fucking face.
Shut your
That,
face.
as would be understood, was DSP's long-winded way of saying it was because he did not want to put forth the effort to learn the technology, making it seem over-complex to an audience that knew very little about video creation. From here on, he would label his videos as HD, inherent from the camera and not the game as people would be actually searching for. It is difficult to say how much DSP was making from these donations, but he was earning something and realized he could be making even more. Not from gameplay, as YouTube was afraid to monetize such content in fear that the copyright strikes from the game companies would doom the platform, but from vlogs, as YouTube recognized it was all original footage. This new channel, once more promoting his new camera's abilities, going as the King of Hate HD, shined a light on DSP's previously private life. There were videos of him making custom controllers with John Rambo and friends, sometimes videos of DSP and friends at a cookout, and sometimes the different competitions he would attend and not perform well in. It was clear that DSP had a vibrant social life. DSP was attending midnight releases.
Oh my god, how long
really
until they
interacting
die?
with
Come on.
strangers, and now, because his vlogging channel was successfully accepted into the YouTube
Oh, he
Partner
died
program,
already,
where he
okay.
pressed what he assumed to be the advantage.
Hello.
Damn it.
What's going on? My name is Phil Burnell, more commonly known as Darkside Phil or DSP.
Darkside Phil, the lol cow.
And in 2010, my channel actually ended up being in the top 30 most
You.
of all time
You.
on YouTube. And actually had over 100 million total channel views. At this point, I started getting noticed by different companies, such as Machinima and other people contacting me. And at that point, I really wasn't too interested.
I'm gonna change.
I wasn't really sure, that it would ever translate into anything serious for me or any kind of a monetary gain.
I think
for
he
me.
has.
Combined with the money from his
Zan?
traditional job, he moved out of his parents' house
think.
into his own condo that he purchased for $131,000, leaving him to be a host for such events such as a pizza/gameplay party.
Yeah. What better to eat right before a Ninja Turtles playthrough than a delicious, ginormous pizza? So why don't you stop playing Street Fighter 4 and come get pizza so we
Oh
can play
man,
Turtles?
use says slurs.
John Rambo here, devouring his final slice.
Help, look at you fuckers.
As controversial as Phil had become in the real world and was well on the way in the online space, he was leading a fuller life. He was even experimenting with edited videos like his multi-part Game Awards series.
It's DSP's Game of the Year Awards
DSP.
2009 Top 10 Best Games of the Year.
Not everything operated well in DSP's life. He was still heavily drinking even during Let's Plays.
Follow me, Red.
Alright, guys. We did it. This is the power of the Azura? Damn it. We have to redeem ourselves. What's up with these guys? You'll pay for this! Oh. Will there be a cutscene? Nope. Alright, back to the movie. Back to the movie. Whoa. Whoa. Let's save.
Don't attack those fucking rad scorpions, just follow me. What?
What?
She didn't even get fucking hit. Now she's dead. What the fuck?
As was normal, DSP
What
fumbled
the
through gameplay,
fuck?
regularly blaming the game for its shortcomings. Alcohol only amplified this.
We may not look it, but every one of us is a trained.
A trained what?
They both come in here.
A trained what? Why didn't he answer? I don't have any regrets feeling about this. Can't believe you defeated those three. Not just once, but twice.
Phil did it through his rapid selection of the dialogue for the sake of progression. Phil unwittingly chose the option to threaten the NPC.
Why the fuck are they attacking me? I don't get
Why
it.
are they attacking me? I made my mistakes.
I didn't want to kill them. Why did they attack me?
Why attack me?
There was a grotesque nature to
Come
Phil's Let's
on.
Plays and a rage that would turn physical.
A rage that would turn physical. That would turn physical. Bam bam. No.
A part of a successful creator is willingness to experiment, adapt, and improve. DSP had those elements, except
But he never
was
wanted
so
to use
set
them.
in his immediate success, he disregarded improvement to increase what
Where's
worked
the-
in
there's
excess.
Curtis.
By early 2010, his Let's Plays and number of total videos soared. In just a little over a year, he had nearly 7,000 uploads on his main channel, with his total views at a gargantuan 70 million. That means he was averaging 10,000 views a video. And not in the least humble about these statistics. Quote, I've been called fat, ignorant,
I've been
stupid,
called fat.
scrub, loud,
That
obnoxious,
sounds awful.
disrespectful,
Imagine being called
belligerent,
fat.
inciting troll, asshole, worthless. But I've also been called entertaining by 70 million people. You be the judge. I'll be banned by the time you read this. Unquote. This could be found on SRK, and if even possible, further soured Phil's image in the rest of the Street Fighter community.
Look at him now. 20,000 idiots are subscribed to him.
20,000 idiots.
Congratulations with your YouTube channel, and hope you enjoy your life, bro. I mean, it's a great victory. PlayStation 1 Super Turbo champion. You take that to your grave, bro. Good luck.
DSP was making enemies that he had never met. In 2009, he had a small run-in with Rockstar and Take-Two. that
No,
took
leave
down
her
Phil's
alone.
videos as was commonplace, as
This is
all
some
of Phil's
bullshit.
videos ran the risk of scrutiny by these companies.
However, Take-Two took it upon themselves to actually put a cease and desist order against YouTube, stating that they were not allowed to put up any of my gameplay footage, in particular because I had the cutscenes of the game in my footage.
And then, in 2010, what appeared to be Ubisoft also struck Phil's channel to a severe degree. By April, the strikes
Severe.
continued at such a pace
Severe.
that his main channel, Darkside Phil, was taken down. After sharing the news, it came out that the strikes were illegitimate and were possibly sent out by a disgruntled viewer. With the strikes resolved and
every time I hear
restored,
disgruntled, I
Phil
think
saw
of a
fit to
disgruntled
celebrate his
employee.
channel's
And at this point, they are employees. Ah!
Motherfuckers.
Guess who's back? The king's back. That's right.
That's right. They tried to take me down. They tried to get me off YouTube. They tried to shut me up.
Look how happy he is back then. Fuck those
The
motherfuckers.
king is back. That's right. As you can
Just
see,
like today.
my channel, Darkside.
The king is back. Look at the king go.
Talking around $1,600.
$1,600. Okay. We're just gonna.
You know, a Sony internal development team. It's a game that was. We've
Oh.
talked about Concord recently.
Oh boy. Did we talk about Concord?
That was developed by a Sony internal development team. It's a game that was like shadow announced like out of nowhere.
Shadow announced.
Play, like, what, a month ago?
It was just announced. It wasn't shadow announced. It wasn't that like wild. Uninspired.
Kind of nonsense. What I mean by that is every character looks like they're a ripoff of Guardians of the Galaxy. They all act off of each other like it's a comedy show.
Okay. I hate when the game is bad, right? Like Concord is a bad game. This dude will then just be like, so they made it into a comedy. Okay. Like it's a hero shooter. Like it's like the most nothing thing. Like I do think that the main reason Concord failed was just simply people are tired of hero shooters. I think it's just that simple. And DSP makes it into like it's the whole game or whatever. It's like it's not. I mean, sure, you can say whatever you want about like the character design, whatever. But regardless, it's just a video game. Like, who cares about how they look in a meaningful sense? If you don't like it, you don't like it. But the thing is, it's like the game was just who was asking for another hero shooter? That's it. That's all it mostly did that was super bad. It was there on Arrival for sure. It's just like I don't think let's say that oh, I don't remember my point, whatever, but you know my point anyway.
That vibe, you're like, oh, is that what the game's gonna be? No, then they showed the gameplay, and the gameplay is a hero.
I don't want to
shooter,
fight these
team-based,
people.
just like Overwatch. Like, it's basically Sony's version of Overwatch. Like, they wanted an Overwatch clone really bad. Why they want an Overwatch clone in 2024 when Overwatch itself is not doing well in 2024? I have no idea. It seems kind of like a not very.
Dude, this is dumb. When they made the game, it was before like Overwatch 2. Does he not know that it might take a long ass time for these games to be made? That may, by the time they come out, are irrelevant. I mean, that's just the issue of having big budget games.
Big picture thinking strategy. But the rumor is that over $100 million was spent on the development of this game just for it to be rush dropped out, like out of nowhere. Within a month of its announcement, it's out.
All right. Let's see. This might be story time, guys. It is story time.
Sarah's not here.
What the fuck?
Not this again.
Oh, it's Heat. We got the band back together. Dude, he's back.
What are you?
Oh, damn it.
So that's Heat. I wasn't expecting such hatred.
It's burning hatred.
What in the hell was that?
A song.
Devour her.
No, I will not devour.
Act like you're losing. I'll get Sarah back. We'll tear you apart, you fat freak. Hey, say something, Surf.
I won't allow that.
I forgot they kissed. I forgot about that. Wait a minute.
He's hiding something. Have you gone mad? I've made my choice.
What's wrong with you?
He has agreed to cooperate on
Oh
his
shit.
own free will.
It's this lady.
Sarah!
My name is Margot Cuvier. You may call me Madame. You've already been made aware that you are just AIs that Sarah created. But unlike the others, you were all special to her because of something unfortunate. That's why Heat is helping us.
Heat? This is just another act, right?
At this rate, you'll never be anything but marionettes. The only difference is who's controlling you.
Meaning what, exactly?
The person who's been pulling your strings is Jenna Angel, Sarah's natural parent.
Angel? She's Sarah's mother?
Oh shit.
Father as well, to be precise.
Oh shit.
She convinced the Lokapala to abduct Sarah so she could bring us both down. What could she be scheming?
I too have questions. What is your goal?
Mankind, because of its own foolishness, is facing total extinction. Man's insatiable greed.
DSP's face is the reaction to this.
Which had protected us from God's malignant data. We tried to help, but our warnings were ignored.
You mean the Cuvier syndrome? Ah, so then you altered God to purge the sinners?
That was an unfortunate accident. I want only to sow mankind's seed for the future. Otherwise, we will vanish from Earth entirely. What we need is order, and bodies that can survive in this hostile environment. Our city does have a limit after all.
So you turn everyone into demons? Just to resume living under the sun?
That's totally insane! Demons have to devour each other to survive. And if they lose control...
That is why we will exercise control. The junkyard experiment provided us with an effective demon virus. using Sarah, mental deterioration can be prevented. And so, food supply is the only remaining concern.
That's why you farmed out Fred's buddies.
There are some organisms that deserve to live, and others that do not. In order to avoid past mistakes,
You will decide who merits life.
order will decide. A world of tuners under our control, Nirvana, is the only way to preserve mankind.
Guys, are we siding with her or not?
We can ensure you will have a peaceful life
How are we feeling about this?
without hunger and needless killing.
Which is chaos. So I would, if I want chaos, I would say we never join you. I'm assuming that's correct because she sounds like she's all about order and all this stuff. Never, that's what I thought. Yeah, fuck this. This lady's, she's crazy. She's fucking, it's like that that emoji, like, it's like that. She's like that. We never join you. Fuck that. Down with her nonsense. Get her, granny.
One thing is clear. This place is not Nirvana. A world without sadness. Where everyone lives happily in peace. And need not fight for survival. That is Nirvana. On my honor, I vow that I will not stop fighting.
There's no such thing as a bad ending.
Pay for this hell.
Just believe.
I guess I have no choice. Heat. Delete these bugs before they disrupt our world. Sarah will be fine, as long as you're with us.
Prepare yourself.
Oh, come on.
This time we're not playing games. Do you hear me, Surf?
Alright, bye, Heat. I don't need you anyway. I do not need Heat anyway. He sucked. He sucks. He's a dumbass. Alright, let's go back.
It's out. And unlike Overwatch, you have to pay for it.
Whoa. What?
It's free, but you have to pay for it. Figure that one out.
Figure that one out.
And basically, it did drop a week or two ago, and the player base is so low that games like last year's Golem, last year, actually has more active players on Steam at a time than Concord does. Concord has peaked at like 400 players. Okay, so with a player base that small, obviously you know that this game probably is not going to last and it's having problems. I mean, I would even wonder if you actually bought Concord, could you search and find a server to play on? Or you search and you can't even find anyone to play with, right? What's hilarious, they thought this was going to be so big, okay? They actually have a PlayStation 5 DualSense controller that's Concord branded.
It does look kind of cool. That controller does look kind of cool.
Fully stocked everywhere. They
To be honest.
and no one's bought any of them.
No one bought
I
it.
expect those to be bargain basement prices in just a couple months. They were so gung-ho that this game was going to do well. There is a TV show coming out later this year called Secret Level, and it's
Oh, that
on
was
Amazon
dumb.
Video. And it's going to be
Should've done
an
that.
anthology series against video games, or about video games. It's going to have Mega Man,
Mega Man.
and there's going to be an episode on Concord. You know what that means? Sony paid a lot of money.
Okay.
Hey, this is our new IP, which we're pushing, and everyone's going to love it. We're going to make a ton of money on it. We need an episode of your show to be about it, so let's pay a bunch of money to get in there, right?
Right.
By the time, seriously, by the time that this game, well, by the time that show comes out, this game won't exist. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, guess what?
Guess what?
This game already doesn't exist. Because this morning,
It does exist.
pulled the
It
plug on Concord
just
completely.
got deactivated.
100%.
100%.
It's gone. It's shit canned. It's done. Okay?
Wow, another sad
let's
story
take a
on
look.
DSB Reacts. Guys, can you
Concord
believe
on
my
the
shock?
PlayStation blog as of this morning, okay? From Ryan Ellis, game director of Firewalk Studios. Concord fans, well, already I don't know who he's talking to. There are no Concord fans. Like,
This
people
is not a
find
good.
ironic
This is not a good setup.
to see how it would play in review. It's no one actually is a fan of Concord, so already the
No
first
one's a
words
fan.
of the blog post are addressed to no one. I don't.
Okay, there was like 500 people that play it. There's fans. Oh, okay. 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 This gamer news is even worse. I don't know what happened here. Why are you? Why did it become like this?
They're not pumping out a car or a new knife.
Wait, what?
Start making video games. So anyway, what are my thoughts? Well, we already talked about it earlier in the week, but I'll just reiterate. Okay. Today, it seems like when people start making video games, the first thought is how do we print money? All right?
Oh my god,
it used
dude.
To be, how do we make something fun and artistic?
I hate how this guy who's fucking calling me. Oh, okay, hold on. All right, that it wasn't that serious.
People will enjoy. It'll be a part of culture.
But I fucking hate that this dude talks about making video games as like, oh, people. He thinks that people want to make video games and have some like, big like, meaningful, whatever the fuck he's talking about. And it's like, dude, people are just doing their job and they're making video games. Like, no one, like, not everyone that works in video games is like, I'm gonna make art. They're not all like that. They may just want to make video games or whatever. Like, they may not be in it for making art. How come, how come why is it that when he talks about video games, it's always about the art? But then when he's criticizing art games that don't do very well, like Last of Us 2 or whatever the fuck, he always says, people just want to have fun, man. Oh my god.
Culture in their life forever. And
Culture.
Once it's established as something good, then we make money on it.
Then we make.
Oh, we just gotta make something that will print money, right? That's the problem. The soul of artistic.
The soul.
To people sitting in a boardroom, plotting how to make money like Mr. Burns.
Mr. Burns.
They're all like fucking Mr. Burns.
Is there a way to get more
screw everyone and make money? And
MP
then, hey,
items?
Game or whatever. They don't even care. They really don't care if they're making good games or not. And that's pathetic. That's the opposite philosophy of how to succeed in an artistic space. Alright? They're not pumping out a car or a new knife to cut vegetables with. They're pumping out an artistic work that needs to resonate with an audience. And if it doesn't, it will never
I don't know what to do. I'm like fucked up. I'm in a fucked up situation right now.
Literally rubbing their hands together.
Literally rubbing their hands together.
State of gaming.
Okay, we're just gonna teleport.
Concord is a soulless piece of creation. The game is blatantly ripped off of other people's ideas, whether it's the Guardians of the Galaxy characters and actions, whether it's the gameplay that's stolen from Overwatch, whether it's the modern, how do I even say, political overtones that the game definitely has.
Political overtones? Wait, what?
Modern, how do I even say, political overtones that the game definitely has by pushing certain agendas. Everything about the game is.
Wait, which game is he talking about?
Resonate with an audience, and if it doesn't, it will never make the money that they seek. But they're too dumb to understand that. We now have these corporate bigwigs literally rubbing their hands together, and this is the state of gaming. Concord is a soulless piece of creation. The game is blatantly ripped off of other people's ideas, whether it's the Guardians of the Galaxy characters and actions, whether it's the gameplay that's stolen from Overwatch, whether it's the
gameplay that's stolen, whatever.
How do I even say?
Modern.
political overtones that the game definitely.
What's the political overtones? It's a hero shooter. Is it because like there's characters that happen to be fat and they shoot guns? Oh my god, guys. Guys, Mario is a fat plumber. How can he jump around and run? He's a fat plumber, right? Correct? Whatever.
Definitely has by pushing certain agendas. Everything about the game is.
What's the agenda it's pushing?
Ask for in a video game in 2024. That's why it failed. It's not because those right wingers came after us, man, and all that negative.
Oh my god, this dude is so obnoxious to listen to.
People would ask for in a video game in 2024. That's why it failed. It's not because those right wingers came after us, man, and all that negativity online, it ruined our game. No, you're
DSP, you talk about how negativity online ruined your career. Like, and you know what's really funny? I don't even think the developers mentioned anything about the right wingers attacking the game. Unless he's talking about like random Twitter users who, guess what, say that shit to get engagement, and they don't give a fuck. And this dude is like taking the bait all the time, every day.
Oh, your game sucked. Your game sucked.
Your
anyway.
game sucked.
It doesn't matter that the right.
What if it didn't suck?
Your agenda that you put in the game, your game still sucked. That's why no one's talking about it. That's why no one bought it, and that's why it's already.
How does he know? How does he know no one bought for that reason?
Profit. Make a bad game become the laughing stock of the modern age.
What?
It's cause and effect.
Cause and
So
effect.
I think now, this year alone, right? Suicide Squad, laughing stock.
Suicide
People are
Squad.
getting laid off because of, the awful choices of.
You know what? So he's saying that like, oh, these poor. You know what? Okay, I'm gonna bully this guy. He was crying about the Rocksteady employees getting laid off for making a bad game, whatever the fuck. Again, you don't even know for sure if they're being laid off because they made the game or that they just want to save money, whatever the fuck, whatever. And you're like, oh, these poor developers, blah, blah, blah. Concord did not do very well, and DSP did not say at all at once, oh, these poor developers, they wanted to make a game and it sucked, and it didn't, like, pan out. And, it's so annoying. This dude wants to sit there and be like, I get the creative industry. If he really does, then why is he, like, yelling at developers for making a game that flopped? Like, that just happens, man. Sometimes a game comes out and it flops. Let It Die Deathverse came out and that game flopped. Does that mean that we're gonna dance on their fucking grave? Come on.
And now we've got Concord. What else? There's another one or two that it's just happening to as well. I'm not following them because I don't really follow the bad games, but this is all becoming a pattern, and this is a good thing. Don't get me wrong. This is a good thing.
It's a good thing. Don't get me wrong.
We don't want.
How is it a good thing? So didn't people at Roxy lose their jobs? But it's not a bad thing, guys. Okay.
Being pushed to the forefront as good games, because if they were, then that's all anyone would make. And do you want every game to be a
Oh my god.
soulless
This dude talks like a child.
game, or do you want to play good video games? I prefer good ones.
I prefer
How about
good
you
games.
guys? So, Concord Saga coming to a close so quickly is great, because these
It's
will be
great.
what we can reference now. When we look
Oh
at
my
bad
god,
games.
we can
What about
reference
Smoke
this
Run?
now.
What about Concord? What about
Oh my
Suicide
god. What about this? What about that?
Examples, and then people will say, "Oh, okay, I understand. This is how we don't do this, right?"
This is how we don't play.
There you go.
This is how we don't play.
Let's hope for the best when it comes to other game devs. I would guarantee you, right now, there's at least 5 more game developers out there making other
5.
games just like this, and hopefully now the man is all
Okay.
shit. I know we invested a lot of time and money into this, but you know what?
They're not gonna do that. They're not gonna do that. This dude an idiot. They invested money in making a game that's not out yet. There's no way at this point in their development, if it's far enough along, they're just gonna scrap it. Like, come on. And everyone that works on these games at least wants it to be released so people can have a chance to play it. Like, dude, this dude doesn't even know why or how a game is made. Like, people can always theorize, oh, it's for this reason, that reason, whatever. But it's like, again, it's an argument of like, why go in anything with a negative mindset? Pretty much.
Something good instead of pumping out 5 more shitty games, right? I hope, but only time will tell. Correct? Let's do some more shout-outs, and then we have to talk about this fucking loser duty again, which I really don't want to, but I have to.
We gotta talk about duty again.
So,
So.
I appreciate your 8 months. I watched the Dockers. Thank you, Big Papa Phil. Documentary. You're not going to disown me forever. You don't think I'm
Oh my God.
Said this was it. No one was ever going to watch my content again. Was the complete and utter destruction of Darkseid Field. For you're actually here on the stream watching me, I don't understand. Because I was to understand that this was the end of me. That this absolutely.
This is bullshit. This is bullshit. This dude is a fucking dumbass. He spent not years, exaggeration, weeks saying, guys, I'm nervous that when this documentary comes out, that people are gonna like leave and hate me again. He said that. Philip P. Burnell. And now that he's okay with it, he's getting like $200 every stream now. We are the ones that said that. No, DSP, don't put words in my fucking mouth. You, yes, you, were the one that said that.
Absolute was the complete and utter destruction of Darkseid Field if this documentary would come out. I thought that I was done. Because, you know, as they said, this was it. No one was ever going to watch my content. Let me take a look. Oh, look, we have 684 views. And again, guys, I'm flabbergasted.
I wish that when the documentary came out, like people like kicked him out of his house.
So few players. Collection, off right? Talk them out live, and not have to worry about it. Okay. So now, folks.
Let's go back to duty. You know the guy he's afraid to talk about.
I didn't want to do it. I told you I was done with it.
I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it to him.
I told you I was done with it.
But DSP, he's not making money on your videos anymore. You should be he should be happy. Okay, he should be happy. He should be jumping up and down. Oh, let's look at the videos. Concord, oh, that's his stream. Then it's DSP felted by June. Kino turns on DSP. MGS2 for the boys. Concord is being shut down. Okay.
I can't. By the way, it's hilarious when you get all the related detractor videos over here that are all.
Oh yes. Yes. MGS2 for the boys is and Concord is being shut down. That's his detractor content. I like how only 2 videos are from detractors. Okay.
A week-long trek to retcon 16 years. What exactly did I retcon?
Oh my God. He got derailed. He derailed himself. Oh no.
Retconning anything.
I didn't retcon anything.
And then June would play the clip where in the past I'd said exactly the same thing, just confirming that my stories haven't changed.
Okay. All right.
DSP is felted by June, and then Kino turns on DSP.
It's a question. He didn't say it happened. It's a question. Kino turns on DSP. That's like, did they turn or did they not turn? This dude is acting as if a question is a statement. DSP really needs to go back to elementary school. I think he's ready to go back to kindergarten, guys. What?
Casino Casino isn't even around.
They're not even around.
Till mid to late September.
Okay, wow, why?
They're not here. How could they have turned on me? You see
What if they lied to you? What if they didn't go on vacation? Whatever. But again, it's a question. It's not a statement. Do you know what a question is? I gotta ask.
Lies and defamation and bullshit. They're never truthful.
Blatant lies.
Fucking dumb. They believe that dumb drama shit. It's literally, I didn't even do any work. All I did was look at related videos.
Oh, they
and
counter.
The 2 videos on the right are completely false. Okay. Anyway.
Anyway.
The real reason we have to talk about this today.
Okay, what's the real reason?
Duty has gone off the deep end.
He's gone off the deep end.
Made a video.
He's gone off the deep end.
Slander and a lie. Now he thinks he can protect himself.
What the fuck is this title? Why is DSP inciting violence against Rocksteady management? You know what? At this point, DSP, you responding to this is just gonna get Duty. Is just gonna make Duty want to come up with more crazier titles. Like at some point, something's gotta give. Am I right? Like, dude, shut up.
Because he added a question mark. He thinks he can
I can't touch the Jack Frost.
because he put a question mark at the end of the sentence, meaning, is DSP inciting violence?
Oh, now he understands what a question is. Guys, wait. Am I still streaming? I should still be streaming. I don't see why I'm not. Okay, I'm still streaming. Okay. Is anyone even? Chat's not been moving in years. Okay, never mind, it's fine. It's just you guys are relaxing, vibing, if you will.
Instead of DSP is inciting violence, right?
Right.
So why don't we watch this together?
Okay, let's watch it
You judge for
together.
yourself.
All right, I'm ready.
He's saying I'm inciting violence, and he's doing a call to action with his viewers. You ready? Here we go.
How is it a call to action?
Demonetized video, that's right, number 2. And this one has a bit of a serious...
Oh, this is not the right way.
As you guys know, most of my videos about DSP are usually...
All of your videos are about DSP. Not most of the videos about all of your videos.
Okay, almost. You're splitting hairs.
Every single one.
No, look how much he's getting like angry about the certain words he uses. Meanwhile, if you do the something to DSP, oh, you're splitting hairs. Oh, I wasn't exact. Oh man.
Talk about because no one cares about you. They just want to see you talk shit about your deranged followers, right?
Deranged. Oh yes.
Talking about something.
I think DSP's viewers are deranged. Think about it.
Why are you giving an intro? You're talking to your own audience. Your own audience knows who you are. Why are you introducing yourself like no one new is watching you, dude?
Are you fucking kidding me? Dude. DSP is the definition of the guy who painstakingly regurgitates his schedule for people who know what's going on. And he introduced himself too. And now he's like, oh, dude, come on, people know who you are. DSP, you do the same shit. This is insane.
No one new is watching your shit.
How do you know that?
Hey, I'm Duty. By the way, I make videos about DSP. Dude, who the fuck are you talking to?
Who are you talking to?
It's like he has to build himself up for his own video. What the fuck? Alright, let's skip ahead. Because
Dude, DSP does that too. He literally does that. Oh, boo.
Some of their decisions, gaming decisions, didn't pan out. And anyone that's ever worked for a corporation, whenever something doesn't work.
Okay, I'm bored. Let's keep going. Let's find.
Wow! Wow! The dude is ready to explain like how corporation works. I'm bored. Let's skip ahead. Oh my god. And then DSP is always the guy that over explains anything. So get this, right? DSP over explains everything in his life. And doesn't want to convince anything. Someone else does the same thing to him. Okay, I'm bored. This dude is like a fucking little diva baby. Like, what a baby. Get to the point.
Management and incited violence. He did.
Oh,
He did.
Wait a minute. You titled the video, "Why is DSP inciting violence against?"
Oh my god, this is so fucking
I did it
obnoxious.
wrong. It's why is DSP inciting violence? Never
Oh
mind.
my god.
He actually outright is saying that I've incited violence. Okay.
Dude, this dude is getting triggered over fucking a title. No one's gonna care.
Very interesting.
Oh my god.
Evidence of this is. Are you ready?
Are you ready?
I have a clip here. Let's play it. It's about a minute long where he's ranting and raving about Rocksteady.
Where is this his opinion, bro?
In his own words.
His own verbs.
All the bad decisions, and then they're laying off the people who did all the grunt work at the bottom instead of punishing the people who are responsible. Laying off the people at the bottom solves nothing. It will not make the problem go away. It's the morons in charge who fucking did it. So what the story should be?
What should it be?
The board of directors or the CEO or whoever's in charge over there who made the decision to make this shit.
This is so
has
dumb.
been fired.
Fired. Fire him.
Shit can. Thrown the fuck out of the building. Felted. Kicked in the ass.
Felted.
The fucking side.
Felted.
Walked into the cardboard box. Tossed out behind them and shot all over the street. That's what should happen. Tossed out. You heard what I said. Their belongings should be tossed out and shot all over them. And shot all over it can. Or the CEO.
The CEOs in charge who made the decision. Fired. Fired. Shit canned. Thrown the fuck out. Felted. Kicked in the ass.
Sidewalk with all of their belongings in a cardboard box, tossed out behind them, and shot all over the street. That's what should happen.
Okay. I mean, he's still inciting violence.
Tossed out. You heard what I said.
DSP, did you hear what you said? Did you hear what you said?
Their belongings should be.
No! Oh my god, this dude is dented. This dude is dented. This dude is fucking stupid. Listen to the full clip, DSP. If you go all the way back, you said they should be kicked in the ass. That's violence, sir. Yeah, you did say your belongings, but that's not what he's talking about. Hello?
To be tossed out and shot all over the street. Like, did you ever see, like in the 1980s?
Oh my god, he's so brain dead. He's so stupid. How? Dude, DSP's the one that said the thing, and DSP doesn't know what he said. He doesn't even know what he said. He's fucking brain dead.
You know, pencils and books and things from their desks just exploding
No.
over. You know, like a big public felting, essentially.
That's not even what he's bringing up. No. Before that. Go before that. You said kicked in the ass.
Smart, but don't know anything about the gaming industry. Who did take this kind of shit? Who should be laid off or fired? The people who forced BioWare to make shitty ass Anthem when all they wanted to do was make another awesome RPG.
Oh my god.
Told, no, make
Yeah.
Okay.
Alrighty, so I played the clip twice. Clearly, heard Phil say
that their belongings should be shot all over.
That's not, no.
Shot out of a cannon.
Oh my god, DSP, can you fucking drink bleach now?
only should they be belted or thrown out or fired. They should literally be shot.
Oh, that part. But he said the way he said belongings was kind of very like subtle too. To be kind of fair, but again, there's no point in overreacting this way. Twice.
Their belongings should be shot.
Their belongings.
Duty, you
Doobie?
are so dumb.
You're
that
dumb.
Your own video disproves your own statement.
Oh my
and
god.
You have now created public
A monster.
defamation
You created the monster.
about me in this
Ree.
video. It is clear evidence that your content is
Oh,
garbage
okay.
and is violating YouTube's terms of service.
Didn't DC always tell us that trolls content is garbage? This is harassment. Sir, this is harassment.
You were already demonetized.
What's this? Dude, he's already demonetized. This dude wants to like fucking kill him. That's it. That's where it's gonna go next. Okay, we demonetize the channel. Okay, YouTube should delete his channel. Okay, his channel gets deleted. Then Duty comes back. Guys, Duty came back. I think it's time we end it. And it's like, what the fuck, DSP? Like, dude, he's not getting paid. Isn't that what you want? He's so you know what? He always said the trolls would never make videos if they weren't getting paid. Duty is literally not getting paid.
You can play with me? How dumb are you?
How dumb are you?
What the fuck, dude? Seriously.
What the
I'm
fuck?
not even gonna watch the rest, but I just want to show you something. Look what he
Okay.
did.
Look what he did.
In the
Oh my god, this dude is...
video, he posted up my clip and a timestamp.
Uh-huh.
Why do you think he did that?
To send people to your video.
Because he's inciting his audience to try to go flag my
Okay, DSP, technically you've done that too. He incited people to mass report Tevin's YouTube stream or whatever about when DSP lost the partnership. So, you know,
the reply.
this is getting, like,
Inciting
rough.
violence and reported his channel as well.
As well. I don't want to deal with this.
These marks will push him further down the algorithm. I want them to enforce the rules on DSP.
Enforce the rules.
Look.
Look.
So literally,
Look.
He quotes my video with a timestamp, and immediately
Look.
his viewers and followers say, "Hey, thanks, Duty, I reported him." So as a direct result of
Did he?
slander,
Okay, DSP, what happened? This dude is You know what? Oh my god, dude. I just kept watching the documentary, to be fair, but this is fucking gold dust right now. This dude tells us every day that the trolls mass report him all the time and blah blah blah, correct? So why is he acting as if this is new? As if this never happened before? He tells us this happens all the time, and now it doesn't happen. Now we're gonna act as if this is new. Dooney is the first person ever to do this. This is like stupid. Dude, fucking move on with your life.
Defamation. People have committed a crime.
A crime.
You incited your audience to commit crimes.
Oh my god, really?
That is a direct violation of YouTube's terms of service duty.
Oh my god, this is so fucking disgusting.
You're on trouble, Duty. This is harassment. And are we gonna report you, Duty? Okay, Duty? Okay?
Oh my god, dude. Like, dude, shut up. Fucking shut up. Bro.
I'm sorry, but you did it to yourself.
You did it to
All
yourself.
you had to do was crawl to your little corner of the internet, keep your mouth shut, keep making dumb videos.
Oh, I can't go that way.
Like
That's right.
this one, oh, the 16-year retcon. That would have been fine. But you had to go a step further. Why?
That's not.
Here's why.
Oh, that's Duty streams.
Does this, okay?
Okay, this is why, guys.
Because he's angry he lost his monetization. Now, I had absolutely nothing to do with that.
Yeah, this is so lame. And this is all because Keem said to do this shit or whatever the fuck. And it's like, you know, I thought he didn't want to be part of the drama. He invites Keem, sucks his dick a little bit, and then it's like, I gotta be just like him. This dude is so fucking pathetic. He spent years LARPing as Mr. Positivity chill guy, and now he's just gonna become a fucking another drama grifter. This dude needs to lose his channel right now. And I'm saying that jokingly. I'm not being serious, guys. I'm just jokingly saying that. Like you know the joke about him drinking bleach. I'm not saying he should drink bleach or that we should force him to. I'm just saying he should try it out to see how it tastes. I'm not. It's just a question.
Which put the public light on his channel, and YouTube looked at it and said, "Wow, this guy's making all bullying content. You know, demonetize his content."
Demonetize the content.
Or it could have been they looked and said he's just clipping people without adding commentary or criticism. Demonetize his content. Who knows what the rationale was? I don't know. But your actions, you messed with the wrong guy.
You messed with
the guy, right?
Oh my god.
Boom. You got the
boom.
Now here's the thing. He knows if he fucks with Keemstar again, it's just gonna hurt him again.
Oh my
So
god.
instead of fucking with Keemstar, he thinks he can fuck with me.
DSP, he's been making nothing but videos about you. He has made nothing but videos about him, and he's like, dude, now he's gonna go after me? He's always been going after you.
The only reason Keemstar ever talked to you was because
Oh
of
my
me.
god.
'Cause I
This dude's ego is critical mass. Critical mass ego. Jesus, man.
Hypocrisy earlier in the week. Keem saw my video, then he went on your show and called
Oh
you
my
out.
god.
So what makes you think that calling me out like this in a blatant lie that didn't happen isn't going to cause the same fucking...
Wait, what?
He thinks he can fuck with me. Dude, the only reason Keemstar ever talked to you was because of me. Because I called out your hypocrisy earlier in the week. Keem saw my video, then he went on your show and called you out. So what makes you think that calling me out like this in a
Oh my god.
lie that didn't happen isn't going to cause the same fucking thing again? How fucking dumb are you?
So this is insane. This is like, what is stronger than a delusion at this point? This dude is saying because that now he thinks in a weird like fucking in a weird way. If you fuck with Phil, Keem will come after you. And all this other shit. Dude, like, what? I gotta hear this again.
What makes you think that calling me out like this in a blatant lie that didn't happen isn't going to cause the same fucking thing again?
What if it didn't? What if Keem, like... Because, again, the only reason why he lost his monetization or whatever is because Keem was on his show. What if Keem didn't go on his show again? What if dude didn't want to invite him on again? Whatever.
How fucking dumb are you? Good fucking lord, man, you're stupid.
You're stupid. Look how mad he's getting.
Anyway, I mean, that's really all I have to say. There's no reason to even continue the video. You know I didn't say that anyone should be shot. You know I didn't incite violence, right? You guys
Dude, he's
were
just
on
playing
the
into
show
the fucking
yesterday.
grift.
I've
Congratulations. You played
No one
yourself.
watched it. No one has said this but Duty. He's made it up. Even playing it back, he's made it up. The clip that he's playing doesn't say what it says it says. So,
Okay.
I don't have any more time for Duty. Duty, you're flushed.
DSP, you said this last week. He said this last week. He said this last week. He said this last week.
How you think that you're gonna get yourself wriggled out of this?
Wait, what?
Duty, you're flushed. You violated YouTube's terms.
You're
of
flushed.
consent. I wish you the best because may God have mercy on your soul. How you think that you're
May
gonna get
God
yourself
have-
wriggled out of this one?
May God have mercy on your soul, and how are you gonna wriggle yourself out of this one? DSP, come on.
He did it, and the evidence is there to see. Even if you delete this video, I already fucking just talked about it, so you're fucked.
You're fucked.
And by the way, for the record, no, I'm not going to flag your video. No, I'm not going to tell anyone to flag your video. In fact, how about this, everyone? Don't flag Duty's content. Do not flag Duty's content no matter what you do. I want this man to fall apart of his own accord.
Oh, okay. Then let them shut up.
To talk about this on the show.
You know, and again, people have been critical of Duty for years. Like, this isn't the first time people have been like, oh, Duty, this and that about him. Whatever. Only DSP is, like, being so fucking unique about this.
Isn't it? To see how my detractors are imploding on a daily basis and
He's focused on one detractor, by the way. He's doing it to one person. One person. One person. One person. I don't count, I mean, Super Crazy is Super Crazy.
See, it's weird, because I keep flushing the Duty, but he's like one of those long turds, and he's sticking in the bowl.
Oh my god. Oh, okay. Okay, we don't need to hear
People are
that.
saying refresh it? Why? Why do I need to refresh it?
Then refresh it. Why don't you refresh it? Refresh it and find out.
Video is unavailable. The video has been made private. You've got to
Oh
be
my
fucking
god.
kidding me.
You gotta be
You have
kidding
got to
me.
be kidding me.
Oh god. This laugh was not pleasant to listen to. Ah! Ah!
Oh no.
Oh my god, Mickey Mouse has joined the building. God, the fucking mic filters is so bad. It's so bad. Okay, we're just gonna we're gonna skip this.
I can't believe it. I don't believe it, but it's true. Just like my whole wild
Oh
ride
my
on
god.
YouTube, you would think it's too wild for reality.
Oh my god, dude.
I totally made it up.
DSP, you did the same shit.
Folks. It's very real.
It's very real. The felting is real.
People that I deal with.
The level of people and blah blah blah.
Exposed and felt it. He fucking privated the video. By the way, Duty, for the record, when you private a video, it's still open to reporting. Just to forewarn you, because I've
Okay.
been through this where people hit me with false DMs.
Oh my god, this is so pathetic. This dude is like, oh, these people should suffer their consequences, man. And then he's like, dude, here, avoid the consequence, man. On me, I'm gonna help you out. Like, dude. Oh, good for you, I guess. Good for fucking you. Good for fucking what?
I'm actually gonna help Duty. You have to delete the video. If you delete the video and
What if
someone
it-
reported it,
whatever.
they didn't get to the report yet, it won't affect the channel. I'm actually gonna help Duty out. Delete the video and you'll be okay.
Oh my god, dude.
But I'm
He's
gonna
doing
say this.
he's doing this just so he can look cool. See guys, I'm so cool. I help my trolls out. Look at me, man. Just so he can dangle over our heads. So when something goes wrong, he'll say, see, I help my trolls and they still fuck with me. DSP, why don't you fall down a pair of stairs? That's kind of funny.
Don't ever make a video about that ever again. Don't ever lie about me ever again. Because every single time you do, I'm gonna call you out on it publicly.
But he'll just delete the video.
Fucking time.
What? Why does he then? Why not just upload the video then delete it? Like, why not just do that then?
Learn your lesson one way or another, dude.
Learn your lesson, duty. Okay.
Wow.
Wow.
That's gotta be legendary.
Legendary.
It's never happened before. Alright? Wow. Holy shit. Anyway, I think it's time for some shoutouts. I think it's time for some royal shoutouts here on DSP Gaming. This goal, we have thing at all.
Okay. We don't need. Who cares about the rest? Let's do a vibe check. He had to have hit his goal. Wait, what? What is going on? Okay, he did get the goal. Okay, he did hit the goal. Okay, okay. But why is he like not?
So that's heat.
This is a really old.
I wasn't expecting
one of my
such
earlier
hatred.
direct capture playthroughs. I think probably over a decade ago. I think at this point. Heck, yeah. Okay, we're gonna get started. I received a contribution while I was in the loo. I received fighting games. I would suggest contacting Matt with Muscles as he's actually the host and he would have you on in the future. I don't think they're going to have me on in the future.
Why not? You're coming back, King.
I really don't think
Oh my god. Why is he able to get like he bragged about getting Keemstar on and now it's like I don't think they're gonna have me on, man. Oh, okay, good for you then. Matt McMuscles contact.
And see if I can find how to reach out. I do not believe they would have me on that show. By any means, dude. I really don't think so.
He's hiding something.
I hope not.
The FTC wants nothing to do with it. You have to understand. They already have their own problems with
This is
nonsense,
so lame.
and they probably think having me involved
Invalid.
with them would just cause more drama and nonsense.
Okay.
That
Matt McMuscles not an FGC guy, by the way.
that crossover, right?
Like he does other videos.
But I'm
aware that you are
risk
just
there.
AI.
My God, to,
that
be, to
Sarah
have that
created.
sphere of rope Max via his big
But
boss just did a
unlike
super
the
chat. Do you
others,
think Matt McMuscles could help
you
me
were
reconnect to the
all
fighting scene?
special to her
The super best friends ended, but he seems
because of
knowledgeable of that
something
community.
unfortunate.
What does that have to do with what we're talking about? They're pretty good.
That's why hate is
right? They're like
helping
documentary
us.
style videos about shit. They're entertaining. But that's about the most I know about.
This is just another
Okay.
act, right?
At this rate,
All right.
anything
Okay.
but marionettes.
Okay.
The only
Okay.
difference
All right.
is who's
Okay.
controlling
Okay.
them.
Okay.
Purple Pickle Yum Yum, thanks for the membership.
The person who
Wow, that was like unceremonious. And you like that he doesn't do the rewards anymore, even though like he was like, yeah, guys, we do rewards. Or no, they said, oh, I'll do it sometimes. We have never done the rewards ever since, because fuck that. Like, man, you know. Whatever. Let's go back to the main attraction.
Phil has been restored on YouTube, so awesome.
This tactic would also become commonplace against Phil. As a response to the initial takedown, DSP made 2 additional channels, one for Street Fighter that was soon abandoned, and another for gaming going as DSP Gaming. This channel, for all intents and purposes, adopted the role of his main channel and will remain as such for the foreseeable future. At the time, as a host to gameplay videos, the channel's true purpose was to bring attention towards his vlogging
Can I
channel,
skip
as
this?
that channel was monetized.
Can't be skipped. Come on.
What am I gonna do? I'm gonna whip up a couple of express mode.
Why can't I skip this and go straight to the choice?
bacon, egg, and cheese
This is so
sandwiches,
long.
Which includes 6 pieces of white bread.
This
Dude,
new
it's such a
series,
long
beginning in
cutscene.
September of 2010
Oh,
was going
man.
under Poorly Cooking with the King. These videos were much more intimate
And
than
Leech,
gaming
shouts
videos
out.
or even vlogs for reasons not known then but are now.
Back then, I started Cooking with the King as a way to branch out and to
Who's
have
that?
content on that channel. I think that series ran its course to the point where I literally probably cooked every single meal I could possibly make without looking like an idiot or using a cookbook. And the point is, the series was me showing you things that I cook, not me cooking out of a cookbook.
Phil was increasingly monetizing different aspects of his life, and as he stated, Poorly Cooking with the King were the recipes he knew how to make, meaning this is what Phil made regularly.
So what am I going to make? Today I'm going to make scrambled eggs, and I'm also going to make some sausage. So I'm going to whip together some burgers. The eggs and the
Burgers.
cheese. That's pretty much 3 basic ingredients, but you can add other things to this dish.
Oh, pour the grease into the toilet.
I'm going to go a little bit more healthy than some of my previous recipes, simply because a lot of people have
I
been
think I want to make a tuna
complaining,
fish sandwich
and,
now. I'm kind
I
of
guess it's
craving it.
time to show that I don't only eat, things that might be high in fat or high in cholesterol. For every 6 ounces of tuna, you should use a half a cup of mayonnaise and/or Miracle Whip.
Those were the following 4
Does everyone do
Poorly
that?
Cooking videos.
This is insane.
Besides Phil's poor diet, that would impact
I use
his
a
life
knifeful.
in
I don't
somewhat
use a
unlike
fucking
ways,
cup.
Viewers were exposed to cooking mishaps that
Just
were
do a
complex.
fucking knife.
Easiest thing to do is bacon grease.
Order will decide.
Oh yeah!
A world of tuners under
Hot
our
fucking
control.
potatoes.
Screwing his viewers could look at the clock in the stove frame, the layout of his house, etc. As for the rest of his videos, they were performing well, even if he did have a few hiccups or angry neighbors telling him to shut up
He's
along
having
the way.
PC problems? No way. No way.
Hunger and needless killing.
No way. Is it like a massive problem? Like, no way.
Because they have such small dev teams and very tiny little budgets that they have to make best with, you know, with what they're doing. Is doing it again? It is saying it again. So this app is all screwed up.
We never join you.
It keeps giving me errors and shit.
Oh, it might just be Call of Duty nonsense. Like, it may not be.
This place is not Nirvana.
Like, what happened before? Before we came.
World without sadness. Where everyone lives happily in peace.
Okay.
Need not fight for survival.
We have to adjust the volume.
Is
We have to adjust the
Nirvana.
volume. So what were we working on in the weapons loadout?
Okay.
I vow that I will not stop fighting.
Yeah, it's fine.
If this was the only trouble DSP received, the rest of 2010 would have gone more smoothly. The key change that destabilized his world was him getting fired from his job.
And what happened in this case, they did a reorg where they took me out of this department where I was doing all this great work, and they put me in a completely different department. The management there didn't give a fuck about me, and after 3 months they laid me off.
Now, with more incentive to monetize his life, Phil launched a new series known as DSP Tries It.
Because fast food, I'm going to tell you right now, when I do these for fast food, they're always going to have a low rating, because fast food usually is pretty bad. It's an odd combination of flavors, because the egg and all the meat are extremely salty.
This series was initially food-based. Then he began reviewing his own merchandise.
There's a bunch of different designs that you can get.
Then joysticks.
This joystick uses all Sanwa parts.
This series had now evolved within the first 21 episodes to a general product review show.
DSP tries it.
This is DSP, and I'm using the new Axe body. How's that shit? I'm using the new Axe body detailer. This is the detail inside to watch out. Oh my god. Oh.
For a period, DSP discontinued this series and later stopped posting on the King of Hate 8.
Damn, that's not a good
DSP's
idea.
Fans were aware that he lost his job, and so a fan contacted Phil and offered to make him his own website, as was customary for various creators that found themselves unsecure in YouTube survivability. And so, by October, the kingofhate.com was up and running. Mainly used as a fan site, this website was fully equipped with forums and not a host of actual videos. Fan input and support was at an all-time high. That's why in November, he made an exorbitant amount of money.
That first month, I made
How much did he make?
$18,000.
1,000.
In the first half of December, Phil made another $13,000, though it is unclear if YouTube actually paid it out. Regardless, if what Phil says is true about him making around $200 on average in the prior months, then he was now making 100 times more. This was unsustainable.
Mid-December, I get a message from YouTube. Dear Mr. Burnell, we have detected invalid clicking activity on your video. Therefore, as a result of said activity, we are suspending. We're not turning off. We're not.
Oh my god, it's still
removing,
draining?
we are
Come on.
Suspending your AdSense account.
Phil claims that this increase in click activity was due to viewers feeling bad for him, not considering that the average person does not know how YouTubers make their money. This was mysterious by intention, done to avoid users clicking on ads for the sake of helping out their favorite creator. And if viewer support via DSP's instruction could staunch his income, what could viewer hostility do?
This. YouTube, with their AdSense program, literally tell everyone, don't talk to your fans about it. Don't tell them how AdSense works, because then you would incentivize them to do stuff and commit fraud. Basically, how much you guys participate with this channel, if you know what I mean.
You know what I mean?
I'm not allowed to just say, how you can do that, but anyone who's accustomed to YouTube and how the partner channels work, I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. That's where the fun comes from.
That's where the fun comes from. I agree.
Thanks a lot to everyone. I hope to entertain you in the future. Please go to my partner channel, the King of Hate HD, and click on the ads that show up on the video.
DSP Cold Leader was a channel that represented a growing disdain.
Oh,
for
DSP hates him.
This channel was falling under the umbrella of detractor content, or those that at this moment believe DSP was not exactly truthful or transparent with his intentions. In late December of 2010, this channel was releasing various videos showing contradictions in DSP's words, like the reason he was suspended from the AdSense program, or just items that the uploader personally disagreed with. Additionally, though Phil positioned himself as tight with money, he was still able to purchase a few high-end collectibles here and there. The amount of statues and figurines were noticeably increasing. Perhaps it was because he felt secure, not in YouTube, but in Blip.tv. This was a website that was trying to compete with YouTube and was on the lookout for talent. DSP, a very large channel, was welcomed with open arms, and soon after joining was the second largest channel on Blip.tv, and was on an exclusive, superior contract. Here he uploaded gameplay and vlogging videos alike, while still uploading videos to YouTube as a fallback. That's how DSP entered 2011. His attention split between two competing websites. In January, a demo for the upcoming highly anticipated game, Dead Space 2, was released to help build up hype. DSP was among those that downloaded it and among the few to record it.
Oh, he sounds fun.
Then, he was the sole creator that made the most controversial video that was not even related to the already controversial gameplay.
This is what happens when you let the Jews do whatever they want.
Oh man. He clipped this, and DSP did, and said, I got banned for a joke. I'm like, dude, what was the joke? Why don't you tell us on Twitter? What's the joke? Oh my god, this is DSP saying this, not me. I don't agree with what DSP says here. Oh, I forgot he I didn't pay attention. No, this is awful. Okay.
Phil, role-playing as the last
Okay,
surviving space
they
Nazi,
fucked up.
did not translate well to his audience that quickly reported his anti-Semitic jokes. Unlike YouTube, Blip.tv sought to purge Phil and banned him from the platform. He was also, in essence, blacklisted from working with any existing creators on Blip. So for the third time in just 3 months, Phil had to restructure his job and figure out how to make money again.
You know, Hutch, sorry, but obviously you've proven that you can't be mature about it. I sure as hell didn't go to your page to try to fucking flame your fans, so enjoy your block. You're no longer allowed to talk on any of my fucking videos. And then here we go, oh look, it's Hutch, and he sends me this giant fucking message. I told you I was done, you don't listen, so you're blocked. I don't ever want to hear from you.
You're blacked.
Hutch, a gaming creator who worked for Machinima and held a lot of influence with the multi-channel network, had changed tones with DSP. Feeling sympathetic, and after a short back and forth through email, Hutch was able to pull some strings and get his channel partnered again. Not with YouTube directly, but through Machinima as the third party. Therefore, circumventing Phil's own suspended AdSense account. This was an increasing strategy where YouTube could negate its copyright fears by placing the responsibility on multi-channel networks like Machinima. In turn, they would be rewarded by reaping a portion of the ad revenue. So for the first time ever on YouTube, all of Phil's content could be monetized. In the background, there was one issue, or faction, Phil could not shake. Not even a day after getting partnered with Machinima, the prominent detractor channel, DSP Cult Leader, uploaded a video from the year prior where Phil denounced Machinima.
They're nice enough to go on my partner channel and watch those videos and click the ads and things like that, so all I have to really say is fuck you, Machinima.
See?
Mostly unfazed by these counter-narratives, Phil continued to upload copious amounts of now monetized content with newfound confidence.
Yeah, if you can believe it, I'm living the dream, and you can only go up from here.
For a while, this was the case. In May of 2011, he had a $1,600 computer built by the same fans that created and were running his website.
You call that an attack? Give me a break.
Fighting game events, though not as frequently, and if not clear already, he was making a decent amount of money. In the course of 8 months, Phil was cluttering all facets of his condo with collectibles or equally unessential items. His 2011 condo tour showcased how much his apartment had changed. On the walls, counters, even the floor, it was difficult to find a square foot of clear space. There was even
all this
an entire
shit.
corner of his condo solely dedicated to the boxes of the items he had purchased. The density of items took space. Not just physical space, but also with the condo tour runtime that by part 3 saw Phil categorizing just segments of his small condo as to speed up the pace of the video. The first 3 parts had reached a total runtime of over 30 minutes, and this was hardly everything. Phil had covered the open space, or lack thereof, between his kitchen and living room. Left to review, besides the bathroom, was his bedroom that was similarly decorated with gamer memorabilia and other items Phil took interest in.
This artwork is actually painted completely with her breasts, and it's custom artwork that
Breasts.
she makes. And she does all kinds of different paintings and such. And I was actually thinking, this is so nice, it's so artistic looking, that if I do get an office next year, like I had talked about doing, that I may actually commission her to do a couple more paintings for the office. I thought that would be pretty cool.
On that note,
Oh,
the
boob
only thing
paintings,
preventing Phil
what?
from
What happened to
stockpiling
those?
more
What happened to the
was
boob
blank
paintings?
space, which he sought to remedy.
If I get more artwork, where's it really going to go? There's only a couple spots left that I've been looking, like a couple spots in the bedroom or whatever, but at this... wow.
Oh,
At this
nice
point,
bird.
it's pretty
Thank
much
you.
all filled up. What I'd like to do is get the hell out of here and get us, like I said, get an office where I can do a lot of my filming, where I can do my uploading, and not have to worry about my modem going down here, having a business class internet, having a place where I could do better filming. And I sure as hell, I'm not sure that that's ever going to happen.
As much as he collected, there was a space he felt was consistently vacant. He was lacking a significant other. Quote, now for my favorite part of the story. My sweet Waffle Phillip. I met him in
Waffle
November
Phillip.
2011 online, YouTube actually, while he was and currently is making video game playthroughs. We're still going strong despite some hurdles. The biggest one is other people. We are a May-December romance. He's 11 years older, but it makes our bonds even stronger.
Wait, what? May-December? I've never heard anyone say this. We are a May-December romance? Oh, okay, whatever.
He is so supportive of my crafty ways, even if he doesn't understand half of it. We're even planning and taking steps.
See,
to
I
getting
got
around
a
online
bad
staff,
boyfriend. I
but
understand.
moving in together comes first, because he lives in Connecticut. Told you we have hurdles, but that's all for now. I'm sure everyone will get to know me well soon enough. I can't wait to learn and share and
Large
confide
age
in
gap
what
in a relationship?
seems
Oh,
like
man.
such great people.
That's probably why I never heard of it.
Unquote. That was from a future post created by Leanna, or Panda Lee as she was going as online. Leanna met Phil through the now defunct YouTube message system as a fan, only for Phil to escalate the relationship by providing her with his more private email. By February of 2012, they had become a couple. And
Wait
Phil
a
then-
second.
Smiley face. Unquote. That was from a future post created by Leanna, or Panda Lee as she was going as online. Leanna met Phil through the now defunct YouTube message system as a fan, only for Phil to escalate the relationship by providing her.
I thought Panda Lee was the one that continued it, right? Why does it say that DSP escalated it? Huh?
her with his more private email. By February of 2012, they had become a couple, and Phil saw it fit to introduce her to his audience on Valentine's Day.
Hello everyone, Darkside Phil here, and with me today is my beautiful girlfriend, Leanna, who also is known as Panda Lee on YouTube.
Quote, special note, Panda Lee is not Asian. That is all, unquote. This was an annotation found on the video, a request likely by Panda Lee to avoid confusion of her race. It is likely her because she also made sure to clear this up in an interview
Yeah,
and
probably.
through a twisted metal lobby.
Some guy on the reveal video commented that I looked like an old Asian woman, so...
Yeah, they're all
I decided, huh? It took you long enough.
The DSP fans, they're fucking idiots. A lot of them are fucking idiots.
Oh, it's the Airy Lord! Ah, yes. I bet the Airy Lord either wanted to get it with DSP or get it with Panda Lee. He was hoping.
Yeah, they're all immature. Don't
They're all immature.
DSP fans, they're fucking idiots. A lot of them are fucking
DSP fans are fucking idiots, I agree. Wow, the Airy Lord was kind of based in a sense, guys. Think about it.
Yeah, I guess so.
He is. Honestly, DSP tells us every day how it would be so interesting to see a documentary about these trolls, but I think a documentary on the Airy Lord would be much more interesting.
I just want to know how many Asians have green eyes. That's what I want to know. I've never met an Asian with green eyes.
Neither have I. So,
Yeah, I have green eyes. Very rare, so...
I thought she had blue eyes. Brown eyes, blue eyes. Yeah, sure.
While Panda Lee was trying to convince Phil's audience that she is not Asian, Phil's audience was more
Did not
curious
care.
about the 11-year age gap, with Phil being 29 years old and Panda Lee being 18. Rumors spread that they began dating when she was underage, but these are unsubstantiated and no evidence of such has ever been brought forward. That cannot be said about the
actually, watch one of the Tevin, like, Panda Lee indoors. Guaranteed the evidence is there. You gotta dig deep.
Surrounding Panda Lee, which
If I remember
there are
correctly,
many
guys, I'm not sure.
So a word to the wise: do not fucking get an apartment, like ever.
I hope DSP not skip this part. I'll be honest, I hope he didn't.
As white as anything, don't fucking get an apartment because you know.
I'm
why?
very curious what DSP would say during
Why
this.
it's a white neighborhood because the white people live in the houses around it.
Okay, let's go surf.
The police is here.
Police is here.
Yep, I called the police. You know why? Because 3 buildings away.
Oh my god, this is political. I'm skipping it.
Latin CD perfect.
I would never do this.
Enough. I could probably translate it for you.
Panda Lee would sometimes do playthroughs with DSP and John Rambo. Still, DSP's best friend had a large catalog of playthroughs.
Oh god, that picture of DSP. He looks like a 10-year-old. Like a 10-year-old is like for his class picture or some shit.
With Phil and was a favorite of the channel. Panda
A
Lee,
favorite.
being a newcomer and with her being argumentative with Rambo, meant she was making a bad impression.
I'm just being difficult. Alright, well anyway.
Panda Lee was a fair match for Phil because she had similar reasoning and an argumentative personality that Phil often portrayed in his videos. As for
I love when DSP kept telling us, oh, my ex, she was confrontational and all this other shit. And yet June looks at this like, yeah, she has like the same attitude as DSP. Wah, wah.
Videos, DSP peaked in late 2011. Now, 2012, the trend was downward, and instead of getting a capture card to improve the quality of his videos, he sought experimentation elsewhere. Project 7 was Phil and Friends' answer to the higher quality of videos found on YouTube. A summary of the plot is that Phil's gaming talent was stolen and that he has to travel through 7 gaming worlds to find and reclaim it. The stars were Phil, his best friend John Rambo, and their mutual friend Howard, which—
Oh, wait. Guys, movie time. He ran away? Wow, what a baby. He ran away. Get a load of this guy. Alright, we're gonna put this in Magics. Lucky. And agility. We gotta get the agility up there so I can dodge. Dodge better, you know? Really? That's it? Need to keep moving, they won't let us escape easily. Oh yeah, we go through this other door. Okay. We cannot go back.
which Phil claims was more so just John Rambo's friend. In charge of the editing, which was the heavy lifting, was more friends of John Rambo known by their channel Respect the Pact. They offered their assistance with the project for the sole purpose of a shoutout, which they hope will launch their YouTube career.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm John.
I'm Jan.
I'm joined by Howard.
Hi, Howard.
So Project 7 was a lot of work for them. I don't think it was much work for us. Despite what Phil would talk about how hard the day was. It's such a
No,
long
it wasn't.
day.
It wasn't hard.
Oh, I can't.
It
Oh,
wasn't hard for us. It was hard
ESB
for
didn't
them.
respond.
Yeah,
Whatever.
I mean, it was one day of filming.
Yeah.
Maybe 7 hours.
Respect the Pact put in a tremendous amount of work to edit the project that only made it to episode 4 because one of the members had a child on the way and the shoutouts that they
There's
got
a
from
soldier
the
wearing a
project
blue
did
armband.
virtually nothing for their own personal channel. There was also the fact that Project 7 was practically a failure. The entire 4 episodes, when adding up the views,
Alright.
did not even...
Guys, movie time yet again. You know what's gonna be funny? I am gonna archive this. I'm gonna upload it to YouTube. So, it's gonna be an interesting situation. It's gonna be kind of like an ad for my Twitch channel. Think about it. Pretty cool, huh? And they get to see a good game. I baited people to watch a good game. We're currently engaged with the rebellion forces. We need backup. I repeat, send backup. Damn it. Why don't they send the Tribavana? They're the elite freaking squad. There's no point in complaining. The unit and that red Azura guy were sent to capture the remaining Azuras. What? You're the one Azura! Kill him! Okay, I guess there is no dialogue in this. I was like convinced there's gonna be story, guys.
even surpassed 1 million. It was far more lucrative for DSP to continue pumping out low-quality, effortless gameplay videos that he had even gotten a raise for mid-2012. Not only was he getting a set $2 per 1,000 views, sometimes he will get a bonus simply because of the size of his channel. The rest of the crew still desired to continue making these, and
oh
John
my
Rambo
god,
put
attack
forward
failed.
the idea that if DSP offered Respect Attack money, then they would have
What?
the reason to stay.
Insta death?
And then split it.
Instant death!
And throw them the cash. Yep. And offer that to them. There's no guarantee that they're gonna continue with the series, but hey man.
Hey
at least
man.
Try.
Phil did not do so. He even lied to John Rambo and Howard and said that he did offer them money, only for them to ask Respect Attack themselves.
His response, they don't want money.
I just realized if I die, I have to do that fight again. I mean, it's not super bad. I know how to do that fight, but
and then I asked them about
that's a lot. That's a big cutscene to happen
Phil
again. I'm
was
scared.
boldly lying to his
I'm
two
scared,
friends.
guys.
This was already on top of other compounding, smaller problems, like Phil's jealousy of larger content creators and how he would lash out, creating unwanted attention towards his channel or just himself. Comments would also sometimes spark jealousy of his friends and would create a response from Phil.
Case in point, in this teaser trailer, there's a funny scene featuring John Rambo,
Okay.
and everyone says it's the best part of the trailer.
We get to live.
I saw a comment saying, "Wow, this is Rambo's the funniest."
Sandma,
Guess
Shockwave,
what?
Force
I
Repel.
wrote that scene.
I wrote the
These small,
scene. Me.
inconsequential things would add up slowly and drive a rift between DSP and John Rambo. Like when
But
DSP
was it
lied
that
about
part?
John Rambo
Whatever.
not wanting to play Mario Party.
I start getting messages, and people are pissy. Oh, it's not mature enough for
Pissy.
you, big nose piece of shit.
Everything eventually
Bleh.
circles back. Phil at first would pay John Rambo 50% of all the earnings in the Let's Plays he was involved in, but as it becomes more difficult to calculate the earnings with DSP's expansive catalog of videos, instead he would just toss him $100 every time he visited. But also, virtually every time he did visit, DSP would move things towards wanting to record more Let's Plays rather than hang out outside the realm of YouTube. This all relates to the 2012 condo. From these repeat visits, John and Howard noticed many changes that really just amounted to additions.
I hope we can save
like
soon.
At least BMW.
We start showing up to your house, and what do we see? The guy starts buying figurines, starts buying all this.
Oh, good dude ran
ridiculous
away.
shit that there's
That's
no
kinda
need
funny.
to buy. Then we show up to his house one day, and what does he have in the fucking driveway? A BMW.
BMW.
So how the fuck do you think I feel?
Yeah.
And how do you think these guys
Go
feel
off,
after
King.
the fact?
DSP was spending ever more.
Howard is the true
in
king.
contrast to his 2011 40-minute condo.
Okay,
tour,
guys, are you
this
gonna
new
fight or
condo
just run
tour
away?
took a
Why
total of
start?
1
Why
hour,
start
8
shit if you're
minutes,
gonna run
and
away?
27 seconds.
Come
On
on
the
now, dog.
surfaces of his apartments, sans some of the walls and ceilings.
Give me some
it became
experience.
a
They're not giving me
challenge
experience
to now find a
points.
square inch of clear space. There was even an update on the corner, now wall full of boxes.
Oh god. Hold up. We got story. Angel.
It seems God has not yet forsaken me. It was well worth the wait. Take the gyroplane on the roof to the lab. You will find Sarah there.
Why? Why do you help us?
If they have their way, mankind will repeat its mistakes. You don't have to agree. Just kill Cuvier, then we will be even.
What the hell is it you want anyway?
I want everyone to have an equal chance. The Karma Society is trying to control humanity's liberation.
Liberation?
Man is an aberration that suppressed karma and ignored.
Yeah, Yoshi finally made it. We're doing Digital Saga 2 and everything. Yoshi, welcome home.
What we need is not transient order, it's chaos.
What of those who achieve liberation?
I want that clip of DSB saying "Welcome home" or whatever the fuck.
To that end, you turn all of
I need to find it.
into demons, so they can devour each other.
Hey, what you laughing at?
Asura's logic algorithm is flawless, save one side effect.
Oh, and what is that?
You seem to have acquired humanity. Tainted demons who become human. What delicious irony. The universe is quite a comedian.
This isn't some sick joke! You did this to us!
So then, I would have to assume you require Sarah as well.
Intelligence can be a nuisance sometimes. No more questions.
Alright guys, let's load up Persona 5.
You mustn't.
This is too much of this.
Don't leave me. Please don't. David.
Director, they've broken through. You need to evacuate. Now!
Hurry. Don't waste any time.
Alright. Do an actual good story. Yeah, man, this is too much, you know.
Sarah's beloved children of purgatory. If you wish to help her, then you'll continue to do as I say.
Director, you're under arrest for treason.
I almost thought you were gonna say you're under arrest for no reason. I was like, what? Director, you're under arrest for no reason.
You think created the demon virus?
Oh shit. Got him. Oh, this is a long cutscene. Thought I'd be grinding today. Laboratory dome. Don't bother the scientists in the door and under the biodome. What's the real reason they were created anyway? Alright. I guess we're going inside. That's what I'm guessing. Okay, this is banging music. Egg. Doing egg shit. Okay. Guys, movie time. The other movie time.
And trash.
It's now quickly become a graveyard of shit.
Graveyard of
I
shit.
have nowhere to put. I have no use for. I can't store. I don't know what to do with it. All right.
DSP had run out of storage for his baubles and memorabilia.
Baubles?
I don't know. It's too much. Too much. And the problem is I have nowhere to put this shit. If I had somewhere to put it or sort it, I'd probably be able to see it. But It's all just a jumbled mess on top of my dresser. I need more room.
His closet, even with items optimally stored, was overfilled.
What I want to look at is just to show you what a mess
Taco
the inside of
pot.
my fucking closet is. I'm not going to go all the way because my luggage is actually spilling out, but look at all the boxes I've got from the models.
Phil did not value or understand money, except when it came to others.
Fucking closet is. I'm not going to go all the way.
I wanna hear that again.
My luggage is actually spilling out, but look at all the boxes I've got from the models.
Phil did not value or understand money, except
Phil did not understand. Gotta hear it again. Gotta hear it again. The banger quote.
Spilling out, but look at all the boxes I've got from the models.
Phil did not value or understand money, except when it came to others. Phil,
Oh,
when talking
man.
about Project 7, classifies it as a financial loss for the t-shirts he helped finance and, more importantly, the props that he bought. This prop that Howard is holding is a Lancer from the game Gears of War and cost $300. It had less than 30 seconds of screen time and was even less relevant to the plot, yet was the majority of shared expenses. He would use this and other items to try to convince viewers and friends that Project 7 was not profitable, disregarding his egregious spending habits.
Yeah, it's more about respect and being fair.
It's about respect, man. You have no respect for your
For
friends,
anyone
for
but
your family.
yourself.
You don't give a shit about anybody but yourself.
There were plenty of examples of DSP's poor spending habits. Few trump his 3 custom-made quilts. These quilts, individually and also factoring inflation, cost Phil a minimum of $1,000. How much was Phil earning?
The good news is this, okay? I am an intelligent person. I'm a
Intelligent person.
Went to school for finance. I knew day one when I started making money off of YouTube that I was going to bank it. I was not going to go out there and invest.
Intruders!
In things I couldn't get money out of. I'm still here in the condo. I didn't go out and buy a super over expensive house, and I didn't go out and buy a sports car. Yes, I am driving a BMW, but it's actually a lot more economical than people really think.
On DSP Gaming alone, for the year of 2012, he got 85.19 million views. Dividing that by 1,000 is 85,190. Multiplying that by $2, not $2.25, which it could sometimes be, but $2 as a base CPM for Machinima, excluding the possibility of bonuses, would mean that he made a gross of $170,380 for 2012. The problem now that he was presenting his audience, starting 2013, is that Machinima was
Damn, he
renegotiating
died.
contracts. What this meant for Phil is he went from sometimes earning $2.25 per 1,000 views to a base $2.
In the year of 2012, my views really have dwindled. And what I mean is, I believe in the year of 2011, I probably got somewhere over like 10 to 11 million views on DSP Gaming, and then in 2012 I only barely reached like 8.5 million or something like that. I don't think the final number is in yet.
DSP lied and understates his views
DSP
by nearly
lied.
tenfold. Not only is this
DSP
proven incorrect by
lies,
archives such as Social Blade, this is proven incorrect directly on his own YouTube channel, where there are screenshots from the start of 2012 to the beginning
Yes,
of
I
2013
lied. Who
that shows he got
cares?
nearly 90 million views. It was also here that Phil was toting his financial responsibility.
You don't see me here with super expensive clothes on or anything, and you don't see me wearing jewelry and shit. You know, I'm smart. I've banked my money.
Yeah, he doesn't wear
So,
jewelry, guys.
regardless of
He knows
what
how to
happens
spend money.
In this next year, I'm still okay. So I just want everyone to understand that.
Phil was ever confident that, even though he was now riding a downward trend, he could survive. His tune would change in the coming months as he would have to navigate troubles that were exclusive to him and the culture he was inadvertently creating.
What could be the 2 reasons? There are 2 underlying reasons why he would have made this video.
Come on.
Come
I
on.
want to fucking restart the game.
Number 1, he's just insanely jealous of me.
Hey, not my fault. I love it.
Insanely jealous.
The other is that the guy is one of these gamers, like I mentioned, who
One of these
play the games
gamers.
to feel accomplishment.
What the fuck?
One of these games to get an accomplishment. What the You know, you don't really think of something being so stupid until you really hear it.
Is that the guy is one of these gamers, like I mentioned, who play the games to feel accomplishment.
What the fuck?
The feel accomplishment. Oh, man. What?
On February 15, 2013, YouTube user EvilAJ2010, in direct response to Phil claiming his videos are well received, uploaded a compilation of Phil's Metal Gear Solid 2 playthroughs with only the clips of his failures or Phil's obscene commentary. Even with that considered, the supercut was nearly an hour long. In addition to this, it included AJ's own text commentary and images of many comments found under Phil's original Let's Play. Where many channels failed to capture the negative yet entertaining aspects of Phil, AJ was succeeding.
Oh, speaking of jewelry, I should whatever. I'll
77,000
worry about it later.
views, and word was
I could have changed my equipment.
Is a weird guy. It's like a train wreck that you can't look away from. That's on.
Yes, that's a real thing of me, man.
24 hours. Oh, come on, guys. Come on.
The reason Evil AJ's video was so successful was both external to Metal Gear Solid and internal. The external elements that bring interest are that DSP has continuously bled viewers through his lack of editing, refusal to use a capture card, and
you can wear jewelry,
the
fuck
elements that are internal and why
get
Metal Gear Solid
dope ass
is a
earrings.
perfect game to capture the essence of Phil is foremost that Kojima, the person that heads the creation of the series, is well respected within the gaming community, as are his creations. The Metal Gear Solid series chiefly requires critical thinking, as it is required to appropriately employ every item in your arsenal, as well as to react quickly in tense situations.
Of course
it
it
also
missed.
requires patience to be
Of
able to learn enemy
course.
control patterns or learn from one's mistakes. Phil lacks severely in both
Phil?
of these fields and approached Metal Gear Solid 2 as an action game, brute forcing his way through situations.
Well,
that require
technically,
nuanced
you know,
approaches.
technically, Kojima did say you could play either way, as an action game or a stealth game. So technically, he's right. That's why it has action in the title. Think about it.
While criticizing Kojima.
Kojima wants to make movies. Kojima does not want to make video games. He will really, you could tell, he wanted to make a bunch of long movies or miniseries of this stuff.
Evil AJ, in April and July, will go on to release This Is How You Don't Play Metal Gear Solid 3 and Metal Gear Solid 1 respectively. This manifestation of dislike of Phil could not have come at a worse time for him. Not only were his views plummeting, unrelated to AJ, he was also desperate to staunch the loss of viewership to the point he finally caved in and began using a capture card. He also began live streaming, though he was still not editing his playthroughs and pushing out more videos than the average person cared to watch. Phil was still steeply behind on the curve, losing viewership to rising Let's Players.
How many more people are doing Let's Plays? Like, it's ridiculous.
This?
The amount of people who've gotten into it to the point where
Man,
a website
this panel video really is like, you know, so I don't know if you guys have seen or ever watched Community, but there's a gag where one of the teachers, like, they're at a pool. I don't remember why they were there, but they would talk like, "Hi guys," well, like as if like they're at a panel. And it's like, but this dude does not deserve a panel. He just plays video games. He doesn't do anything creative.
like YouTube, unfortunately, doesn't really feature anyone but the top 2 or 3 guys who are doing it. I mean, let's face it. Why do you always see the same people in related videos, featured videos? For the person who's not at the tippy top, it's so hard for people to get noticed now on YouTube.
Oh, were you expecting something else?
The irony is that Phil's accumulated viewership was influencing the algorithm to keep advertising his content. The loss of viewership was because people
Fuck
were
you,
familiar
PewDiePie
with what he
Tobuscus.
produced and stayed
Hey,
away from
he
it despite
inspired
pushing it.
PewDiePie, okay?
Who would say, "Oh no, I lost views. Stop my feet. Oh man." But I would say, "No, I'm gonna stay positive and keep doing what I'm doing."
Phil stayed away from it despite YouTube pushing it.
There's the kind of person who would say, "Oh no, I lost views."
Oh no.
Oh man.
Oh no.
I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing.
Phil
Oh,
was
man.
losing viewership and supporters. Chris, or Mighty Furtado, the
Furtado?
18-year-old that co-made DSP's website and was responsible for building his computer, actually had a falling out with DSP. Starting with Chris calling DSP lazy for initially not wanting to adapt to direct capture, which DSP demanded an apology for. At that point,
Where's
Chris
my
had enough and
apology?
stopped supporting DSP, leaving DSP to purchase the domain
Stop
back.
supporting
Whenever I tried to help him, I
DSP.
just
Stop
shot on
supporting
myself. So at that point, I
DSP.
was like, why am I gonna support somebody who I've been trying to help for so many years? You know, I co-created him a website, co-created his forums, co-built his gaming PC. I've helped him so much, and when I try to help him try to adapt to direct capture, he's not kind of really taking the suggestions from myself as well as everybody else in the chat during that time.
It doesn't end there. With Chris now persona non grata, DSP made extreme claims without evidence about the price of the PC Chris had built. Chris, not pleased with this, made a video in response.
He had made a video basically stating that he had sent us apparently $3,000, and that wasn't the case.
The actual amount DSP paid for the PC, as shown through Chris's receipt and a few $100s extra that was sent, was off by a maliciously large margin.
So I had actually
But
made
is it?
my own video.
Oh my god,
defending
now I'm
myself,
confused.
And I had
Whatever.
shown the PayPal receipts of DSP
But I'm pretty sure the
spending
three.
the $1,600.
I think the 3K shit that people bring up is literally just that DSP spent $3,000 on a PC that sucked ass. Like, it's two different things. Whatever.
DSP to this day cannot provide evidence or reason why he claimed the PC cost $1,400 more than it actually did. To make matters even worse, it turns out Chris paid for the shipping out of pocket.
We actually paid an additional $150 from out of pocket from my side just to ship the computer.
That may have been the last of his direct interactions with Phil, but not with others that post him.
Because this is
A portion
different.
of Chris's second video is in defense of Evil AJ, even showing that he was in communication with him. And then there were videos coming out supporting Chris.
Very recently, there's been a lot of videos that have been coming out on YouTube about Darkside Phil, exposing him or whatever. The one that really got me was the one that was made by Chris, of Chris and Teo, who designed Darkside Phil's website for free and built him a computer.
There was a rising community of support, one that was built on the common dislike of Phil. The threads were being intertwined in such a way that new channels making This Is How You Don't Plays would sometimes pay homage to Evil AJ.
Like, there are people doing walkthroughs of this game, and they just easily jump up here, and I can't do it.
Or is it on Void Fire?
I can't fucking jump up.
It didn't matter.
How are people able to jump up here? Look, I can't
Look.
jump up here. Jump! You won't even jump. Look, jump! You fucking idiot!
Idiot. Stupid.
Okay. Whew.
Viewers were quickly realizing that DSP, with his near 4 years on YouTube, had a treasure trove of
Oh, I
videos
was
to
already
sift
there.
through
Oh my
and
god.
inspire compilations or different
It
forms
turned
of
around.
content. Whether it was Pandalee's abrasive personality and dislike of the Kingdom Hearts series,
I'm here trying to play a fucking game.
Fucking
It's hard to
game.
concentrate when a bunch of little immature shits get into a fucking argument with my girlfriend. Fuck you.
Fuck
a
you.
DSP soundboard,
Cockadookie bullshit, bumblefuck nonsense.
Oh, there's
or
a sound.
just DSP's
Oh, wow.
giveaways that would sometimes just be empty video game cases.
So to warn everyone, just to show you for full disclosure, no game.
There was so much material dated by his pre-capture card era. Some of these videos were titled DSP Tries It as to try to dominate his own Tries It series on the search results. An additional purpose of these was to create videos that were shorter snippets of DSP rather than the long-form This Is How You Don't Plays. Some just criticized DSP's habits outside of games, like DSP Tries It, compulsive hoarding, and being a man-child. A video that covers Phil's newly released 2013 condo tour that shows just how much worse his living space has gotten.
This is what has happened to my condo in the past year.
Oh
I've
my
got
god.
so much
Hoarder. Hoarder alert.
that my condo just can't. Look at this.
Look at this. Look at this.
Look at this. Look at the floor. Look at this. It's a fucking hideous mess. And I really wish that I had somewhere to put this shit, but I don't.
Tied to this was the curiosity about DSP's expenditures. In 2013 alone, he took at least 4 trips. Every one of them, he paid for at least one additional person, whether it was John Rambo or Pen Lee, sometimes both. The reason this was becoming relevant was because of DSP's focus on his decline of views and earnings. His critics could be just as excessive with their own commentary.
You've been on Darkside Phil's stream when he fucking flips out of people using adblock about how you rob. It's like going into his house and robbing him and taking all his shit.
Oh shit, guys, they're saying to rob him. That's fucked up.
Adblock on one of my videos.
But you know what would be great? It really takes Leslie who went into his house and lynched him.
4chan was
Oh,
also in
wow.
on this, creating green text that accompanied other memes. As to only help the building tension,
Okay, DSP's gonna love this segment. Listen to this.
Man, you're taking my money. That's just like if you use adblock on one of my videos.
But you know what would be great? You could really take Leslie who went into his house and lynched him.
4chan was
They lynch me, man! Oh my god, man! Can you believe the trolls? They think that they're my critics, correct? And they say that they want to lynch me.
also in on this, creating green text that accompanied
Oh
other
shit,
memes.
green text.
As to only help the building tension, DSP set out on attacking other creators whose channels towered over his own.
Holy shit! Another YouTuber who's not a giant fucking Tobuscus PewDiePie idiot who loves gaming is doing it for.
Okay, Phil, shut up. Shut up for a minute. We're doing something big is about to happen behind this door, and we're gonna find out what that is. Yes, we will go inside. We will destroy who's on the other side. Okay, there is no dialogue. As you were saying, King.
For the love of gaming, and he's actually showing up in my fucking related channels.
PewDiePie's channel had over 100 times the subscribers that Phil had, and there was no doubt that they shared viewers, so these comments assured that those viewers would not return to Phil. What's more is that Phil would talk about how big of a fan PewDiePie was of him.
Yeah, that's right. PewDiePie has said he was inspired by me to make
Ree.
videos. He used to watch my
Do you like messages like the RPGs where they warn you? I do like that. Especially, I mean, especially when it comes to an RPG like this where you get random encounters. I do think that is, and you have to go to a save station to save. I think that is a fair thing to have. If it was like checkpoints and stuff like that, I say they don't need to have a warning. I do like that they warn you because it's at least like, hey, will I lose like an hour of gaming if I open this door? Like I get the punishment, but I don't think it needs to be that punishing.
PewDiePie did in fact like some of DSP's videos back in 2011, though as Phil's barrage continued, PewDiePie would have a change in opinion. As for now, the other leading channel
gaming in
that
blind
he was
losing 30
personally at
minutes.
odds
Yeah,
with was
going in blind.
Tobuscus,
Yeah,
who launched
exactly.
his own gaming channel. On top of that, he
I'm with
promoted
Yoshi on
NCAA
this one.
Football 2013, and his video on it was used as an advertisement for the game on YouTube. Phil, displeased with what he perceived as YouTube advertising his competitors, was quick to make a rant on it.
And here's why I'm upset. I'm not upset that he's advertising the game. That's fine. It's even a gaming-related ad. I understand why it's on my video. But at the
He
end
gets
of the
it.
fucking ads, there's a link to his channel.
Phil was thoroughly lambasting entertainers and games that his
How
audience
dare they
enjoyed.
get ads?
Games that were
Whoa,
rising in popularity like Minecraft / story. This made the rounds so much that even
He's
the creator
already
of
dead.
Minecraft commented
Yes,
on
inspect
it.
the corpse.
Because of DSP's rapid
There's
decline,
something inside his
there was
pocket.
inversely a
Oh,
lucrative market
of this
to make
sake.
content criticizing DSP. A group of creators would soon fly a banner that would be seen across various channels. The Kojima World Order, or the KWO, was the unifying group for what was being called
Kojima
the troll
World
or
Order.
detractor channels. The origin of the name came from Phil himself and his criticisms of Kojima.
I'm joining the Kojima World Order as of right now. Everything that Kojima has made is godlike, without question. Burn up, bam, bam,
Burn up, bam, bam.
Kojima World Order. Kojima World Order.
2013 ended far differently than it began, with DSP's
Dude,
views still on
golden era.
decline and a
Yes.
decline in how DSP was viewed. It made for Phil's worst year yet. And in 2014, the detractor videos and memes
The
evolved
detractors,
rapidly.
they were right.
Phil could only add fuel to their fire.
Okay, what is up, everybody? Darkside Phil here, and welcome to Release Day Unboxing for Tuesday, February 11th, 2014. And before everyone says, what on earth is going on, you probably hear an incredibly annoying, high-pitched droning sound going on. That is the fire alarm in my condo facility. And the problem is, the fire alarm in this condo facility has a nasty habit of, during the middle of the winter, especially when it's very cold, of going off as a malfunction.
That was from DSP's release date unboxing video. The first 3 minutes, Phil is talking about the ongoing fire alarm. Then he shifts to criticizing.
Oh, that was
games.
stupid. That I
Then
should
to
have
the fire alarm,
expected
and
that.
then DSP picks up the camera.
I was
takes it to the
thinking.
door and shows he stuffed paper towels in the slits to muffle some of the ongoing alarm. In the entire 14 minutes, DSP failed to open and quote-unquote unbox the game. This screenshot, which included DSP's comment realizing his mistake tied to the title of the video, is what DSP was now known for. Though few videos of his own rarely
This is
capture
him
this
as the guy.
feeling
Oh my god, they
completely in
shield
such a way.
Earth 2.
What's up, boss? Is it time?
What's up,
As
Bass?
predictable as Phil was in the gaming space with his commentary, His decisions, especially the financial ones, were seldom predictable. Phil, mid-2014, finally committed to move. Some discernible reasons for a move were mainly tied to having a larger living space allowing for more storage, and would give Phil and Panda Lee their own space as they were seeking to move in together. Common strategies would suggest Phil would either sell or rent his condo and then move in somewhere close by. This would allow easy access to the condo for maintenance. The social
The Death Bush videos are good, but too bad the guy is kind of not cool.
With this in
You know what I'm
mind,
saying?
what does Phil do?
What does he
I
do?
got the confirmation over the weekend that we are good to go. We are closing this week. By the end of this week, I will be the owner of a beautiful new townhouse / condo in Washington State. It's probably going to
Boom.
cost me about $7,500. I shit you not, it's that expensive to move across the country.
Phil had decided to move from Connecticut to quite literally across
Shaq
the country
Bam.
to Washington to purchase a condo for $265,000.
Wait, oh, 42 hours.
Phil had decided to move from Connecticut.
I kind of would have done the drive. That sounds kind of fun.
To Washington to purchase a condo for $265,000.
You're gonna go on a long road trip, and you're gonna go with your girlfriend.
For 2013, with Phil's viewership on
I mean,
TV
come
channel,
on.
he had made just shy of $100,000 gross, a steep decline from the $170,000 gross in 2012. This indicates continued loss of revenue and pressure to pull back on spending. And even though Phil should have money saved up, he was still petitioning his audience for donations.
Right now, I'll be honest with everyone, the past month to 2 months, April and now May, up to now have been pretty slow. But, you know, I needed a little bit of help in these times when things are slow, okay?
The situation he was revealing was far more dire than initially thought. Phil was technically still in debt as he paid the minimum on his mortgage for his Connecticut condo, and as later revealed, Phil, as he claims, emptied his bank account to finance a move, meaning somehow the hundreds of thousands of
Okay,
dollars
now we
he
can go
should have
up
saved
the
were
elevator.
supposedly gone. In addition to this, he began using credit cards to continue his lavish lifestyle that was far beyond unsupportable. Quote, I'm a successful YouTuber and lots of people dislike me because I am successful and outspoken. I should have signed up here with a different name, but I didn't think that far ahead. I may do so now, unquote. This was Phil in a forum for the mobile game WWE Supercard.
WWE
which is essentially a
Supercard.
technical
It's
card game
WWE
of sorts
Supercard
with emphasis
time.
on microtransactions themed around the well-known American wrestling organization.
Oh, what a
Quote, I just
terrible
found a second
start.
in the Hulk Hogan
Oh,
challenge and spent
no.
around $200. For $1,200, I think, you can buy a pack of 1,500 title matches, which is enough to win the event doing straight +5s, unquote. The jargon around the game was hardly interesting to any detractor. What was Phil's knowledge of the cost of items and his spendings of potentially thousands of real-life dollars in a time he supposedly
frightened,
did not have
Devour.
money to spend. Yet, he was financing Panda Lee's new soap-making business. Phil also renewed the lease on a BMW that he would drive
Weak
at
to
most 2,000
Earth,
miles
Charm,
a
and
year.
Poison.
Evidence of Phil's
The
poor
T-pose he
spending had
did
been mounting for
in
some
excitement
time,
when he pulled
but
the
never
6-star.
has it
Oh
been
yeah, that was
overwhelming.
wild. What?
Once my equipment
The
shows up-
WWE Champion streams, I will say, are just insane. Every time DSC has played a game, he needed his chat to help him. He needed hand holding. He needed, he would just sit like, what do I do? And all this would be so confused. He goes to WWE Champions and it's like, dude, this dude is like fucking crazy. Honestly, he's more of a mobile gamer than a gamer. Like, this is the type of shit you expect out of like a veteran Dark Souls player would have. Like, imagine the best Dark Souls player playing Dark Souls. It's like, guys, look at this, and they do all these tricks, tips and tricks. You go to DSP play WWE Champions. This dude is a fucking natural. He's a professional. That could be his professional career, honestly. He did play for multiple years, Yoshi. It's just that he's not down from the rafters, okay? Even though on his Twitter, he's been posting the name of Down from the Rafters one word at a time. Apparently, for some reason. Funny? Laughing?
What's up, my new PC? I'm hoping to get to work with higher quality videos for you guys, so next week will be an interesting week to test it, right?
1, 2, 3, or 4 if you include the capture card Phil is using. That's how many capture cards Phil has. He purchased 3 new ones to test them out. The comments discuss the absurdity of Phil's purchases. Quote, lol. So he ordered one capture card, changed his mind, and bought another. Then changed his mind again and bought another, all before the first could even be delivered? You got more money than sense, or your credit card debt is rising. Wouldn't it be worth doing some research before buying them? Dude, you
no,
could just figure this
stupid.
stuff out with a Google search. Lol. Unquote.
Lol.
What the comments miss is that Phil also bought a new, pre-built PC from CyberPower within the week.
Yeah,
of the
this is the 3K. This is the 3K PC. This is it. The reason why now I'm remembering. The 3K was this PC. The reason why people bring up the Chris Furtado thing is because DDS2 was an asshole about it. It got like that's all it was.
Capture card video, and did the unboxing live, taking his chance to mock the PC Mighty Furtado built for him by stating,
This is how you do ship a PC.
Yeah, he mocked Chris's PC by this, etc.
Broken piece of plastic. Already a broken piece of plastic. That might be why the top is moving. It's the post that goes through.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
Broke off in shipping.
the price of the
That's
PC
how you do
was
ship a
$3,000.
PC.
Here it is in action.
What the hell? The game's choppy as fuck on my new PC. Great.
Great.
So he didn't know that there was an option to switch from encoding with your CPU and encoding with your GPU. Like he just didn't know how to use his PC.
And he never tried it.
It freaking maxed it out. It went to 100%.
I think Tevin was watching this. I just said like he never even tried
game
doing that, and
On
that's kind of
1080p,
funny.
60 frames
What was
per
they
second
doing?
and
Oh yeah,
capture
set.
at the same time. It doesn't work.
The irony of all this is that Phil later cited
The
Seattle's
irony.
tech sector as one
Gainful
of the reasons
karma
for the
when
move,
not in
despite
battle.
not having any formal education or even general
Yeah,
competence in
yeah,
the
get
field.
that.
As for the exorbitant spending,
I
on
think she's gonna
equipment,
get that eventually.
DSP could cite that he was trying to improve the quality of his streams and also deduct the purchases for taxes, but he was ignoring the fact
General
that gaming
light
content was being
damage.
improved by editing the unnecessary parts out. Phil was still refusing to do this. His cited reason: he was a gamer. Quote, I'm a
He
gamer,
was a gamer.
not a
I'm a
video editor,
gamer.
entertainer,
Still better than a Mac.
I like to play games, not edit videos
No,
of them.
wrong.
Unquote. His choice
I mean,
of trying to improve the
All
visual
everyone's been
quality
saying, apparently the Intel or whatever chip that's inside the gaming PCs are all garbage and trash, and the stock of that company is going down. That never happens with Mac computers. Okay, so wrong. How does it feel to be wrong?
and not the experience of his streams, was turning around to bite him at every angle. In November of 2014, a Twitch mod jumped into Phil's streams, requesting he lower his bitrate.
Oh, he didn't request.
This is
Okay, June, fix your documentary. He did not request. He demanded. He bullied Phil to lower his bitrate. He bullied him. Look at these words. I reco moving to 720p 30 FPS for better frame detail. Then he said, "Sorry, these are the rules." That's bullying, June. Okay, delete this video, re-upload it, and say this dude was bullying Phil.
Basically asking him to lower the quality. While Phil complied, he was unhappy with the outcome, especially with all the money he invested in improving the visual quality. In an act of defiance, Phil deleted his Twitch account, opting to stream on YouTube where he would not be burdened with Twitch's limitations. This move, that was meant to increase viewership via higher quality streams, actually had Phil lose viewership.
Damn,
as
she got
few
a critical.
Twitch-native users were loyal enough to migrate.
Damn, she
Phil
fucking
was now going
bitch slapped her.
To blunder, miscalculating,
Holy
misunderstanding,
shit.
failing only in ways he could. For example, he allegedly launched a fan art campaign. The participants on Twitter gleefully joined in and shared their art. Only they weren't fans. This contrast, this
Only
complete
they
was
weren't
too
fans.
much to even be documented. The
I want to look at this. Oh, look, it's 672's profile pic. There's DSP
Participants-
tucking Kojima in bed.
Twitter gleefully joined in and shared their
Oh man, oh my god. The fucking one in the green shirt. Her Twitch. It's just him in a green shirt with muddy sides. And then a single stool. Of course.
shared their art.
And then there's a random picture of a well-toned dude. Okay.
Only they weren't fans.
And then there's DSP and say, "Wow, I'm pressing buttons. Take your tap off. Seal clap. I seal clap. Rando ethnic stereotype. Shitty dicks. Why is dicks whatever? I didn't do it. Burp. Singing technically. Game bug. Kojima instant death.
Fans. This
It's kind of funny.
This continued failure was
damn it.
launched a fan art
I missed that
campaign.
one.
The participants on Twitter gleefully joined in and shared their art. Only they weren't fans.
Raidane?
This contrast.
Everybody's an idiot except for me. Art typically has a lot more effort put into it, but in this case I put enough.
This continued failure was.
This is pretty good. Honestly, should DSP have used this one, because you could kind of think of it as a reference to Wolfenstein. But whatever.
It was too much to even be documented.
I'm always open to feedback that I can get defensive about and ultimately ignore. King
There
of
was a
Crybabies.
nuance to DSP.
And then there's criticism, angry face. The Divas channel was great.
That was demanding
Views,
exploit.
laziness, obesity, hoarder. Oh my god.
Criticism. Especially
Narcissist,
when, in
censorship,
December of 2014, Phil was
conspiracy.
playing with the idea of starting a Patreon. But also in December, he was making more vlogs showing his continued poor spending habits that were discourteous even to his parents that Phil set up in a hotel instead of having them stay in the condo.
My parents are visiting for the Christmas week holiday, and they actually took the car.
Christmas
That's right. I let
week.
them take the BMW.
Oh, you let him take the BMW? Oh, so nice of him.
Parents, they actually are
Wow.
in a hotel that's
That's
less
so
than 10 minutes
cool.
away. We got them up. We set them up at room and board. It's a nice hotel that has a big suite. It's got its
Oh, they got a presidential suite.
watching DSP,
I love that they got him a suite. It's like, dude, you're spending money on that when they can stay in your
Around
whatever.
6 times a week for several hours at a time was no small feat. What started as laughing at Phil's terrible gameplay had turned into a higher investment into his continued.
Imagine if I'm in
dramas.
this documentary. That'd be
This Tumblr
scary.
tries to capture the drama in
I'd be scared.
2014. From
Terrified
this magazine
even.
that states Phil whines about losing a lot, to Phil spending and conflict with creators like PewDiePie, who was now in on making fun of Phil. Phil's e-begging, conflicts, forum drama, a list of over 2,000 words. The most shocking fact was that it was still missing a fair amount of Phil's exploits. To capture it all and understand it all for
Obtain vital
entertainment
data.
was a process that loses its
Guys, I got vital
value.
data.
The majority of people are only interested in the wildest clips of Phil. Then you have those that watch hour-long This Is How You Don't plays, then those that interact with Phil to try to get a rise from him and seek discussion of him. And then you have an entirely different people. One
Different
that tops the
people.
spectrum of investment and are not motivated by entertainment, but malice.
The following announcement has been paid for by the
SOK.
Hello,
SOK.
everyone, and welcome to the SOK cast.
Oh, God.
If you guys want to introduce yourselves?
What's going on, everybody? Fred Fox again.
Oh, hi, Fred Fox.
Superior artist,
Fred Fox?
Superior Snorres.
This is Renegade Operative here.
Evil AJ 2010 here.
That's okay.
And Carson, right?
Yeah,
well. And we are going to be joined by Lupo572 shortly.
That was the Sons of Kojima podcast. This channel rallied the prominent detractors of DSP. Fred Fox was at the helm, a name chosen through an angry video game nerd video.
Fred Fox?
There are
Fred
many
Fox?
things that make this channel exceptionally unique.
Freddy boy.
Primarily is that this is a dedicated channel that trumps all others.
Hey,
in terms of
Freddy
effort.
boy.
The members that ebb and flow always have
DSP's
Fred Fox at
going
the
to be
plate,
the
creating
king.
multi-hour-long
I don't know,
podcasts,
fuck.
And though they put in much effort, they were getting arguably the least amount of traction for their investment. Rarely do
Until now.
detractors get less views than Phil himself. But when it came to the SOK, rarely did any other videos.
Dude, it's so funny, right? DSP has always told us that the trolls were getting a lot of views and all this stuff, and June said they don't get views. Only the SOK did.
Ever outperform Phil. The reason was that they were at the highest tier of investment in terms of Phil. They reached an extremely niche audience in an already superbly niche environment. Where the majority of videos were made to laugh at Phil's failures, the Sons of Kojima was trying to interact with Phil and in many ways make his life worse. On the surface, they will promote what they believe
Don't kill
was their
me!
moral superiority
You're
by
the-
leading a
I
charity
should-
drive
okay, yeah,
that
run
funded the
away.
construction of a well in Africa. But they,
The security
most
guard is
seats of
only on
Fred
level
Fox
1, but I
will,
hope
attempted to
you can still
dictate
use
the
it.
detractor communities beyond their own. They made the rule that detractors cannot monetize their channels and or make profit through
You
Phil
won't get
as
too
to
far
remain
without
morally
security
superior.
cards.
Yet
Okay.
they, in the
I need to
background,
make sure
would
I'm
work
not
with
caught.
others to strike Phil with illegitimate copyright strikes. Fan art played a central role in this campaign. In 2015, the Sons of Kojima ran free, and it's
They
difficult to
ran
say
free.
how many trolling campaigns they were
That's like
launching
I don't know.
at
That
the time.
statement's kind of
The
funny to
time where
me.
Phil's views
They
were
ran
nearly 4 years
free.
straight in 2015, where honesty declined. The trolling community was active like never before, and Phil continued to suffer from the ramifications of his terrible financial decisions. Possibly to offset his continued losses, Phil was committed to launching this Patreon. But there was an issue. There was already a Dark Side Phil Patreon. This had many subscription tiers. On the lowest side was $1, or This Is How You Don't Donate tier. On the highest end was the 7 million tier, or the Theft tier. In between these were 15 more tiers, littered with inside jokes
Holy
making
shit.
fun of Phil. This
Imagine-
charity Patreon,
imagine if you
as
fall-
it
if you
was
fall for
originally
this.
named Darkside Phil, was sequestered, and in January, Phil launched his Patreon to mediocre success. In February, the number of patrons greatly rose to 74, paying out a total of $1,166. What influenced this surge was Phil redesigning his Patreon to center around milestones that, once hit, would guarantee the release of a video or a stream around a game, like Minecraft, that Phil had a change of heart with. Fans now understood that this was not so much a donation, but a guarantee, held by Patreon's milestone goals and Phil's own words.
But it's not just a way of saying, here, take my money. And
Take
thank
my
you.
money.
It's a way of investing. You spoke in droves and said we don't just want pure raw gameplay anymore. We want montages. We want better edited content in addition to the raw gameplay, and we like special events. You get what you want.
This had the added benefit of regaining some favor with his audience. He even began releasing edited montages around months or just his own game series. These, by their nature, were meant to compete against This Is How You Don't plays, or at least capture some of the market. As they failed to compete with them or even just surpassed his raw gameplay videos, he reserved them to a Patreon tier. Also during this time, some videos criticizing DSP were being taken down. While DSP blames these takedowns on machinima acting in their own interest, viewers took it as DSP wanting to suppress the negative attention. As these takedowns happened in March, the channels willing to fight the claims were reinstated in April. But when they were reinstated, they were immediately claimed, meaning that they could remain up, but all the money would go to machinima. This same month, DSP released a video of him performing various actions in front of a green screen. It only took 1 day for a scathing video that utilized the green screen footage to be released. This included reference to Phil's decline in views, his alcoholism, and the copyright strikes applied to detractor channels. Additionally, Phil's diet of fast foods was coming back at him in full force. After all, current day, there is at least 17.5 hours of footage of Phil consuming fast foods or foods of similar quality.
My foot is incredibly swollen. You cannot tell from what I wanted to show you there. It's about, I'd say about 1.5 times the chubbiness of my other foot. So after doing a bunch of research online and after what everyone's been telling me, it sounds to me like I might have gout.
Gout, or historically known as the disease of kings, is caused from a diet abundant of alcohol and red meats. This news spread quickly.
He has gout? How do you
Gout?
How does he have gout?
Gout, copyright strikes,
it's
continued
inherited?
loss of viewerships, and the rise of the Sons of Kojima were only
got
the
it from
start
his
of Phil's
aunt?
difficulties for 2015. His financial situation had gotten to the point that he was selling his statues that he could not accurately declare the quality of.
Back of the box, you can see very durable when it moved. It even got a little nick in it, but it did absolutely no damage to anything inside.
I don't want to fight them as fucking humans.
His comb.
Boy's not a ghoul. He don't eat that stuff.
As poor as Phil was with communication, there was one instance that him reaching out very well saved his life.
They all have these super...
Oh shit.
Uh-oh.
Gamer shit.
Hold on. Hold on, everyone. I think I might have some cops outside. Hold
Some
on.
cops.
In the afternoon of June 24, 2015,
Guys, they had some
someone
cops
called
outside.
Phil's local police department claiming they had shot their parents and had a hostage. This was a swatting, and the police had to respond. Luckily,
They
Phil
had
had
to.
caught ahead in fears that something like this would happen. Due to that, and because the caller did not identify themselves, they went in with the expectation that they were possibly not in danger. If not for these circumstances, this visit could have ended far worse.
Shame on you.
You,
If
yes,
ever-
you.
This is how you don't play about me. If you ever decided to follow me, make a clone account on Twitter, do this childish shit on YouTube, if you thought it was funny to dox me, if you thought it was the DDoS attacks were funny, you almost got me killed.
You.
Yes, you.
Wait, where is it? Don't tell me I still don't have it.
Fuck you, Phil. You. Yes, you.
There we go. I do have it.
This shifting of blame and unjustly targeting the detractor community as a whole for the deranged acts of one person further soured relations with the detractors, yet gained a bit of sympathy for those that were not in this vortex. Phil was frustrated not just at the detractors, but also the fact that the media was not picking up on the story, meaning that this message that the
He wanted to be on the
detractors
news.
as a
He
whole
wanted to be on the
was
news.
contained to his own platform. Little did Phil know there was more negative attention on him.
There's something really funny about this frame, and like, it shouldn't be funny, but it is. Why, June? Why did you do this to our boy?
Than ever before. His streams, tweets, forums, Patreon were all being monitored and archived. The following month, Phil on his own forums equated using the chat function on his live streams but not donating as loitering, but it's okay because he's lenient. As much as he claims to be, his audience from both sides were not convinced, especially with the troubles on his Patreon. A new milestone goal at $1,250 was Project 7 Rebirth. Quote, if this goal is reached, I will take away at least 2 days, if not 1 to 2 full days in August to write, record, and work on the renewal of Project 7, with the hope that I'll at least have something to show for it by the end of the month. Unquote.
Okay.
In no way, other than to drive Patreon donations, does this goal make sense. The original Project 7 was a failure by all aspects, and now Phil was here offering to relaunch the series with just 2 days of work. Likely due to this, viewers were asking John Rambo if he was playing a part in it. Coincidentally, John Rambo on his own channel released a skit perhaps related to the news.
Hi, my name is John, and I'm special because I upload videos to the internet. But being so important does have its dark side. In fact, it means that my life is much more difficult than everyone else's. This is why I've opened a Pay Me Tons account. It's an internet website that allows people like me to receive lots of creativity from people like you.
Yeah, that's a pretty good skit.
And transfer the entirety of your bank account into my Pay Me Tons account. I won't even get out of bed for less than $50.
With Phil's relation with John Rambo in disarray and no feasible way to relaunch Project 7, in August he announced the project would not be coming to fruition and would be replaced by another goal. Similarly, his Alan Wake montage that the patrons voted for would also be cancelled after a single episode.
Oh, good.
Because he was busy.
Power went
Come
out.
on,
I'm not even
June.
Almost
kidding you.
as if it was retaliatory,
Almost?
fan art that Phil used in his videos was being used to illegitimately strike his channels. To avoid further strikes, he deleted the videos that include the art, which amounted to 600 videos off his channel. This amounted to around 4 million views removed, and on Social Blade it showed that for the month of August he netted a total of negative 1.37 million views. That's why in November, he insisted that through a strange, unverifiable string of events, that this deletion of views was causing a drop-off in his channel. In this near 44-minute, long-winded video, Phil recounts to his audience that it was Machinima that instructed him to delete those 600 videos that caused a small dent in his total viewership, but does not provide evidence of Machinima doing so because he claims he was instructed via a conference call. Then he claims an anonymous insider told Phil that this subtraction of views brought him down in the invisible total rankings and that YouTube was still using that archaic system of promoting videos via their channel's total accumulated views. The only thing is that all existing evidence works against him. The strongest evidence is in his Social Blade. Contrary to what he is stating, he has had far worse drop-offs in views, and actually late 2015 were the most stable than they'd ever been. For November of 2011, he was losing over 1 million viewers on a daily basis. Yet now, in late 2015, he was worried about a small fluctuation of around 200,000 viewers. What's more, the deleted views against Phil's total views would have been so insignificant, it would have no effect on his channel. Then again, there is a benefit in framing this natural downward trend as
Oh, I
an
should have done
emergency.
whatever.
But when this shit happens with YouTube and I have no control over it, I need your help. And if you really want to help, Patreon's the way. $1 a month.
This hardly helped his Patreon that was already being scrutinized due to his unfulfilling of initial goals, and more than just his patrons were distrusting of Phil. On Thanksgiving 2015, Phil uploaded an Ask the King episode where he answered fan questions. Fans seeking an update on John Rambo asked Phil where he stood with him.
I hope that people don't take this the wrong way, but in life, if you have something that you want to say,
Zach
you have
failed?
an issue with
No.
someone, all right, say it.
Say
Bring
it.
up.
Bring it up.
If something happens and you don't bring it up and you let resentment build up, that's when relationships get ruined, right?
Fans unstated with Phil's answer, like with the relaunch of Project 7, were reaching out to John Rambo on Thanksgiving to ask how he felt about Phil. 2 days later, on November 28th, they, including Phil, were given their answer.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm John, and I'm joined by Howard.
This was the same podcast that was used earlier in this video that talked about the production of Project 7. John Rambo decided to upload this to a separate channel and then deleted it about a day after. Then it was re-uploaded in perpetuity by channels archiving the material. And so in permanence was this about hour and a half.
Okay, you remember my friend. Yeah, what kind of defense was that, by the way?
With Phil. From Phil unfollowing
Like, I treat you like shit, but you, you know?
Messaging him late at night while watching their Let's Plays.
You weren't
and not
friends.
calling him, even though John Rambo said he preferred that over text. It was all this, plus other minute issues like merchandise both parties invested in, Phil's susceptibility to trolling, his self-destructive tendencies, and other private elements that caused this falling out. At the end, John Rambo offers an olive branch by stating that a phone call could fix this. But Phil never did call. And
Because he
so
does have the
Phil
same
lost
number.
touch with the last friend.
Why would he try calling the original
Not
number?
Even a month later,
That'd be
now close to
stupid.
2015, Machinima informed Phil that they will no longer honor the $2 CPM contract and would instead swap to paying him with the raw ads, which would further decrease his earning potential. Everything appeared to be working against him, and the idea that was meant to breathe life into his channel did not come. What did come was something else.
Oh, okay, that kind of got me funny. They got a laugh out of me.
Welcome. Oh,
Something else did come, indeed.
The camera's been on the whole time, huh?
Phil attempted to dismiss what he was doing by saying he was doing quote-unquote various stuff like scratching his leg. The
That's not true.
bombardment of memes and
I
other
love
media
that
will not
everyone
allow
got
Phil to
pig-pilled on
dismiss
that.
so easily. It was already clear that he was pleasuring himself on stream and forgot to turn the camera off. Keemstar, the owner of Drama Alert, a trending drama channel at the time, quickly picked up the story. It was then that Phil came
Some kind of
clean and
money.
admitted to what he was doing. After Drama Alert and the internet as a whole
Ozzy,
spread the news, Darkside Phil would be known, above all else, for this. A new nickname was passed around as DSP would be known as The Guy.
You didn't even know the camera was on.
Every inch of my
You're the guy?
Because in theoretical conversation, when one introduces the subject of Darkside
I just wanna
Phil
hear this again.
and the internet as a whole spread the news, Darkside Phil would be known, above all else, for this. A new nickname was passed around as DSP would be known as The Guy.
The guy.
You didn't even know the camera was on.
You didn't even know the camera was on.
Because
You're the
in
guy?
theoretical conversation, when one introduces the subject of Darkside Phil, the other participant would respond with, "Is that the guy that pleasured himself on stream?" Phil handled this remarkably well, making jokes about it and accepting his new identity in stride.
You're absolutely right. That's what I'm known for.
You got exposed for doing that. That's
I got completely exposed.
His partners and Machinima were not so enthused, and sought to take down any re-upload they could find of the event. Whatever goodwill Phil had gained through the acceptance of this recent event was quickly lost. In this single post on his forums, he insults 3 different creators who have audiences larger than his. He calls Total Biscuit's reviews overanalyzing, calls Jim Sterling's reviews that fool you into thinking they're intelligent with fancy wording, and Angry Joe's reviews bloated with skits and cosplay for kiddies to retain attention.
Kitties.
The cherry on top was the purpose
cherry
of
on
his
top.
post was to represent his own views as superior. Quote, or if you actually want an honest review from an honest guy who's played video games all his life, has a huge wealth of experience slash knowledge to draw upon, and doesn't have any bias towards
Kitties
anything,
were something,
you can
yeah.
watch my review.
And he was wearing hats. He has been wearing like isn't it funny? Isn't it ironic or just funny? Whatever. The moment he decided I don't need to wear vests or hats or whatever I want, is the same week that this came out. As I stroke my chin.
Persisting on this path of self-destruction, the following month, Phil made an Instagram post calling PewDiePie's new book meaningless for brain-dead idiots. This produced a response from PewDiePie, who simply responded with, quote, DSP upset he can't read, unquote. The source of Phil's frustration was his continued bleeding of views. He was jealous, and over several posts on his forums, relentlessly defended the idea that not editing his Let's Plays is what made him popular, while simultaneously furious at being disadvantaged, stating that the only barrier between him and hiring an editor is money. There was something different in Phil going on here. A panic, a lashing out, a misrepresentation of the truth. Not to trick his viewership, but to try to fool himself. He was not concocting long-standing lies that would reach various people or form some campaign of misinformation or unverifiable fact. He was arguing with individual members on his forums with multi-paragraph long responses. As the users had grown accustomed to, Phil was blaming "this is how you dumb plays" for his failings, calling them slanderous. A user of his chat was even banned for stating that they enjoyed their job and wouldn't prefer streaming. Phil was fighting with the very concept that the loss of viewership was his fault. It's a wonder what this fight with reality was doing to him. Out of his continued desperation, he was back on Twitch asking for more paid subscribers. Phil's loss of viewership had him left with the most dedicated supporters and detractors watching his streams. The worst part for Phil was this balancing act between dismissing detractors and appeasing supporters. Quote, I seriously need to start convincing people that YouTube isn't going to support me anymore, so they need to pledge a Patreon and or sub, get bits here. Because...
Wait, I need to seriously start convincing people. Okay.
At this rate, it's a joke. I'm on pace to make half as much in December this year
I
as
thought
I did
that
last year.
I almost thought it was about when he lost his not his ad revenue, his YouTube channel or whatever, where he had to use KO Gaming, but this is different. I
4
think.
new games. Just got a notification my bank account is overdrawn. Locally, my machinima payment is literally coming through today. Unquote. To add salt to the wound, the infamous clip of Phil was strong in circulation even at the end of 2016.
That face.
2017 started just as bad for Phil, as he announced that he had been renting his condo out in Connecticut, but that was no longer the case. More would be lost this year than any other. On February 26, 2017, Phil participated with his viewers in a game of Quiplash 2. A game with pre-established questions that could be answered in any way. The goal is to win the favor of the competitors with the most...
Oh shit, story time. Or is it? No, not story time.
most compelling answer. This quickly delved into the memes both surface level and personal around Phil. For example, his seal laugh or ack ack ack.
DSP tries a KFC Gold Chicken or make more ad revenue than Phil.
For example, his seal laugh or
Holy
ack
shit.
ack ack.
DSP tries a KFC Gold Chicken or make more ad revenue than Phil.
In the near future, scientists will discover dinosaurs. Wow, that laugh.
They're both good.
None of these had any major effect as Phil played along with the roasts. It wasn't until a player shoehorned in an answer that caused chaos.
Caused chaos.
I don't even know what that means. Leanna's fake engagement ring. Huh?
Huh?
What does that mean? I never gave her an engagement.
Wait, hold on. I think we're actually gonna get into a cutscene, guys. Unfortunately, we gotta pump the brakes on this epic movie. Hindu, Judaism, Shinto, Tao. It's amazing. There are so many myths about the demons. Maybe there is another world beyond this one. So what's that big thing? Another world? Just look around look at the junkyard. Wouldn't it be just as easy for this world to connect to a higher one? Maganata, son of Demon King Ravana, a spirit of lightning also known as the Undying One, and Indrajit, you're kidding me. Please give me a chance. I don't care what you have to say. What's behind the glass? What happened 5 years ago? You mean you don't know? Don't you remember your colleague? The one you devoured? That woman looks just like her. Who the hell are you? You have to be him. Or are you really just an avatar? Hey, I'll talk. Okay. That's Maganata. It's one of the terrible demons that appeared 5 years ago. Varna was terminated. We didn't have much choice, but we managed to capture Maganata. In fact, the director couldn't have created the demon virus without that thing's data and the egg. Hey, okay. All right, I don't care what you have to say. Shut up. So. Is the guy, that guy maybe, okay. Alright. I thought there was gonna be a story. I yet again jumped the gun.
For an engagement ring. So I don't know what that even means. I don't understand. Is there something in the detractor circles about a fake engagement ring?
Look her gently. What are you talking about?
I didn't give her an engagement ring. What?
What?
That's weird. What does that even mean?
What does that mean?
It's an inside joke that I don't understand. What does that mean?
You know, they were trying to help him. Think about it.
And it makes no sense whatsoever to anyone who's not into an inclusive circle jerking circle. That made no sense at all. What does that mean? Is there actually like some kind of a joke about an engagement ring? Huh?
Huh?
Leanna posted it on her own Twitter. What are you talking about? It's about one of her Twitter pictures. What are you talking about? That's hilarious because that just shows how mind-fucked and stupid the people are who do this shit. These detractor idiots. Because no human would know what the fuck they're talking about. It's some completely inside joke they made up for themselves that no one would know anything about at all. It doesn't make any sense. It makes zero fucking sense. And yet it ends up being the big winner at the end of the game. It's so fucking stupid.
As
So
was revealed to
stupid.
Phil through a video game, Panda Lee had been wearing a fake
Through a
engagement
video
ring for
game?
her job. Dissatisfied in the relationship and the lack of progress towards marriage, this was her way of lashing out and participating in the drama on Twitter. Quote, "Oh shit, he knows about the fake engagement ring I wear to work that I wear all the time? How could he have known?" Unquote. Panda Lee then
Oh shit, she was actually talking to trolls, man. Look at this. Okay. Sound good?
post the ring itself, captioned with Ringgate 2017. Panda Lee allegedly also took
yeah,
off
that's right.
work to experience the live drama that was unfolding. With her displeasure with Phil near its climax, it was a surprise they did not separate there. In the limelight instead was Machinima. With the apocalypse in full swing, earnings down, and the company model a complete failure, they had less support to answer creators who were feeling the brunt of the loss of ad revenue. Phil, being one of these creators, reached out, but Machinima was slow to answer, and so he was emailing not just former employees that had been fired without his
These
knowledge,
animations
but
are
emergency
something else.
contacts meant for dire
Like-
situations. That's when on February
Please
28th,
tell me what
the
to
Machinima
do.
employee reached out to Phil and gave him the basic advice to increase his audience retention and kindly to not message other departments. Phil's full, alleged response was locked in on Machinima's request to not message other departments. Phil used his history with the company as a reason to act in the way he pleases and demands better treatment. If he is
I
not
demand
treated
better treatment.
he states he is better off not working with them. Machinima, more than happy to oblige, released Phil from the contract. After all, per their contract, they were only losing money with Phil because
What
he
does
was
that
earning
mean?
100% of the ad revenue. Phil was relating this moment to when he got fired from his office job in 2010. As seen per Fred Fox capturing of Phil's Twitch chats, Phil was acting as if he was blindsided by his own requests, stating, quote, "There is no 2 or 1 month notice. That is complete BS, lol, but this situation is pretty unique," unquote. In a video released shortly after, Phil dissects his separation of Machinima, then dissects it again and again and again, then loses his train of thought, thanks his followers, asks for donations, and again restates what has been overtly established, yet never provides a satisfactory answer.
Damn, a critical.
That's why his video is nearly 2 hours long to explain that the contract with Machinima has been terminated.
Another
And as per the
critical.
description, quote, "I cannot give all the details, but in this video I explain what's going on," unquote. This is all beyond minutia. That besides Phil's uncreditableness or dishonest nature is why few would ever care for his side of the events. His long-windedness buries his own reasoning or retelling of events even further than his several uploads a day do. For any controversial moment, Phil is certain to extend what should be a clear and concise response into a multi-page long essay or hour-long video. It took about 10 days or so for Phil's channel to be fully released. And then, it took about an additional week for him to fight various Content ID claims himself, as would normally be the responsibility of Machinima. Phil was quick to find a different multi-channel network to partner with. This time it was Curse. Unlike Machinima, who was trying to inflate the numbers, Curse did not give Phil a 100% cut.
I almost always said did not give a fuck.
Was in a managed partnership. This means that they will not be responsible for his 30 or so Content ID claims that he was getting a day on his 40,000 uploaded videos. The ongoing developments of 2017 were scarcely predictable. In April, Phil submitted to Panalee's request, and per her Instagram post, were now engaged. The detractors' persistent monitoring allowed them to find the ring almost immediately. It was one that Panalee personally liked on her Black Currant account, which is the name of her soap-making business. Detractors, tracing this back to Amazon, found that Phil had spent on the lower end for this ring. A testament to his detractors' obsession and or Phil's dwindling finances. By May, Phil had concluded a 2-month-long talk with a different network that introduced themselves as Poltavi. They offered Phil a cut similar to Curse and a managed partnership. And while he found Poltavi unprofessional in their exchanges, he found their offer to be too enticing to give up, and severed his partnership with Curse, though Phil had made a grave mistake. Poltavi's unprofessional nature was foreboding, and they quickly turned around and disregarded the partnered element. With all this happening in the background, the sons of Kojima found out through Phil's channel's source page that he had a new partnership. Not with Curse or even Poltavi as Phil understood it. He was partnered with an entirely new network known as Leveria Media, and as revealed, was using Poltavi as a front to disguise their own network and shady practices. The CEO was found to be just a student at a university. Phil, understanding his mistake, sought to leave his new network. The sons of Kojima allegedly even got the CEO of Liberia Media on for one of their podcasts. This was a
it's the infamous clip.
While all this was going on, Phil was
in
the process
dumb
of
bitch.
purchasing
What?
a car. For the past 6 years,
Something
he
like
had
that.
been leasing a BMW. In the last 3 years, he had only driven the BMW 6,000 miles, and so never changed the oil.
Yeah, BMW, you're supposed to get maintenance for free, no matter what. That's part of the deal. That's why the car is so expensive.
Or the arrangement.
And they never contacted us to get it changed.
Phil's audience long understood he was financially illiterate, but hadn't been yet exposed to how illiterate he was with cars or the contracts related to them.
That's why Destiny wanted to help.
Creators discover both, and makes for an interesting watch.
In 3 years, we only drove
Oh
the
shit,
car
Destiny.
6,000 miles.
It's the guy.
If that gives you any idea?
Hey, what? He leased a car for $400 or $500 a month, and he's only drove it 6,000 miles in 3 years?
6,000 miles.
Cherry Dude's like, oh, you could have engine damage. No, Cherry Dude, that's not how it works. BMW has a diagnosis computer inside of the car that tells you when things go wrong. So if there were engine damage...
Oh my god!
Oh man,
this guy's a living
this
meme.
seems he's in a Twitter war now.
Has diagnosed
He's in a Twitter war? What?
Okay.
What?
And they never contacted us.
Oh my god, we'll never finish this video if I keep getting derailed.
Your oil.
There's no way he's
the person.
Oh my god. What? He's playing games right now, Red Animator. How is he in a Twitter war? No way, no way. if I go there and if I don't see him typing away, it ain't real. Yeah, it's gaming right now.
Thumbs down, the slow thumbs down.
He's gaming right now.
I will definitely try Warzone again when it's in this new one. I always do, right?
I always do.
To Phil's explanation, calls Phil the salesman stream. Wanting to help Phil out, Destiny jumped onto Phil's stream and began typing in his chat, attempting to provide financial advice. Phil, of course, ignored this, and on his forums he posted, quote, Destiny, a Twitch streamer who I never even heard of before 2 weeks ago, came into my chat and practically begged me to stop what I'm doing and talk with him. What the fuck can this guy tell me about buying cars that I don't already know? This guy probably didn't know I went to school for finance.
I went to school for finance. I know how cars are sold.
In the mindset of discussing the drama around the networks, was talking about it on stream.
I trusted YouTube's system to work properly, okay? Here's what happened. So...
Here's what happened.
Monday morning or whatever.
They yelled at me.
I think,
It's just a dead
Hold
body.
on 1 second, everybody.
Hold on 1 second, guys.
I'll be right back. I'm getting an important phone call.
Uh-oh.
Folks, I've got a family emergency. It came out of nowhere, and I have to deal with it now. So guess what? Sadly, the podcast has to end. I can't finish my story.
Phil had received a call from Pandaly's job. She had experienced an anxiety attack and was being driven to the hospital by paramedics.
Oh boy.
Phil then met her at the hospital after picking up her car. He found her in a sedated state, and after a 3-hour-long wait, they released her with no additional treatment.
Please play the clip. Play the animation.
So now she's zonked out. She's
no,
sleeping, you know, in the room because
we're not playing the
you know,
animation.
She's still on
Zonked out.
Made her all loopy or whatever. So and we did on the way home. I stopped and we got food. We grabbed like chicken sandwiches and we just ate them. And now she's sleeping. So that's what happened.
I thought they had whatever.
Like,
unbelievable.
Oh my god.
Oh.
The thing is, I know if this ever happens again, I'm gonna tell him you are not allowed to bring her to the hospital. No.
That's such a weird thing to say, and he never learned that. That's weird. You're not allowed to take her. Don't take her to the hospital.
Waste our time again. You didn't help us at all.
To some, this looked like Phil was dismissing Pandaly's issues or minimizing them.
I wasn't dismissing her issues.
What they didn't know is that Phil and Pandaly had broken up sometime before the anxiety attack.
But you know, honestly, you listen to this. Does it really matter that if he broke up with her or not? Like, it's like listen to this.
Pandaly's issues or minimizing them, which is what he was now getting backlash for. What they didn't know is that Phil.
That doesn't. It doesn't make it right.
Up sometime before the
like that doesn't excuse dismissing or belittling someone else's medical emergency. So I don't think that's quite an excuse. I think that or a good reason. You know, like come on.
Anxiety attack,
come on,
which is
dog.
Also a possible factor that may have induced it. He announced this at the end of May. Now, for the first time ever, Phil was in Washington in complete isolation. Mockingly, a few dating adverts were made to remedy his newfound loneliness. Then there was a song request.
89.7 KACC, we got a dedication in. These kids and their names, I swear. So, Darkside Phil wants to dedicate a song to Pandaly. He wants to dedicate Baby Come Back
wrong word.
I don't know what to say, guys. Okay.
Damn it.
Anyway.
Wrong word, wrong move. Damn it. This is not good. This is literally not good. Ack.
I don't get it.
I don't get it,
man. I really don't get it with these kids. But yes. Darkside Phil, here's your dedication to Pandaly.
In many ways, Phil was defeated, but he would not be Phil if he wasn't persistent in getting others to dislike him. On his Twitch chat, a place only the current viewers are meant to see, Phil, in jealousy of popular creator iJustine, typed, quote, iJustine is busy getting gangbanged by EA executive staff all weekend. The
oh my
god. Reason she was actually hired in the first place, lol. Unquote.
Lol.
Prominent detractor accounts took this screenshot and were quick to not only spread it on Twitter, but also tag iJustine in it. To much surprise, iJustine responded, quote, why don't you stop spamming everyone? He clearly has issues.
I always love the fact iJustine's knee-jerk response was that he clearly has issues. That to me, I always think about that every time. Every time, that to me is so funny. It's like, to the outsider, DSP looks like he has issues.
Unquote. And Phil did have issues. For 10
And he
years,
did.
Phil has had a dream job meant to provide steady, easy income, while allowing one to work within their own set hours. Phil, on the other hand, had nothing to show for his near decade-long residence. The stinking fact was he lost far more than he gained, and for a period he seemed starkly aware. Quote, I haven't had real in-person social interaction on a regular basis since like 2007, before YouTube started. Once I started YouTube, that all went away. That's part of the sacrifices I keep bringing
I think
up
he's gonna have a
with this
shield.
work. I
Oh,
can't
no.
have regular friends with the amount of time I put into this job. When I lived in CT, I had tons of money. As soon as I moved
Retail
out here,
electric.
poof, gone.
Poof.
Unquote. It is clear that he regrets his move, but he cannot accept it is his fault. That's when people ask if he maintains social relationships. Quote, I talk to tons of people on a daily basis.
Tons?
A
Tons.
user then asks, I mean like relationships or friends outside of Twitch.
Don't
Phil
turn into a
responds,
fucking
I don't have time for in-person
thing.
friends. I'm constantly working. You realize I haven't had a day off since my time off in July, right? This
Right.
is my life, and has been for quite a long time before I moved out here. Then it got better for 3 years living with my ex. But now I'm back to square one, really. Unquote. As recoiled as Phil was, dealing with persistent copyright strikes and whatever else his life brought him, he clung onto whatever was left of his following. Typical in periods lacking interest, trolls are more likely to find entertainment from consuming one another. The reality of communities like the one that works against DSP is that they are far more nuanced that they lead on. From the outside looking in, the detractor community is powerful in coordinating their campaigns against Phil. In actuality, it is very divided. Some hate Phil, some just
Man,
want cat
it's all to think that people are that we're coordinated.
periodically. The
Whatever.
majority don't interact in any way. These differences create cyclical arguments. For example, those wanting no universal interaction with Phil. Some reasons may lie in entertainment, as Phil's passive failings tend to be the most entertaining. They could also just be aware that putting themselves out personally will lead to ridicule in a space that exploits any weakness. Or they simply feel sympathetic to his plight. On the other end, you'll have those that want interaction with Phil. These can be small by typing messages in his chat to get a reaction or requesting a song on the radio. That is the simple basis of trolling that overall
If I had
effects
the
are minimal
security
and
code,
hardly
whatever.
controversial. Then you have those that feel personally slighted by Phil and seek revenge. This is where the illegitimate copyright strikes come from.
Actually, they seek
want
revenge.
Phil to fail in any way, and few strategies are out of their purview. Truly, the only defense in this space is self-awareness and anonymity. These members lack both. And the most interesting part is all these people inhabit the same space. Whether it be the forums or Phil's chat, they can be seen arguing endlessly. It is only a community out of convenience and nothing else. That's why it may look like the sons of Kojima would sit on top of this virtual hierarchy. But in actuality, the only thing they have claim to is they're the ones most dedicated to Phil. The group watches his streams for hours at a time to no benefit other than that claim. They are united by an overweight, middle-aged, failing, ailing creator. They were persistently hated within the detractor communities because they, being allowed to exist in their space, somewhat represented their community, albeit not accurately.
I think there's a little more to it than that. But okay.
For the sole purpose of following Phil are highly scrutinized, and if they become obsessed to the point they no longer represent any niche, they will always fail. That's why the Sons of Kojima collapsed in late 2017. Their leader, Fred Fox, was highly paranoid, morally confused, overall an oblivious individual. Though he was responsible for countless hours of footage criticizing Phil, he would crumble and get frustrated at even just his Encyclopedia Dramatica. These pages are known to be full of purposely inaccurate and exaggerative information to get a rise from who they're targeting. And his frustration from its creation further warranted its existence, as seen here where he is lambasting the creator of the page.
So how about this? I'll go fuck your mother for the laws and everything will be cool, right? No hard feelings?
I guess
There
if you want
there
to
you
like
go.
twist,
For the laws.
if you just want to twist my whole
Or the
logic in black and
laws.
white there, sure.
No, I mean that's what you're saying. You're saying you could do something if it's just for the laws. Nobody's
Why
supposed
is
to get mad
Edie
or
making
offended.
fun of me?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you shouldn't take fucking Encyclopedia page Dramatica seriously.
There were also times when they invited Mr. Medicare on, a creator well known for his banter.
Okay, how much money would it take, this is for all of you, for one of you to suck Phil's cock? What is the donation amount that would be required for you to get on your knees and orally pleasure Phil?
Whoever asked that, fuck you.
That means he's considering a number. You went silent because you.
I'm not answering because I'm not interested.
Mr. Matoker.
So you're telling me you're not gonna suck a dick for $10 million? Really? You wouldn't suck a dick? You wouldn't get on your knees and slurp up some man mayonnaise for $10 million fucking dollary dues?
I don't want to lose my dignity.
Who gives a shit about dignity? You got $10 million in the bank. You can make people forget with the money. You can blackmail that shit
man, I know what DSP would say to this. See, I would do it, but he always says I would never do this to make and all this about his own fucking dignity,
Does
man.
the thought of Phil gently rubbing your hair?
It's so fucked up, man. You don't want free money.
This is so wrong on so many levels.
Well, there you go. They refused to answer, but if you notice, when I asked that question, they all went silent because they were thinking of a number. Every one of them was thinking of a number.
Some comments under this near 50-minute long video read, quote, Christ, without any DSP material to commentate over or talk about, these guys just got nothing. That's some weapons-grade humiliation. Christ, these guys are awkward. It makes me want to
That
like
is
Phil
kind
if
of
these
rough.
are his trolls. Unquote. On
It is
Kiwi
what it
Farms,
is. What can
there
you
is
do?
a tremendous amount of information, detailing Fred's paranoia, his coordinated attacks at former and current members, his group's campaign of copyright striking DSP via fan art, and his attempts to regulate the community besides deciding what is and isn't allowed to be monetized on the basis of moral superiority over Phil. His antics and strange history are also entertaining. That was another reason why he was exposed and why there are over 2,000 posts discussing him. What mattered to Phil was that his most persistent detractor group was no more. And on September 2017, he released a tweet longer about it. It is here that Phil revealed that Panelli's father was swatted in the past. This to him made it clear that no one in proximity to him was safe. This is the reason why he claims to have skipped Panelli's brother's wedding. Quote, what did the SOK do? Well, first, they decided to find out the address and date of the wedding. Yes, that's entirely true. They're so fucking sick that they, on their own and without my mentioning it for months, researched and found the event, and then spread that info all over the internet. They then decided to spin it that the reason we weren't attending was because I had to force Leanna to skip it so I can stay home and play Fallout 4 to make money. They actually—
Please tell me he's gonna play the video where DSP says that he might play Fallout 4 while he's at Leanna's brother's wedding or whatever the fuck. Like, dude, he said that.
actually accused me of keeping her at home forcefully. It couldn't have been further from the truth. It was the crippling fear that the SOK themselves, who found the damn date and address of the wedding, would have swatted the wedding. That made us stay home. So not only were they the reason we missed the wedding, they then turned their own vile actions into a way to make us look bad after the fact. It's mind-numbing, isn't it? Unquote. After the fall of the sons of Kojima, there was a rise in more passive trolling. On Phil's forums, there was a crop-up of clear catfishes that had all miraculously turned 18 years old at the time. Then there was a pirate-themed treasure map made of the places Phil frequented and it was often thought to enjoy, with the inclusion of health foods and a gym placed just out of his reach due to the uncrossable bridge of certain death. On Instagram, there was a new strategy of trolling through indifference. No matter what picture Phil posted, it was bound to be
dude, it's Death Note. He watched Death Note, and I guarantee you he didn't get it. He probably watched it and was like, this is stupid. Why is this popular? Why do people like this? What's that thing? I don't know what that thing is.
If not hundreds of comments stating two words. Well, really just one word with two variations. Comments were either okay or okay. Without fail, these cropped up and overwhelmed any other comment. Even just comments wanting to understand what was going on were met with a single response, okay. Phil even treated his audience to a pretty unique unboxing video.
Ladies and gentlemen, Phil here, and welcome to a pretty unique unboxing video.
Phil thought that this video was unique because of what he was unboxing. What made it unique was for the first 3 minutes, his reflection was easily visible, and he was doing two things. He was swaying left and right, and he was doing his famous
T-pose.
Phil had swayed much in the past.
That's my favorite T-pose, by the way. That video makes it look like he's in prison. He's in jail, just like doing this. Like, I'm in jail for embezzlement.
Doing two things. He was swaying left and right, and he was doing his famous T-pose. Phil had swayed much in the past, but rarely was it not in first-person view. He claims it is because of back issues.
Oh, dude.
The snorting is blamed on
DSP
what DSP
systems.
claims is a post-nasal drip.
Claims.
The snorting plays into his depiction of a pig.
I was gonna get
Combined with
annoyed
his
by that.
ability to
He
remain online
claims.
and survive like a cockroach came the derisive nickname Pig Roach. His laugh, his sway, his snorts all could be, and some more, made into several minute-long compilations of Phil doing these singular actions.
T-Pose
Phil
rock
doing these actions
combo.
in tandem would also gain purchase. Then there were two food-related items that always got viewers' attention. The first was sparked by this tweet where DSP states he likes penne. What he means is he likes the pasta, but in Spanish, penne means penis.
Penne
the last
means
item
penis.
viewers took note in was his drink of choice.
I think gin and tonic is my drink of choice. Not every single day, but I do have a gin and tonic or two every once in a while, maybe, you know, a few times a week at night to unwind.
Oh wait. Oh wait, no, there's no dialogue in
Especially
here.
if it's been a stressful day or if my back's
Great
hurting.
timing.
And yes, I do have a drink. Some gin and tonic. I guess I'll start the night right with a sip.
Oh
by the
man,
way,
he
I
never
didn't
did this
mention I have
before.
a drink tonight. I have a gin and
Why doesn't he do this again?
tonic next
I do gin and tonic next week, man.
time. I won't be.
But no, he won't fucking do
It
it.
was not
He's
often
scared.
that Phil drank on stream. However, this proclivity did extend outside of his streams. Sometimes the bottle or mixed drinks made his way into his vacation videos.
Everything else here, including the gin, which I'll probably drink mixed with that Sprite.
To indulge so much cost Phil a fair bit. But now, in addition to owing money to credit card companies and the like,
Oh,
he
no,
in
that's
September
gonna-
found that he owed
at
money
least it
to a
missed.
fierce collector.
I get this letter. All right, I get this letter, and the letter says, "We suspect
Uh-oh.
that you are doing business in the state of Washington under the name DSP Gaming. Okay, we believe that you need to register and pay state business and occupation taxes. Please answer all of these questions for us."
Phil, since he moved to Washington, had not been paying state taxes.
Bum,
He claims
bum,
the reason
bum.
behind this is because he continued
I
to list the
figured.
services of his accountant from Connecticut.
To clear the air here, because a lot of people have misconceptions. My tax attorney in the state of Connecticut is a certified public accountant, was a dean of accounting at a college for several years, and was one of the highest accredited guys in the state of Connecticut. This is not some Joe Schmo asshole who I just got. And by the way, I paid this guy thousands of dollars in my
Thousands?
taxes. All right, I think the most he ever charged me was like over $1,500 one year to do my taxes properly.
The importance of this is
Oh,
now
he's
Phil
dead.
was claiming to owe state taxes since
Oh my
2014.
god, dude, this is
Stacking
ridiculous.
The reason why 2017 was the year that finally doomed Phil financially. But at least he wasn't bankrupt.
I'm
The
not
grander
even
and
dying
more
to
dramatic
anything
reveal
like
this year was
the
of his
damage is this
girlfriend.
insta-kills.
Yet the reveal photos only show the back of her head. Phil, to be able to hide a relationship for this long was surprising. A reason for only showing the back of her head was that Phil was slowly starting to separate his personal and
Oh,
online
back
life.
when Cat looked like a
Meaning
normal
that There will
person.
no longer be condo tours or virtually any videos outside of his office, save for a few additional DSP tries at videos, like his attempt to recreate the virality of his Axe body scrubber video. This could only be beneficial. It wouldn't allow viewers to analyze his new purchases, his eating habits, anything that can be used against him, or even the people around him. Keeping Kat anonymous was likely Phil's attempt to protect her, though it did have its weakness and was immediately exploited.
So they fabricate this story that I hired an escort to come visit me during my Christmas break. I paid her thousands of dollars, or owe her thousands of dollars, apparently. I don't even know what the full story is. I'm not really
Thousands.
following it.
Well, true to her word, Kimberly did know where to release that information too. Over on the forum, Kiwi Farms, a mysterious woman shows up to elaborate on what's going on.
In December 2017, a mysterious woman claiming to be a high-end escort.
Yeah, it's probably
initially
Hama.
was
Oh,
claiming that
does
Phil
the other
had
guy
not
have
paid her,
Hama now?
and if
I
she
don't
did
think
not
they
receive the
do.
money owed, then she would release all the details of the event. And so she did. On Kiwi
I don't have
Farms,
any
she
Hama
developed a
skills.
somewhat
That's the
shallow
problem.
story of
That's
Phil
the
keeping
problem
her at
here.
dinner and
No,
spending
wrong
time
wrong
anonymous on her.
character.
Sprinkled in are notes
Damn
about
it,
his
wrong
bad credit,
character.
his disappointing manhood, and general notes on his house. This reads as too good to be true, as it's hitting the notes that want to be heard, while simultaneously not providing evidence outside of a testimony. The Kiwi Farms users were highly skeptical, but even so were enjoying the chaos this person was causing. But day after day of not providing a single piece of evidence, and users finding strange inconsistencies in her story, it was clear that the pieces were not fitting. It was only after users discovered that the images were not of this person's origin that she comes out and says she was hacked. It was not her at all. It was a catfish using her Twitter with stolen images. But no one was convinced.
I was
As
convinced.
a final Hail Mary,
Whatever.
this person attempted to shift the blame on Fred Fox of the defunct Sons of Kojima by taking down their website and bringing it back up with the simple Fred Fox in the heading. It was not until this fake escort's identity was found under a different name, Angelina Capri, that the true culprits were unmasked. It was quite easy to find the domain registry, and with it came the identity. The culprits quickly tried to amend this information, but it had already been archived. The original registry had their full name, address, phone number, and their email. This gave the Kiwi Farms users everything they needed, and soon the culprits were fully doxxed, including their cat. Revealed and archived
poor
was
cat.
their personal YouTube channel, one of their daughter's YouTube channels, Twitters, photo buckets, a lengthy history of information that was more than enough anyone needed to confirm this married couple ran an extortion and impersonation racket.
Holy shit, dude!
They
This
had a history of impersonating beautiful women
What
and
the
using
fuck?
images to create profiles on adult
This
websites
randomly!
where the wife would
I
let
get
them
fucking
identify
wiped!
and pleasure herself, but only reveal her lower half as to not spoil the ruse. It was only when they tried to extort Phil through a different tactic and interact with his highly paranoid community that this was all discovered.
Oh,
If there was
man,
anything
that was
left,
fucked
Phil would
up.
cave in and reveal his girlfriend Kat, who moved in shortly after.
Number one, like I said, it's the best relationship I've ever been in.
I'm blaming the escort. They fucked me
I feel
up.
like she's my soulmate. I do.
The fucking escort saga, it ruined everyone's
I'm in love
day.
with her. Absolutely. She's in love with
Absolutely.
me. And if she were to move in, number one, she has a job that she, can.
She has a job, guys.
Out here similar or whatever, and make income to help immediately. Number two, cooking and everything, helping with the responsibilities of the house so I can get back to how I was.
And cook Kat did. The pair seemed well off, even if Kat did appear awkward and uninteractive on stream.
Yeah, he doesn't
her
have,
uncombativeness was welcome. Where
Hama
this
yet.
cat reveal caused relief, the next cat reveal only brought frustration. What Phil was currently revealing was a sponsorship from OP Seats. The same day Phil revealed it, OP Seats terminated their contract with Phil due to the backlash they were getting.
So let's talk, because I want to tell you the full
Let's
story.
talk.
Of how I basically.
Oh
obtained
god, these guys
sponsorship.
again.
And then all of a sudden, because of the actions of trolls, the sponsorship is now gone. Okay.
Even so, in February, Phil procured a different sponsor
Weak to
but
earth.
remained
Oh,
with a
man.
similar product of a gaming chair. Gaming chairs across the board are disreputable for their style of function. That was not the only reason Spawn Seats, the sponsor of Phil, was getting backlash. As it was discovered, this new company was not really a company at all. It was a person drop shipping cheap gaming chairs with an inflated price. So not only did this new sponsorship fall through, the company attached to it failed along with it. Phil was hardly sympathetic.
The fact of the matter is, folks, it doesn't really affect me.
Hardly
because guess what?
sympathetic.
I mean, I got the chair.
Oh
I got
man.
The chair already.
Oh, I wish he showed the part where he banned a dude for being critical of his sponsor and shit, and how he loved it, etc., etc. Whatever.
A lick of promotion until I got the chair, and I talked to the guy up front about this, the possibility of nasty shit happening, and he said, "No, I understand. Don't worry, we'll put up with it."
Don't worry.
It is what it
Don't
is,
worry,
guys.
Dark.
As much as detractors work to spoil his mood, they can hardly compete with the natural and novel interactions Phil has, like with this 11-year-old on VR chat.
Sure, where is the waiting room?
Is that what I said?
Right behind you, idiot. You click on that.
You didn't have to call me an idiot. I just walked in the door. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Well, if you look around, you would have been able to know. It literally says waiting room.
Wow.
Wow.
You're quite rude. Good, now I'm away from that annoying fucking bitch of a kid who I would have
Bitch
slapped
of a
in real
kid.
fucking life if they talked to me like that.
Ah!
I would have fucking pimp slapped that shit out of that.
Light damage
This
eyes.
Pokemon-themed pixel art was made to commemorate the occasion. These small moments carried Phil's live streams for 2018. Nothing individually significant happening, but enough happening to remind the internet of his existence. This all hardly competed with ongoing events. Relative to the collaboration between popular live streamer Ninja and popular musician Drake, DSP was practically non-existent. Until he began tweeting about their collaboration, starting by calling Drake and Ninja overrated. Phil sought to detract from this collaboration, from the likes of which were rarely, if ever, seen. Tweet after tweet, he argued with Twitter users. At some point, he even slighted PewDiePie, claiming he is a product of hype and not quality content. Either these interactions struck a chord, or Phil was just in many prominent content creators' minds as, in not-so-quick succession, they took their turns mocking Phil, like iDubbbz promoting the idea of Phil doing a collaboration with any rapper. In the background, there were leaks about Phil wanting to take down a video that for a short moment mentioned...
I didn't say that!
But in the foreground was PewDiePie.
You may not like it, but this is what peak performance looked like. Onion Man versus Soy Boy.
iJustine was goaded into another response from the same quote. And Phil finally also made it into...
Wait, if you guys would quit talking about him, he'd go away, at least from my timeline. That's a pretty cool thing to say, in my opinion. That sounds pretty sick. In my timeline, like, man. It kind of goes hard for some reason.
To Watch Mojo video.
This Twitch user had the bad idea of prematurely turning on his camera. Right before starting the live stream, he gives himself a short break to relax.
Oh, the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole time, huh? I don't even know.
Hello. There was a renaissance of sorts in ways creators were able to make Phil entertaining. Few as creative as El Crimson King.
Piece of shit. This disc. You see this fucking piece of garbage disc? Fuck it. It's gonna stay back there forever. I'm never fucking picking it up again. Don't ever ask me to play.
Wow, I didn't spam fucking Mudo.
That game.
Can you believe it? It didn't spam shit.
Seriously.
Behind you, idiot. You click on that.
You didn't have to call me an idiot. I just walked in the door. I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
This video would be honored by the creation of its own snort compilation. This emphasis on creative ways to mock Phil made the latter half of 2018 appear creatively bankrupt in comparison. In the same vein, Phil was also suffering from his own potential bankruptcy.
Basically, in a nutshell, without going into too much detail, I'm not partnered anymore.
In July, he announced that he had split from Curse,
no.
claiming the separation to be amicable. Now, having to rely on his own, unsuspended AdSense account, Phil found that he was making far less than he was with his partnership. On top of this, his views were halved without explanation, going from an average of 2 million a month to hovering just around 1 million. And so Phil did what he calls an emergency livestream, trying to brainstorm ways and goad sympathetic viewers to help with donations. Provided was also
no,
advice.
guys.
A common recommendation is to get a job outside of content creation. Phil, not wanting to consider this option, had these messages delivered in rather creative ways. Phil, being a fan of the WWE, reacted to this person holding up a sign that reads,
DSP,
quote,
get a
DSP,
job.
Get a
wait,
job.
wait, this is what it said, guys.
Unquote. This was not even the first time this happened.
What?
Last year, a person held up a similar sign.
I now need to know a code.
Phil opting to
Oh my god,
continue
this is
to dwell in
stupid.
an
This game
audience will suffer
sucks.
The consequences of dealing
Press
with
the
his
up
main
and
audience. These
What-
are
what the
superfans
fuck's the
that stuck with him
code?
regardless of countless examples of Phil's ill will, and on the other side are his most persistent trolls that remain even after the
What
majority
the
of
fuck?
trolls lost
Whatever.
interest
This
in
is
Phil's
the
cyclical
code. I
nature.
don't care.
On the
This
other
is
side
this
was
is the
a user
code.
known as Tutankhamun or Tut for short. They came in donating thousands of dollars, but also used the money they donated as leverage, as they could
Game sucks. Okay, I'm gonna try that. Let's give it the
because of their influence.
You gotta be kidding. What?
Even Tut.
What password?
Beyond what Phil could endure.
Why don't we
After
ask
creating
someone,
much
bro?
unwanted
I don't want.
attention for Phil,
No, I have
he
to
felt
ask
something bad.
people. I don't want to
That's
talk
when
to
he charged
people.
back the
Come
money he
on.
donated. A
If I want to talk to people, just not play the game.
The desired effect of having the streamer read
This is
the message,
bullshit.
and then,
Fuck
at a
it.
later
No,
date,
we're
petitions
trying the
PayPal
codes.
Or whatever financial
I
means
believe
they're
Yoshi.
using to
I don't
pay
think
them
Yoshi
back.
would lie to me.
This is done by stating that the money was fraudulently sent or by other dishonest means. And Tut did try
If
to
this
charge
isn't the
back
code,
some of that money,
I don't know what to
only
say.
fail as
The
PayPal
game
said
clearly
for
lied
Phil.
then.
This was a victory for Phil. But in the grand scheme of how much he was bound to owe, it didn't seem like much.
Damn it.
In addition to my normal income,
Fine, we'll ask someone. This is stupid.
Roughly $16,000.
I have to ask someone. Like, who am I supposed to ask?
This plays into why Phil is labeled as
I get it,
a
DSP.
person
I'm
that
mad
petitions,
too.
guilts, or even demands donations from their audience. While it is normal for streamers to subtly stimulate donations through appreciation, Phil's tactics are more direct.
Taxes are going to be my main thing I have to figure out. this
More
year. I
direct.
have money not only to pay the bills, but my taxes are coming up, and right now I'm focused on just getting through this year. Hopefully, being able to pay my taxes somehow. I'll be honest with you guys. Yeah, taxes are always something that are on my mind. You know, I've got tax payments due. You know, my state taxes are due in January. My federal taxes are due in April. If I could get through paying the taxes for next year, the federal taxes.
All right.
Their taxes were high. Things like tip goals and the like on stream to try to raise funds for my taxes and all that.
This very much works. In December, Phil's relentless discussions
So where
of
should he
money
be going?
launched him into the 4th highest number of Tier 3 subs. These are subscribers that cost $25, and somehow Phil got 204 of them. With an average of 372 viewers, means that each viewer paid on average $13 solely from their Tier 3 subs. But also, the donations are disproportionate as subscriptions can be gifted. Donations and other tiers of sub have also been taken into consideration.
Pastor is on
and
it.
Phil also receives donations that, for the time being, were not
Before he
accounted
died, the
for.
soldier implied the
Typically,
password was written on
searches
the
and
security
donations
card.
or the like are linked to unique or
Okay.
interesting streamers
Okay.
rising in the ranks, receiving donations.
I know,
to
I
produce more
get it
content.
now.
And to Phil's credit, he was planning to do something unique, something no streamer would ever even consider, and that is a marathon to raise money to pay for his taxes.
All right, it's going to be via tips, meaning the only real viable way for you to contribute and help me out in this situation.
Oh, dude, it's the squirrel.
Via sending funds to my PayPal, and that allows me to have those funds right away and put those funds
Right
toward
away.
my taxes.
The marathon was to take place in March of 2019. The goal was to raise around $5,000 through tips. And as Phil mentioned, the tips he received, which is the money he made through PayPal and not subscriptions or other Twitch integrated services, would be used towards taxes.
More than likely, probably now, at this point, I've probably
Now.
raised around $900 to $950.
Where's the key items?
Every dollar tip, I only get 67 cents out of. I probably got, no lie, like $500 tips today, and all those only like 60%.
Where is the...
But it is what it is. Thank you, guys.
This was not very close to his $5,000 goal.
How is it not
So Phil
here?
did a second marathon in
How
April,
am I supposed to
bringing in
look
a
at
bit
the,
more money as seen through the
key
bar at the
items?
top. Again, stating where all the money would go to.
I said some people have been asking me questions like, so what's going to happen now?
Like, I assume
it's
it'd be
very simple.
here, but
All the money
why?
that I've raised for these taxes, I'm going to go to my tax guy and
Power
say, "This is what I
data?
have."
There was some natural skepticism and some paranoia around Phil, as he has shown himself to be a dishonest person. And so, in the detractor community, wild theories spread, but only the most gullible swallowed all theories around Phil. The newest theory came from the blindsiding reveal
That's
that Phil
weird.
had
They
gotten
tell
in
you
the
it's written on
and
the
used
card.
funds earned from the tax marathon streams to finance some of the wedding.
How am I
But
supposed
Phil
to look at the
got on stream
card?
to quell some of
Still
the
haven't told
unrest.
me.
And by the way, as I'm going to explain, don't worry, again, everything's going to be explained. Everything I've told you guys up front about that stuff is true. Everything, every dollar that was raised to help with taxes is going towards the taxes.
Now Phil is reasserting that all the money went to taxes. But later in the day, he states that was not the case.
And
Wait,
I
what?
raised to help with taxes is going towards the taxes.
Now Phil is reasserting that all the money went to taxes. But later in the day, he states that was not the case.
Oh.
And I did. I did 2 different marathon events, all right, that raised, in total, if you actually look at the amount of tips that I raised that can go towards these taxes, was around, I think, just...
Oh, okay, there it is.
$2,500.
Alright, guys.
Also,
Oh, shit, where's the piece of paper? Okay, I'm gonna type it in chat. Fuck it. 11771409. Alright. Oh, Yoshi got it. Okay.
also, what people need to understand, which they don't, is that normally I raise tips. And normally...
No,
tips go to
damn it.
paying
I matched
bills.
X too
So
much.
even though I raised $2,500, a chunk of that had to just go to pay my monthly stuff.
Man, this
So even though I raised $2,500, in reality, it was probably under
Let's see,
$2,000
it's
that I had
1-1.
left over afterwards to put towards the federal taxes.
Phil had lied throughout his marathon streams
7-7.
and the streams afterwards by now stating that over $500 or so went towards his bills and other expenses.
1-4.
This contradiction seemed too great, so I asked Phil about it. Phil responded with a superbly long-winded stating that over $500 or so went towards his bills and other expenses. This contradiction seemed too great, so I asked Phil about it. Phil responded with a superbly long-winded response. His answer
Superbly long-winded response. Oh boy.
is buried in this line. 2 words in his 357-word response. Quote, I misspoke. Unquote. meaning that he misspoke about all the money going to
Wow, what a shocker. DSP misspoke for the 1000th time.
taxes. What I failed to mention was this was not the only piece of evidence I had reconfirming that all the money from his fundraising would go to taxes.
But again, as I've already said, I can assure all of you that there was no deception whatsoever on my part outside of the fact that the wedding existed.
No deception. I misspoke. No deception, though.
Not a dollar, not a single dollar that was supposed to be raised for taxes went towards anything during this wedding or anything. Nothing.
The clear answer is Phil lied, and the money raised.
The clear answer is Phil lied.
What few people knew at the time was Phil had a 10-year plan. In a conversation with his mother, who had bailed him out previously and delayed a potential bankruptcy, Phil was presented with two decisions: file for bankruptcy or develop a 10-year plan. This 10-year plan was meant to phase him out of content creation into a more traditional job. It was even clear to his family at this point that his online presence was only causing trouble for him. This 10-year plan was meant to phase him out of content creation into a more traditional job. It was even clear to his family at this point that his online presence was only causing trouble for him and those surrounding him. Even now, there was an uproar of displeasure where a few mods were rebelling and leaking private chats and other items surrounding Phil due to his recent lies about where the marathon money was going. Phil did not understand the depth of this backlash. On the flip side, Phil did not understand goodwill either. On May 9th,
Phil, you make me angry.
Phil tweeted, quote, "Took a day off the entire internet." But hashtag ProJaredHilarity was at the top of the Twitter feed. Haha, whoops. Unquote. Now that ProJared was going through his own controversy sparked from his lewd Tumblr and confusing open relationship, Phil jumped in on the anti-ProJared bandwagon. After this
without
resoundingly
thinking.
successful tweet, Phil went on a stream chat and simultaneously downplayed and exaggerated the success of the tweet. By the 11th, Phil was so confident that this tweet was bringing him the goodwill of the internet that he
You know, like, this kind of shows.
Because
This really shows, right? That Joon went through all of this, and anyone would have told anyone this. When you listen to DSP and then just like listen to him long enough, you start to get annoyed that this dude is just saying bullshit. You notice the bullshit. You notice
the past
it.
couple of days,
You
the
become
internet at
radicalized,
large
man.
has finally kind of turned an eye to me for the first time in a
Eye to
long
me?
time, in an actual positive light.
This video is titled DSP Tries It, Debunking 7 Years of Slander. In a nearly 2-hour video, Phil took a cursory glance at some of his controversial moments, like the time he said Minecraft was stupid, dating Panda Lee while she was 18, or explaining the escort drama that had long been proven false. Lacking here
This
was everything
edit's pretty
else,
funny.
from his financial woes, his treatment of his
Impact
audience,
bomb.
his lashing out at other creators through minimizing their achievements or insulting them altogether. Phil's video was completely lackluster. Even a successful video dispelling his controversies would not change the fact that the reason people watch Phil is to laugh at his antics. His Saucy Mondays, streams where he goes off camera to stir a pot of Italian sauce, has no inherent value to regular people. But his lies, on the other hand, tend to be captivating.
Marky Mark says, "What is my favorite drink? I like White Russians." Oh, I never had a White Russian before. Never had a White Russian.
What drew viewers' attention now was a reveal stream with a $1,000 goal. Phil promised a big, positive reveal. Users guessed all throughout, none of them hit the mark. Some even thought that the reveal was a new cat, which Phil denied. Finally, the goal was hit, and the positive reveal came.
See, I'm telling you. He would people said that he adopted or got a new cat, whatever, but he said rescue, and I guarantee you, that was the difference. Pure gets that I got a cat, but I rescued it.
Him.
I got someone I'd like you to meet. Come on up here. Come on up here, buddy. Come up here. You want me to pick you up?
Pick you up, man.
Someone who actually is not a new addition to the family. Someone who I'm going to introduce you to today, who has been a part of our lives for quite some time, in fact. All right?
In
It's
fact.
funny because
The way he talks is
with all the stuff
funny.
that we've had to do, we've had to keep a lot of stuff private. Come on up here. Here he is. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you to our pet.
Phil's reveal was his cat
Our
Jasper.
pet.
But users already guessed the reveal was a new cat. Phil's reasoning was they did not guess correctly enough.
So a lot of people, you're right.
They
a lot of people
didn't
guess
guess
that
correctly,
was the thing.
correctly.
A lot of people think, oh, it's a new cat. It's a new cat. It's not. Jasper actually has been our cat for a while.
Oh man, it's,
On top of
he
this,
did do semantics. People said we got a new cat. He wasn't new. Man, people like that need to find some bleach.
Phil got another $1,000 donation from a single donor through the miscommunication of there being a second positive reveal. The easiest way to find out how controversial a stream was to find out how many bans occurred that day. And
how many
according to this
bans
media
were?
graph, the day Jasper
That's kinda
was
funny.
revealed, there were 451 bans on his stream. But this graph relates to Phil's stream only. On September 29th, 2019, Phil was seen not on his own channel,
Wait, why did
but
I do
on
that with
recordings.
it? Freaking-
A creator who is controversial in his own right, but utilizes it to make a living. This is something long anticipated because Phil sits in the relative safety of his own streams and controls the dialogue. Adding a different prominent creator would mean there would be no place to hide, and some have tried to secure an interview with Phil. But Phil is very careful, very selective. He only allows those
Very
ignorant
neat.
of his rich history to reach him. And even then,
I wanna
with
fight
the
3 of these dudes.
stipulations in
I'm
place to block
retreating.
Some of the most demanding questions.
I want
Like, how
a
much does
decent
Phil owe?
fight.
Where do the thousands of dollars in donations end up? Does he believe himself to be financially responsible? And instead of that, viewers got this.
This is the most popular question.
Wait.
In donations end up. Does he believe himself to be financially responsible? And instead of that, viewers got this.
This is the most popular question.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Hey.
Where did the load go?
Normally, a like to dislike ratio is the most basic way to see how much viewers agree with any which video. But this time, there is something better. The Quartering a Softball interview got 90,000 views. These can represent interest in particularly
Okay, I'm not
how
fighting
many
this guy. This guy
people do it,
debuffed
how
me
many
too
aligned with
much.
The interview. With that in mind, It's a Gundam, a channel that is hardly DSP-centric, covered the interview and broke down how Phil misrepresents himself while going into some of the deeper Phil lore. It's a Gundam's video blew the Quartering's interview out of the water, as not only was it twice as long as expected from an analysis, but it also stands with 1.6 million views. Even then, It's a Gundam willingly skipped over or just summarized much of the Phil lore only pertinent to the interview. Phil's endless list of controversial moments was in the end helping him. Even if Phil acts dastardly, there is so much information needed to understand how all its controversies tie into one another, that virtually anyone not in the detractor community is indifferent to anything non-viral that Phil does. What's a drop in an already overflowing bucket? What also helps Phil are his worst trolls that allow him to misrepresent and discredit the detractor community as a whole. On Kiwi farms, doxings are a common sight. Information spread for the sake of harassment. At one point, these were not so common until one individual showed up on the farms, a user that went by Nigel of UKIP. For what would be the next couple of years, this individual will freely dox those in Phil's vortex. It's hard to say how he was doing it. He could have had insider information and somehow used the donor's PayPal information to craft a dox, or simply just searched for usernames across social media websites until he found commonalities, ultimately leading to the dox of those within the Phil sphere. The only other strange instance of doxing was from a difficult-to-cover story, as the relevant threads where this mass dox was held were expunged. And of course, the
I think we can go down through that elevator.
Farms. All that is left are recollections and videos that serve of evidence of its existence. Quote, here's a pretty good recap of the entire docu-show. But since the thread itself has apparently been nuked, I'll just add some context and missing details for anyone who wasn't around back then. It was known as the January Harvest of 2018. It started because BSV got into a tangle with the nasty on here.
Oh shit.
Apparently got stupid ugly, families threatened, etc. The KF Dog Sluts issued an ultimatum to DSP. Admit publicly to your Tardians that your
Epic
main
music, by the
payroll,
way.
DSP,
Dun, dun,
has been
dun,
saying
dun,
doing
dun.
some stupid shit. Which yes,
Dun,
at
dun,
the
dun,
time,
dun.
are where going to drop a super
Does
dogs
mean
at
this
a rate of
done,
1 per
right?
day on your The King of Hate Farm Dwelling Redacted. This will begin on X date and continue until you have done this one simple and justified and true thing. Basically just disavow BSV's behavior. Lol unironic Freedom Forum members and Kiwis with trolling accounts over there alike and become tremble with fear. No one is safe, lol. Philip Piss Baby Fuck You Burnell responds by shoving his head in the quicksand. Turbo doxing commences. After like 3 days of this Waco standoff, his terrified forum users go from screaming at Phil to do something to stop this, and to a 5-alarm dumpster fire.
Man, this
Standoff
is
continues
very
until
intense.
Phil's revenue begins tanking a bit. He's now forced to address this matter on air. does nothing, says nothing he was told to admit. Advises his audience that anything the bad dogs men have done to them is their fault.
There are
Not
weak
his,
demons in
because
this
they're
area.
stupid
Do
and
you
use
want
his
to?
form,
Oh,
well,
this is
fair,
some field hunting.
And have personal shit in their online profiles that anyone can
Probably
see.
not gonna work out.
Which would have been his one valid argument in all this if it hadn't been tendered in his signature blame-shifting desperation and also contradiction by some other horseshit he said 30 seconds later. The victims of these cyberbullies shoulder all the blame in this, and everyone is stupid because you should just know that any internet presence puts you at risk of, well, everything. NMF NICD. Dog's Harvest continues. Despite having zero leverage, Fatboy gives the infamous 19-hour olive branch speech as a counteroffer to everyone who doesn't dick ride him on the internet. Peaceful coexistence? Okay. No more talking shit from either side? Sound good? 9 seconds later, he resumes talking shit about dirt detractors. No negotiating with terrorists, though. Harvest continues. Harvest got tedious as it quickly became obvious that most of the people that orbit him are boring turbospats. Minor wheelchair exodus. Harvest ends. Phil advises the internet that this constitutes a hard W for him. Oh, to see the world through the blurry gin goggles of his squinty dead eyes. Phil resumes pushing buttons. Unquote. That was a quick rundown of what was called the January Harvest. The user also linked to a longer rundown of 3 videos. The overall runtime of those videos are 4.5 hours. As a reminder, these videos are considered the insignificant parts of Phil's history. The larger portions have longer running history and tie themselves well together. Like at the start of 2020, there were 2 things around Phil being discussed. A bankruptcy, which had its own honorary sign displayed at a WWE pay-per-view event, which is also attached to the theory around a mobile game known as WWE Champions. The bankruptcy is far more forward and clear, and has been a long time coming, with Phil discussing his want to file for bankruptcy through 2019. Only now, in January 2020, was the process underway.
But basically, eventually, I sat down and I saw a lawyer and talked to the lawyer, and the lawyer said, you know, with your situation, you know, there's really no way out besides declaring bankruptcy. Like, there's no way. How are you going to get out of not only owing all this debt that you have behind the scenes through credit cards and loans, but now you've got a home that you can't pay for and they're going to foreclose on you. Chances are they're going to sue you.
The bankruptcy forms made it into the
No,
hands
I
of
can't
the
kill any
detractors.
of them.
In these dense, lengthy legal forms were revelations that finally, among many other things, put a number on Phil's total debt. The unsecured creditors on page 20 list all of Phil's unsecured claims, so items that had no collateral such as personal loans and credit cards. The page 1 of 7 on the bottom right corner was already hinting at the sheer amount of debt Phil had incurred. The only thing more impactful will be going through all the individual accounts. And so, number 1, $1,100 to an American Express card. Number 2, $6,400 on a different American Express card. Number 3, $26,000 to Bank of America. Number 4, $2,700 to BMW of North America. Number 5, $10,700 to a Capital One credit card. Number 6, $14,100 to a Chase credit card.
14 credit
Number
cards.
7,
I think need more. You know what? Why
to a Citibank
14?
credit card.
Go for an
Number
even
8,
20. That's what I say.
$13,800 to a different Citibank credit card. Number 9, $15,600 to Citibank. Number 10, $10,000 to a Discover credit card. Number 11, $9,300 to Lenny Club Corporation. Number 12, $4,300 to Prosper Marketplace. Number 13, $3,800 to Sam's. And finally, number 14, $4,700 to US Bank. This comes to a grand total of $131,550.28. The secured loans with
Oh, I need password. I need a password for this
Washington
too.
condo, which was now his only condo. To add to this, on page 19, readers could see Phil still owed over $100,000 on his Connecticut condo, in which he originally purchased for $131,000. This means he was paying the minimum, where if he really wanted to, he could have paid the entire thing off and lived there within just a few years of purchasing it. Instead, he is now here, 11 years later, owing the IRS $15,000, having
Yoshi keeps
virtually no
getting
credit,
it, and then I'm
being
typing it
stripped
myself.
of what
It's-
little
it's
he accrued
something.
and being returned back to nothing. Was it worth enduring a decade of trolls, daily streams, managing lies, and being hated in the only community you know? The answer is yes, because Phil has something almost no one else has.
Oh god. I gotta hear this again. Okay, this is a good animation. Kind of funny.
Phil's plights were all worth it because of this Candy Crush gotcha-designed phone game themed around the WWE, known as WWE Champions. It is
It's
important to
WWE
note that Phil
Champions
has recruited investing
time.
into this game to the extent
I
people
love
have
it.
claimed. Despite a mountain of very strong evidence, he has room to dismiss it because there is no smoking gun. Phil has a history of playing other mobile games themed around the WWE, and was not shy to spend money on microtransactions to get an advantage. However, on WWE Champions, there is an account that has seen some tremendous climbing in the leaderboards that would be impossible without microtransactions. This account's name was They Call Me DSP. Phil's Twitter handle is also They Call Me DSP. Phil has a history of using that username in other apps like Pokemon Go, and Phil in the past has admitted to playing.
WWE Champions is a game that plays a lot like Candy Crush of all games.
Candy
what's the other one?
Crush.
Bejeweled. It plays like those two games with wrestlers, and honestly, the game cheats and is not very good. But I just play it because it has wrestlers in it.
What detractors seek to prove
done.
is that the account They Call Me DSP
Is
is
this
indeed
done?
Darkside Phil. If they can attach this
No.
account to Phil, then that alone proves that Phil spent tens of thousands of dollars on this game. This is where TJ Gamebox comes in, a person that
TJ
plays the same
Gamebox.
mobile game, who was dragged into this mess through
My
unscrupulous
money!
threats.
Don't. This is bullshit. You wasted my money.
We're part of a guild called Xena, and the guild,
No,
unfortunately,
my
was
money.
joined by
My
a person
fight
that was
money.
They Call Me DSP. The second that he was in my guild, a lot of people in my guild were threatened to be doxxed by detractors for having him in the guild because they didn't want us to go ahead and give him any prominence in the game.
It was clear that detractors were keeping tabs on the They Call Me DSP account, and they were following this account through various guilds, threatening guild members in-game. Other guilds,
Dude,
like TJ's
how
guild,
much money
would
did it
adhere
take
to
from
the
me?
detractor bans and remove
Give me
They
that
Call Me
much.
DSP. It is
Okay,
also
for some
important
reason I
to
thought
note
it'd take
that
like
besides Phil claiming
all of
that he
it.
does not own the account, attempts have been made to reach out to the They Call Me DSP account to see if the owner could somehow prove that they were not DSP. The owner
Wait.
was not cooperative, which gives more fuel to the theory.
Uh-oh.
As for
Uh-oh.
TJ, having some been made to reach out to the They Call Me DSP account to see if the owner could somehow prove that they were not DSP. The owner was not cooperative, which gives more fuel to the theory. As for
Whatever.
TJ, having some prior knowledge of Phil became interested in this investigation.
So I went further into it. I decided to keep track of money, keep track of tabs, keep track of when he's online. When I would find that he was online.
Oh my god, codes! A equals 1, B equals 2, C equals 3, Z 7. Okay, I think I
The
can
thing
remember
is,
that.
with higher spenders or those more
This thing with
investigative
like the
games, guilds,
na-
clans,
numbering
whatever it may
the
be, drift off their
alphabet.
game and use third-party software to communicate with one another. This, in most cases, is Discord. But in other cases, it could be apps like WhatsApp, which is primarily used for communication. There is also the Line app, which serves a similar function. And as it so happens, one of the guilds They Call Me DSP joined was using the Line app.
When I noticed he joined one of the guilds, there was a part where he could be part of the Line app. It says Line app was used for communication. So I did a little bit of digging and found that if you connected his phone number, because this phone number is public, onto the Line app, it pops up.
Watch, he's gonna tell you, that's not my number, guys, okay? This is not real, I changed my number now, guys.
They Call Me DSP.
This is a strong form of verification. You type in your number, then the app sends a message with a code to that number. This is rather straightforward because though numbers can be duped with outgoing messages, messaging the number back will result in reaching the actual number and not any spoofed one. Forgetting about the need of phone verification, Phil initially dismissed it as a troll with creating a Line account under They Call Me DSP.
Sounds like someone made an account in my name to try to fucking screw me over, just like Discords and everything else that's happened this year. I don't know anything about it,
Discords.
but it sounds like you're a conspiracy theorist, doesn't it?
If you were
You're
gonna
a
force
conspiracy
Phil,
theorist.
His number is tied to the Line app account.
I
So
got
when Phil
you.
changes
Shut
his
up.
Really big boy, you have to enter a code from an SMS message when you download the app. The troll has access to your text messaging. I contact the authorities if I were you.
Oh my god.
I'm just seriously. Like, there's no way
Seriously.
to dupe one of these app companies into thinking that you are using a phone number that you're not, right? Or there's no possible way that In the 6 years since my cell phone's been doxxed that I changed my number, right? No way possible that I would have possibly done that, right?
Then why don't you...
Phil claims
Whatever.
2 things. Firstly, that it may be possible to fool a company through a spoof number, which it is not. The second is Phil introducing the potential that he changed his number during this time, which was countered by someone calling Phil's number and getting this.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Oh shit, dude! Dude! It's James the Lesser. Uh-oh.
Not only that, when
Wait, what did it say?
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. Phil Burnell.
Not only that, when ranting about
Phil
John Rambo,
Burnell.
he slips up.
I have nothing to make amends for with Rambo. I never mistreated the guy. The guy was always told me that he was happy when we were doing work together and everything. He's the one who cut off contact with me and lied to me saying everything was all right, but then stopped talking to me and then made a negative video about me later. He would have to reach out to me. I'm the one who still has the same phone number. I'm the one who, you know what I mean?
You know what I mean?
I'm the guy who still easily reaches.
Yeah, that's kind of that's really funny. He went from like, dude, what if I changed my number? I have the same number, huh?
Phil has a line account, and also another item to stack on the massive pile of Phil's lies. But again, Phil could have a narrative that
I thought DSP was an honest guy. Why does he have a pile of lies?
Just because he has a line account that is also under the Call Me DSP, that doesn't prove that he plays WWE champions. And so the investigation continues and lands on a different third party, Discord.
Oh, so I have sources of him joining and being kicked out of my guild. I have sources of him WWE Champions Discord and me talking to him.
This is significantly more promising than the Line app, because unlike the Line app, They Call Me DSP's Discord is clearly seen interacting with TJ's guild. And
yeah, but the thing that was like, at this time, the only thing I was thinking about him being down from the rafters and shit is literally the Discord text read exactly like how he talks. And that to me was like, it wasn't 90% at the time. I would say like maybe 60-70% I think it was him, because it's like, I've never seen anyone type or talk the way that DSP does in Discord. It's like way too like specific.
And while anyone could choose whatever name they please on Discord, all accounts had to have a unique code attached to them. And thanks to a bot archiving the people that left the Discord, that not only shows the name, but also unique Discord ID, which is 4058. At the time, Phil also had a secret mod Discord, and a rogue mod just happened to leak Phil's unique Discord ID, which was also 4058. Though the numbers are clear, what Phil now relies on is trying to state that the evidence itself is illegitimate. Somehow, one way or another, some image is altered, and of course, that he never used Discord for those purposes.
The only time I ever used Discord was to chat with people back when I had a partnership with Twitch and stuff like that. I had a contact so I could chat through Discord. But outside of that, I've never used it for anything else. Now, I don't even know what Line app is. I guess it's just chat. I don't know. Maybe it does do those other things. I have no idea.
At this point, one can reasonably deduce that They Call Me DSP is Phil. Though Phil claims what should be definitive evidence is false, and relies on his minuscule credibility.
I also kind of like that, DZ said that if you think it's him, it's some crazy conspiracy theory bullshit. But Joon literally is just saying, you could think it's him and this and that, which like makes sense. Come on, dog.
Audience. And so the investigation continues to find something more definitive that Phil cannot excuse as false. This is where the bankruptcy documents come into play. His expenses are most pertinent. On page 32 of his bankruptcy petition, these personal expenses are itemized between him and his wife. His monthly expenses come around to $5,100. His mortgage and tax payment plan make up for nearly half of his personal expenses. There's nothing eyebrow-raising here. But then you look on Form 122A, the monthly business income and expenses. Here you find something entirely different. On page 4, it shows what Phil's income for the months of July, August, September, October, November, and December of 2019 were. He never made under $8,000, and in just these 6 months made a total of $55,000. But did he really? In this form, he listed his business expenses, which are separate from personal expenses. Expenses meant to only be related to his content creation job. These expenses are $9,000 for the month of July, $5,400 for August, 3,100 for
missing.
September, 4,400 for October, 4,300 for November, and 4,900 for December. In July alone, he claims to have lost $867 from his streaming job somehow. And because these do not have to be itemized, as the only purpose of this forum is to make sure you're not making enough money to reasonably pay off your debts, means Phil does not have to explain how a job, with virtually no overhead, where at most his expenses should be limited to purchasing games, is costing him thousands of dollars a month. What's more, on his bankruptcy petition on page 14 of 50, he claims to only have $1,500 in business assets. So as the courts would see it, these expenses would have to go into services. It is understood that Phil doesn't pay his mods. On the contrary, his mods pay him. He asks viewers to pay for his games. He doesn't use any services for his business that would charge those thousands of dollars. And so this leaves many to believe this is how Phil hides his WWE Champions transactions, labeling them as business expenses. Which, if Phil can play to the government's ignorance of his content creation job so long as they see it as profitable, then perhaps Phil can also do this on his taxes. And so, what does Phil have in response to these official documents? When I asked him, quote, do you believe it's incorrect / possible that you spent solely that much on your business for those months? He responded with, it's not just possible, it's true. That's what my attorney submitted, and that's what was reviewed and approved in the bankruptcy case. But specifics I can never talk about because 1, I didn't do those calculations. The attorney did, so I honestly have no idea what they actually included. And number 2, I wouldn't publicly talk about any expenses, personal or business-wise regardless. It's literally nobody's business besides the bankruptcy court. Unquote. Phil refused to itemize his expenses, citing both his ignorance of
Guys, he has a point.
There are also clear discrepancies on the filings. On page 12 of 50 in the bankruptcy petition, the box is checked that he doesn't own any non-farm animals, but he owns his cat, Jasper. There is also speculation on the valuation
cat
of his
owns
Washington
it.
condo,
Owns
as on
him.
page 1150, it states it is valued at $379,000 according to Zillow. These smaller items made people ever more speculative of Phil and the WWE account that vanished. They called me DSP disappeared from the game, but there was an account that had similar stats.
They call me DSP, to the Gun Show 87, to now Down from the Rafters, which, by the way, you cannot use the name Down from the Rafters in WWE Champions because the name is too big to use. So that means it was changed by a bot. It was changed by Scrollblade.
Down the Rafters
shit.
was the last name change. As the account stated, this will be the last time they would try to change their name, as it was clear that they could not hide from the trolls that follow them, thinking that they are, quote, some idiot video game streamer that they hate, unquote. By 2020, Phil was adamant that he had quit all mobile games. Not even just recently, but all the way back in 2018.
In 2018, I quit all mobile games. I don't play them anymore. I got rid of them. I said, I'd rather focus time on important stuff with my family and stuff. I don't waste time. They're all, I keep telling you guys this.
Guys, I keep
Mobile
telling you
games
guys.
are money sinks.
Mobile
You
games,
put money into
they're
it,
money
you put time
sinks.
into it and money into it, and you don't get anything really out of it unless you're constantly keep playing and sinking more money into it.
Okay, we'll go in there
That's the truth
later.
of the matter. Quit all those mobile games because they were just pay to win. It got to the point where they're really fun to play at first.
Oh my god.
And then you realize you can't
Fuck
actually
off,
progress unless you
brains.
drop money to get all the new cards.
Far more captivating at the time was the ongoing bankruptcy proceedings.
Okay, the next matter is Philip Burnell. This is,
I can't
Michelle
escape.
Sheffield,
No.
the debtor, and Philip Burnell is with me. He's in your office with you? Yes. And Mr. Burnell, you there?
I am present.
I am present.
That audio was
I
from
am
the
here.
341 meeting. In this meeting, the debtor, Phil Burnell, is accompanied by his trustee. A basic rundown of this meeting is to catch the discrepancies within the bankruptcy filings. Creditors are expected to, but often don't attend. This call took place during COVID. Many facilities were closed, and the online space was looked upon as the temporary replacement, a place where Phil's trolls lived.
Nancy? Yes? Sorry, there's 60 people on the line for this call, so I
Whoa.
think that's the problem. Okay.
A reason so many were invested in this call, some even live streaming it, was to see if Phil's inexplicable business expenses would be questioned.
What is WWE?
What is WWE?
WWE.
Oh, WWE Network. That is just an on-demand video service.
The way he acts so like sketchy. WWE Network. WWE Network. Yeah, of course it.
For watching, professional wrestling. That is not business related.
Many, with the opening of that question, thought that was the moment Phil was caught. but it was just the service that was being asked about.
You've provided me a copy of your PayPal account for 1 month. I would like to see the last 6 months of both of your PayPal statements.
Oh no, it's gonna happen.
This also turned out to be a false positive. But again, hopes were up when Phil was asked to explain his business expenses.
What do you consider a business expense?
Anything relating, to the business per the instruction of my tax attorney. So it could be. Oh, okay.
Hold on, guys. Wait, this may not be story related. I just realized. I'm not falling for it. Well, it's gonna be story related. Okay, it's good. This is this. Okay.
Cost of a video game, the cost of a subscription for a video game, a microtransaction within a video game, cost of a piece of new equipment, maintenance on set equipment.
I forgot what is the witch's weakness.
It could be, internet, cost of internet.
Damn it, I can't find out.
Cost of, facilities necessary for the business, cost of cell phone for the business.
This was dismissed rather easily, likely through the ignorance of the attendees.
Comatose,
But if
what a
anything,
what
it
a
did
name.
prove that Phil knew how his business expenses were calculated, making people more curious about what they could be now that he couldn't dismiss the expenses as being ignorant of them. And then the meeting was turned to the quote-unquote creditors.
Okay, I have no further questions. Are there creditors on the line?
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, are you a creditor?
There was only one person willing to confront Phil. It was a troll concealed as a creditor from Citibank who had one burning question.
Reviewing your filing, it looks like you stated here that you have about $5,000 a month in business expenses. Can you itemize that for me?
Hold on.
What followed
Oh,
was
you
a few
legit.
seconds of
Kill him.
silence. Phil was likely in conversation with his trustee and came back with this.
Nancy, I'm not sure this person is for Citibank.
I'm sorry, excuse me?
While the troll continued to masquerade as a representative of Citibank, through his persistence that Phil was attempting to distract from the question, there was issue with his question. With the meeting looking at the Schedule J form, the questions were pertaining to Phil's personal expenses. This is a personal bankruptcy. His business was only glanced over, with the attendees satisfied with Phil's as a solid, esoteric explanations. And so they referred him to his personal expenses, which were already broken down. Not too long after the meeting ended, with just one more outburst from a troll.
Why am I poisoned? Why am
I'm toxic! Oh man.
This meeting, in terms of wanting to expose Phil,
That is
was
kind
a
of
failure.
stupid,
Phil's
whatever.
bankruptcy case was closed, and he surrendered his Connecticut condo and remained streaming. Though it did show there was an additional consequence of Phil's long-standing internet presence and infamy. The children that may have watched him in 2010 and grew to hate him
The
over
children.
time have aged and become adults who are more proficient in all things, like trolling and archiving. Archiving, like creating graphs meant to keep
The first
track
time I
of
heard
Phil's
that clip
expenses.
played on the
This
cell, I
compared
don't
to future archiving methods made these appear
The call, I-
rudimentary. Even so, the visualization of this data makes it clear-cut that Phil's earnings are on the rise. It was long thought that his channel would fade out, but year after year, it's been persistent. This is where a different archiving tool helps. PicPicGo is a website that
PicPicGo?
scouts Phil's massive catalog of tens of thousands of videos.
Great
the way
website.
it works is you put in a phrase. This searches Phil's YouTube transcripts and lists them in order by date. You can also search within a specific date and visualize the usage of a word through the trend option. And if we type invest with a space on both sides, that way we don't get words like investment or vested, we get results relating only to the word vest. This word was not just used for demonstration, but also because this article of clothing correlates with Phil's surge of earnings.
What was I gonna check? Oh yeah.
And now let's talk a little bit about the Hyde character. I mean, come on.
Come
People
on.
are saying, I should look for the vest. Oh my god.
Abyss.
I'll go look very quickly. I know exactly where it would be. It would be in my front closet if I still have it. I don't think I have it, but I'll go check quickly. I'll be right back.
Damn it. Oh, and then this is. Oh fuck, guys, I have to like figure this out.
Well, I'm sorry, guys. I just couldn't.
Shit.
Find
So
I couldn't find
okay.
the vest.
Let's see. Let's see if I can do it. Let's see if I can do it. I'm gonna type it in and let's see.
The vest is an item that Phil wore in the
So,
past and was being noticed during
1,
a
2,
retrospective stream. What he perceived to be a funny moment was turning out to be something bigger. It was sticking with viewers and they wanted more of it.
What? Evil Williams says, I think the black DSP merch t-shirt really contrasts the vest. It brings out the positive side of Phil. Phil be dabbing at
25.
the tractors with this new fresh streaming look. Every day, I will do something different. One day I'll wear sunglasses. One day I'll wear a vest. Yeah, like it matters. Doesn't matter. Anyway, so we had the tips goal. I'll wear the vest, and we raised $200.
Oh my God, this is
cowboy hat. If we raise $1,000 in the next.
I know the the numbers, but I.
On one foot and sing Kumbaya while I'm wearing the vest and the
26 is up to Z.
How stupid this shit is. The thing is, I'm not kidding you. They're
like,
Twitch streamers,
man.
and this is what happens, and this is what they do, and they make the money too. Like, it's insane. Like, wow. They just pull stunts constantly on a stream. And people will toss money their way for pulling a crazy stunt.
As combative as Phil was with wearing the vest for jest, the continued request to wear it and the potential earnings was too great, and he began to cave in.
Yes, I will tell you guys, I will put on the vest if we hit the tips goal for tonight. There you go. It seems to be a new running thing that people want me to,
through. Oh my God.
People want me to put on the vest, so.
Oh my God.
Even though he caved in this one time, he wanted to be straightforward that this wouldn't be a common occurrence.
I hate this game. This game sucks, okay? This game sucks ass. I know AZ is one. I know.
And then we hit the tips goal. So
that's not the problem.
Silly, but it's not going to be something that happens.
The problem is S, because S. I don't have 20 fingers. I have only 10.
$6 in tips. We have reached vest street.
But like I have to like think of the alphabet like this is
16.
This is how you make sure someone's not like drunk driving. Okay, this is a drunk driving test. This is bullshit.
We're currently at vest streak 96.
Oh my God! And then I'm hearing this podcast and it's like not helping.
Vest streak.
I'm not drunk. Okay, jeez.
The 100.
No one would do this even if they were sober.
We're at 138 right now, guys. That means we've hit the tips goal. 138 straight streams.
Fuck it. I know how to solve it. I'm just gonna look at what the fuck is S because
to make money yet.
Why is 20?
$100 he will put the vest on.
25.
So long as the $100 were hit, the vest streak, as it was called, was maintained. This made certain that Phil was making at least $100 during the streak.
Why is
Phil
20
also
25?
added additional articles of clothing that could be worn for
So
increased
20.
donations.
So 26
As he
minus.
doubled down on the success, Phil even began selling merchandise celebrating the vest.
Guys, FYI, I'm only streaming for 10 minutes unless
26
it's
minus 8
10 minutes, which it might, but I'm only streaming for about 10 minutes, so no lie.
I'm bad at math, like off the top of my head.
This is the end of the vest streak. It's gonna end at 179. Albert Aponte took $29.30. So, ladies and gentlemen, thanks to
18.
Alfred tonight.
Okay,
we have
so it's 18.
reached the tips goal.
The vast streak almost ended in the month of July. Phil expressed his concern of it both in and outside the stream.
Let's see if this is it.
I wasn't kidding. Like, I'm done. The game is over, and it looks like the vest streak's over. So I don't know why people were like, if people were holding tips or whatever tonight.
I'm assuming it's
On September
0,
8th,
1,
Phil
0.
had made just $13. While viewers have pulled through a few
2.
times to rescue the vest streak, the difference in donations was too great and unrealistic for anyone to save it this time.
20.
But yeah, like I was hoping to keep the vest streak going so that I could actually afford both new consoles and everything, and now it's over. So
18.
While Phil prolonged his stream a few more minutes, no
This
donators
game
who
sucks.
joined
How is that the
stream
wrong
saved the vest
password?
streak
It's
and died
Abyss.
On day 276.
How is that not
Phil
right?
knew that
How
had
is
to
it
die
not right? How is that not
yet was
right?
greatly displeased
I
when
did
the
it
moment
correctly.
happened.
I did everything
For this
correct.
stream, Phil was quick to try to find a different trend.
Okay. Okay. I was on the right path. It was the zeros that was wrong. So I'm not I'm not that dumb. I just thought it would be zeros.
if you hit a tier 2 tips goal, here's what you should do. You guys ready for this?
Completely
This was her-
different.
100% this was her suggestion. All right, you ready?
Spinning in his chair as a reward did not catch on. Phil just kept the articles of clothing as standard reward for the tips goal.
But that's not right
Yet with the
either.
streak gone, so was
Oh, wait,
all the
no.
hype, and Phil's earnings
It's 2
dipped
S's,
once
so
more.
it'd be 18,
Taking this
18.
opportunity, detractors paid a mix of internet figures and wrestlers to
No!
make cameos.
This game sucks. This game is garbage.
Darkside Phil, it's Kevin Nash.
How is that not it?
Fucking Redson.
How am I not getting it? How is that wrong? How is it wrong? How am I incorrect?
Spent $40,000 on the WWE.
It's 0, 1. It's 1, 1.
Went into bankruptcy
No,
for
1,
half-
2. I got 1, 2.
You play video games
25.
all day long.
18,
Your wife
18.
was
How is that not right?
You masturbated on YouTube.
How is that not right?
Live stream. They wanted to prosecute.
The only thing is that
They said
maybe
the
it's not
penis
20.
was so small
Maybe
they
it's
couldn't
not
actually make it
1818.
out. So they couldn't
But if
tell
it's
whether you
26
were masturbating or playing with a fucking skin.
But if it's only 8
I got
letters,
your dossier from the
you
fucking
should
almighty
subtract by
fucking
20.
gang. I said to myself,
How
this
is that not
some
right
fucking-
though?
This is somebody needs some fucking serious.
How is that not right?
Side,
This is
Phil.
bullshit.
What the fuck is your problem?
How is that
dude?
not
How the
right?
fuck do you have
This game's
such
cheating.
A great business degree, dude, and you're a fucking $500,000 in debt.
1,
What
2,
a
25.
fucking valedictorian of what? Fucking
How is it not
Muppet
18?
Fucking theater, you moron.
Darkside Phil doesn't understand the depths
Let's see.
to which he has sunk. So first and foremost,
STUVWXYZ.
at least gamble in
It's
a way.
8
But on the
8
mobile
apart.
game,
So
embarrassed
26.
the fact that because you sit around the house and you allow your wife to work while you're playing video games and you're going 500 grand.
Guys, video games is hard, okay? Jeez.
It is
That's
important
it.
to remember
Fuck
that both
this.
his detractors and fans would be willing to spend money on either side. His fans, in particular, could be considered the most generous on Twitch.
Like, I would say about like $800.
That was ex-viewer PW Dubs estimating how much he
I
donated
know
to
I'm
Phil.
right.
But why would he donate so much?
I never like get tipped to help him out. The reason I tipped really was just to try to get a reaction out of him.
With PW Dubs continually attempting to get
Oh,
advice
it's
out of Phil
19!
and common.
Fuck
But
this game.
because
This
he was
game's done. I was right
donating,
anyway. I was close. I knew it was 19. I was just fucking with you guys. I was just trolling, guys. I was totally
Like with most
trolling.
donators, with
Okay,
the
you guys
intention
fell
to
for
Phil,
it.
Phil does eventually
Okay.
become exhausted with their
Yeah,
excuses.
I bet you guys feel
This
really
back and
stupid
forth
right
email got
now.
to the point that PW Dubs was arguing that he lived in Texas. Phil kept refuting that he did. So unprompted, PW Dubs does this.
I was trying to do like a gotcha moment, like when I sent him the email saying I do live in Texas, like there's proof that I live in Texas.
PW Dubs sent Phil an image of his driver's license, where he self-centered certain sections himself with scribbles of black lines through MS Paint. Censored was his face, the expiry date, street address, and license ID. What Phil then did was post this email to a secret moderator Discord that included about 11 other members, remarking, quote, "I mean Jesus, why are we even at this point? I don't want to card my fucking stream chatters," unquote. The few moderators that responded shared
This
in
is
this
embarrassing.
confusing sentiment. But Phil posting this license.
Wait, I want to hear this again.
Like when I sent
arguing that he lived in Texas. Donators with the intent to troll Phil. Phil does eventually become exhausted with their excuses. This back and forth through email got to the point that PW Dubs was arguing that he lived in Texas. Phil kept refuting that he did. So unprompted, PW Dubs does this.
I was trying to do like a gotcha moment, like when I sent him the email saying I do live in Texas, like there's proof that I live in Texas.
PW Dubs sent Phil an image of his driver's license, where he self-centered certain sections himself with scribbles of black lines through MS Paint. Censored was his face, the expiry date, street address, and license ID. What Phil then did was post this email to a secret moderator Discord that included about 11 other members, remarking,
Now I love that Deez was like, I didn't dox him. And in my opinion, I don't give a fuck. The fact that a viewer sent him a driver's license, and the fact, censored or not, the fact that he propagated that into his Discord, I think that's kind of fucked up. Obviously, he shouldn't have done that. Like, he should have just deleted it and just been like, this is stupid. Like, come on, dog.
quote, "I mean Jesus, why are we
Jesus.
even at this point? I don't want to card my fucking stream chatters," unquote. The few moderators that responded shared in this confusing sentiment. But Phil posting this license, even though it was somewhat censored through PW Dubs, meant that he had doxed him. Phil had revealed his private information, though it was only to a small, uninterested group. With this information, a rat, well, more so a mouse, took note of Phil's transgression. This rogue mod, known as Anonymous or Anony for short, was in talks with Kiwi
Anony.
members to verify themselves and leak
Oh
both the
fuck,
secret
sorry guys.
They had
logs.
Oh my god, the one time I'm not ready for a cutscene. Oh shit, he just bit a tomato. He was just having a nice juicy tomato.
This time, where's your buddies?
Oh, that girl was cool. Why did you have to eat her?
Humans must never be inferior to their own creations. I know my comrades would agree.
How could you? You don't deserve to call them comrades.
Tell me, what did you inherit by devouring them?
The key to life.
Strength.
I pity you. We've learned that strength is not everything. Cielo is far greater than you.
That was probably the silliest transition.
Logs and proof Phil had doxed PW dubs, but Phil was catching on. Now in
Oh God,
2021,
Zabadon.
this came to a head mid-March.
Like the Anonymous, they had the power in like Twitch chats like change the title of his stream. So they like changed the title of when Phil was streaming. He changed the title to Dark Side-Field leaks. I mean Dark Side-Field docs PW.
Oh.
He made that the title.
Following this and Anonymous's departure, Phil had to defend his doxing
Oh
of
my God.
PW dubs and his
He keeps
secret
thrusting on me,
Discord.
dude. This is fucked up.
His question specifically is, why didn't you ever mention that you had a Discord? We asked you before if you used Discord, and you said no. Because it has nothing to do with anyone watching the stream.
The doxing of the Discord and his treatment of Anonymous made its way to Reddit, where it was fast to gain traction. Anonymous in his post made sure to censor everything the driver's license had on it except the words driver's license. Phil admitted that he shared the license in a small moderator Discord, but used the small size of the Discord
I
and
think
the
we have to
fact that
grind.
PW censored some of it himself in his defense. Then came the argument that Phil did not share the censored version, confusing Anonymous's full censor against PW partial censor. Even so, it was all a bad look for Phil. And not just Phil, but also Anonymous. In a place like Kiwi Farms, posts range from general observations, to memes, to full vitriol, all of which is typically welcome. To step foot in this space is to realize that everyone
Dude,
is
this
a
thing is wiping my
potential
party
target.
out. It's
All
fucked
elements
up.
of you can be criticized and brought forward for the sake of entertainment. Anonymous was no exception. Nigel UKIP was set on giving Anonymous a proper welcome by making fun of his appearance and his launch of his streaming career. This comes with the perspective some detractors across several communities hold that earning revenue online while existing in proximity to detractors is a sin, as some view Phil and other streamers like Wings of Redemption as chronic e-beggars who are constantly unappreciative of fan support and money, though most won't care and are just there for the entertainment. And when Baby Anonymous,
Baby
Anonymous' alternative
Anonymous?
for baby fetish Twitter was
Oh,
noticed, that's all they
man.
got. The contents of this
Oof.
Twitter are highly disturbing and for that reason cannot and should not be shown.
Diaper photos. That was a crazy situation. They had like, it was.
Oh man,
It's like
I
so
can't
much
wait.
stuff
I
in sports.
honestly, everyone's like, "Oh, I can't wait for DSP to get to the WWE Champions part." I am more interested in what he's gonna say about that. He's gonna I guarantee he's gonna make fun of Anani for the fetish that he had. I mean, I'm just curious about that because at the same time, like, who fucking cares what other people do unless it's like fucking illegal, disturbing bullshit. I mean, it's disgusting. You can think of something that's disgusting all you want. But I mean, DSP does have a diaper fetish, so he can relate to him. He can be like, oh, you know. But we'll see.
So many.
With Anonymous's image irrevocably defiled through his own means, he dropped off from the community entirely. As for what happened to Phil, practically nothing. This behavior was already expected from him. Besides, surprises don't come from Phil. They come from everything else.
Oh, look at that. There's some kind of a glitch.
Oh, a glitch.
Only Iced Coffee just realized there's a glitch on Twitch.
A glitch on
Everyone's
Twitch.
subscriber crowns turned bronze for no reason. What the hell?
What the hell? What the flippity floppity floop?
Apparently, something just happened very bad, is what happened, guys. Apparently, something very, very bad just happened. Yeah, I'm not kidding. It literally just happened this moment. The subs are going away. Permanently. Apparently, they
That's where
kicked me out of
HP
the
Greeley
partnership program,
defense
and I
up.
don't know why.
I'll do that.
No one knew it at the time, but Phil's suspension from his Twitch partnership was, according to Phil, because of the massive influx of reports of him using harmful language. Following this was the greatest weapon ever developed against Darkside Phil. Rated by user Piece of Peace, the DSP Tips
Oh,
Tracker
shit.
spreadsheet is equipped with table after table analyzing Phil's daily earnings from his AM and PM streams. This included what game he played,
This music.
who was the top tipper, how much did he make on average, how did this compare to the average. It also included analysis on his Patreon, YouTube, and Twitch. Phil's excuses, poor spending habits, and as it were, e-begging would be challenged with evidence like never before, and as such became immediately useful.
I'll be playing Mass Effect 1 Remastered in a marathon setting, and my goal that day is to raise funds via tips or patron pledges to pay the bills that I need to pay this month, because I am not going to be getting any payment for my Twitch partnership because they canceled it.
Phil, on May 6, nearly 2
They
weeks
canceled
after
it.
being departnered, set on raising money to pay his bills now in fear that he won't be receiving his Twitch partnership money pre the departnering. But if you look at the spreadsheet, between the 22nd of April, which is when he was departnered, and May 6, when he made the announcement, he already made $5,797 solely from tips. Not YouTube, not Patreon, just tips.
I'm trying to make it so I hit every tips goal this week to help me coming up with my mortgage, because I don't even know what's going to happen with Twitch. I don't know if they're going to pay me or not for all the work that I did last month after losing my partnership. I'm looking to hit the tips goal every stream now between now and when I have to pay my mortgage in the middle of the month. I have no other income apparently, because it sounds like Twitch isn't going to pay me for last month. I'm going to pay my bills, pay my mortgage and everything, because I'm not going to get that payment I depend on every month. You know, fundraising to pay my mortgage, to pay my back taxes, and the stuff for the rest of the month. As for the mortgage, yes, I hope that things go well and I can pay my mortgage on Saturday. Please support this marathon stream. I need the help. In particular, I need it for tomorrow to pay my mortgage, so if you can, please support.
That was Phil, throughout his marathon stream, petitioning his audience for even more money to cover his bills and mortgage. Which, without the added pressure of the debts he used to have, means that he already had enough at this point with the over $5,000 he raised. By the 14th of May, he made another $5,000. The total between April 22nd and May 14th was $10,252. Someone approached Phil with this information, which he dismissed. To make matters more interesting, Phil did end up getting paid the money owed from Twitch and framed this as, quote, just enough to get me through the next week, unquote. This vagueness will no longer fly. On top of this, Phil admits, even though he claims to be perpetually
Oh,
financially
shield the
stabilized,
physical.
he
Oh,
doesn't
that's
know
awful.
or
I
keep
hate.
track of his
I hate that
finances.
kind of shit.
I don't know. I'm
I
not
don't know.
really tracking all this stuff. I'm just not. I'm not going to track all this financially and see every day what I'm making is ridiculous.
Detractors were making memes, especially as Phil's unappreciative nature became ever more grating to them.
Tips were really slow after pre-stream. No, tips were good until the break. Since I came back from break, there's been 0 contributions. 0. Yeah,
0.
I guess people don't allow a streamer to take a break, you know, because I have to, you know, shit and piss and
Shit and
get out of
piss.
this chair for 20 minutes so that I don't get blood clots, but not acceptable apparently in modern day. You didn't get the break, fuck it.
Fuck it.
Reactions in chat differ from Phil's whining. Some feel guilty for not hitting the tips goal of $150, while others remark that $136 is already a sizable amount. What stayed true was Phil was growing ever more frustrated during this time.
All right, well, we're gonna end it here.
Oh, dude,
Back
Zelda.
to bed. I'll put the
Skyward
back
Sword,
on.
the game that sucked ass.
I'll sweat disgustingly. Since I'm about to sweat disgustingly on the stream because I'm wearing this vest, all right? It would be nice. It would be nice if we could hit the tips goal today. I'm just saying. We got about 45 minutes left on today's stream. It would be very nice since I'm about to sweat profusely for 45 minutes if we could hit the tips goal.
Miss, come on. It's Rumble time? Oh god, I don't like the sound of this. No, don't eat him.
Suffering a few hours sounds fine to me.
My comrade
That's
wants
'cause
to
you're
join the
stupid.
fun too.
Seriously, that's because you're stupid. If you don't understand that sitting in this office and sweating profusely, being incredibly unhealthy and uncomfortable to make a few bucks is a bad thing, you're an asshole. And I mean that. Like, I mean, how dumb can you be? I might as well just fucking, you know, do completely crazy shit on the stream constantly, putting myself in harm's way. What, dumb? Yes.
What are you, dumb?
You don't understand the difference between, oh, let's purchase a hat. That's a hat meant to be worn normally by a human. It doesn't overheat you. It doesn't hurt your body. It's meant to be designed so it doesn't hurt your neck or whatever. A nice hat, right? Versus a fucking costume you're only supposed to wear, you know, for a few minutes momentarily for a party or something. You don't get the difference? You're an idiot.
As if to ease from the serious drama starting 2021, attention was again shifted to moments Phil made a fool of himself. And of course, moments like these on stream.
I did the same mistake.
Where did it go? What the fuck? He had a gun. I wanted to get it. It disappeared. Yeah, I didn't get it. For some reason, I don't know how to get a gun off of a guy. But he had a big ass gun I wanted. And I didn't get it.
It is important to remember that it was not just detractors, fans, or uninteractive viewers from both sides that were paying attention to Phil.
Because we've shown you that these new items and abilities give you lots of different gameplay in the different levels, the flow is motivating. And most importantly, we can actually use that motivation to prioritize exploration. Here's a quick example. I want you to watch what the player does here as he boats around.
We're back.
The top 3 comments on this video read, quote, "The unstoppable force of nature that is DSP single-handedly making the gaming industry worse by simply playing games. You live in a timeline where DSP has game companies making games catering to him. What a horrible time to live in where DSP is the standard audience games are aimed at." Unquote. During this entire time, his finances were still being tracked. However, for one person, this was not enough, and they decided to take matters into their own hands.
It's never good enough for these crazy conspiracy theorist nut jobs who want to hurt me, and now they've taken it too far. It's one thing just literally saying, okay, here's conspiracies about Phil. It's another thing committing federal crimes against me.
Yes, so someone just randomly posted that they went ahead and accessed his bank leaks on using Bank of America, using their telephone, and reverse engineering his social security number to go ahead and figure out how to access. And Bank of America has an option where you can go ahead and repeat the last 10 transactions. He did that about 500 times.
This is to the point of now major repercussions. And I hope people understand that. Anyone who's talking about this, not knowing fully what they're saying is true or not, guess what? You're part of the problem, and you're part of the issue,
problem.
You are going to be held accountable too. It's just that simple. You're part of it now. You're actually passing around stuff that should not be passed around, and you're going to be in trouble just as well. So,
this event would be known as the bank leaks. Charted, graphed, and described to the best of the user's abilities, the information from the bank leaks was added to the tips tracker as a separate page. Phil's supposed transactions from March 3rd, 2020 to September 17th, 2021, the day the user supposedly accessed Phil's account, are now archived for everyone to see.
Over the last week, it has come to my attention and my knowledge finally that I have been subject to the crime of identity theft, a federal crime, by the way. I got a notification via email about someone.
I want to say his
messing
weakness
around
is
with one of my
Bufu.
accounts, which then led me to research it and find out that
Missed.
You know, this was happening.
At this same time, Phil gets a notification that someone has stolen his identity right at the same time the bank leaks come out and possibly trigger a failsafe. But due to Phil's own web lies, Phil is walking a very, very thin tightrope.
Oh my god,
The
this
reason
game is
becomes
like...
clear why Phil cannot right out admit that someone accessed his bank account. On several occasions, there are transactions that are only labeled as PayPal. Some
PayPal.
only labeled Apple iTunes. They happen with such frequency, back to back to back, that it immediately becomes suspicious. And more importantly, they are all the exact same amounts. Several transactions of $11,
This is a hard boss fight. I don't think I'll be able to beat this.
and $110.09. If you deduct the Washington sales tax from these, you get a more rounded number. The $110.09 becomes $99.99, and the $11 becomes $9.99. This can be easily correlated with the packages available on WWE Champions. These in the pie charts are labeled as microtransactions and make up around 1/4 in his spendings. In these 18 months, Phil spent around $44,000 on microtransactions. These are not the only purchases, which shows his dysfunctional nature.
Damn, Abaddon's
In
so-
September
so
2020
fucking
alone,
tank.
the month the best streak ended, he spent $258 on alcohol. These are all reasons why Phil cannot state his bank account was accessed, because it would simultaneously prove that he is an alcoholic with a gambling addiction, and that his many emergency streams were only for the sake of raising money for microtransactions. Another layer of this is that Phil, if the bank leaks were fake, could easily disprove them. But the correlation between the
I kinda
bank
wanna
leaks
play
and
this
his
game anymore. I wanna
purchases
take a
are
break
so
from it.
tight, it seems he is unable to do so. So what he has done was just
Yeah, I think
ignore
I'm
it
gonna do something
altogether.
else.
There is no way out of this one without a strong explanation, which Phil cannot muster.
Fuck
This was
this.
not even the wildest thing that came out in proximity of Phil this year.
But you know, there is one streamer that you know, forgot to turn off the camera. Yeah. Do you know? Have you seen that one?
Well, I know of one. I dare not say the name.
Nah, he doesn't deserve attention. He's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
It was not PewDiePie referencing Phil, it was this post on Kiwi Farms. Quote, let me
I think I'm
preface
just
with
gonna
this.
chill.
I know I'm a degenerate, but curiosity got the better of me, and I ended up seeing Officer Sanders IRL. I think I may be traumatized. The autism was just that bad. I got a room which I told her she could stay the night in, so she brought her hobo pack. She had a panic attack shortly after, so we had to talk for an hour to bring her down. Out of nowhere, she started talking about her sister and brought up one Phil Brunel. She had a container of Kool-Aid mix, so she added some to a bottle of water and was drinking from it. But for some reason, she thought it would be a good idea to add it to her bath and ended up trashing the bathtub. She splashed it on herself so it stained her skin. She did it to create content for OnlyFans, which should be up. Jesus. She then smoked some dink, we did stuff, and that was that. I need to reevaluate my life choices. Unquote. If it weren't for the pictures, this would be seldom believable. But as evidence was brought forth, it was clear that a troll had slept with Phil's sister-in-law. This really only scratches the surface of the rabbit hole pertaining to Phil's extended family. As for Phil himself, by 2022, he had survived many generations of YouTube and was being exposed to the newest generation of users and creators. A type of these creators fall under the category of virtual YouTubers, or VTubers for short. They are notable for their cutesy anime avatars. The juxtaposition between their and Phil's persona makes for an interesting watch.
I'm here, we're gonna name Phil! Yay, let's name him! The Christian begins.
Oh man,
You
these
look up
videos,
at you.
I also can't wait for him to see this. He's gonna be so confused.
Heck yeah. You are now Phil, and you fill one. Phil fills one purpose.
It sure does. It sure does. I have some gold nuggets, but they're not like ingots or anything, so we can't really actually use them.
This chance happening of VTuber Gura naming a random
Quita
NPC
boy,
Phil
quita.
is phenomenal.
Hey,
for
I
many
didn't say I'm
reasons.
done playing the
First
game
off, the
forever.
NPC she named is a piglet.
I'll play it
Phil
again in the
provides
next
significant
century
boost
when
to
I
growth.
stream.
Both
Don't
of
you
them are
worry.
known to snort. Gura also has a piglin trapped in a cage, which is a rather insulting position to be in. The in-game purpose of trapping this NPC is to utilize a mechanic that allows players to exchange gold ingots for random items from the piglin.
I think
The
DSP did
piglin
this
will
in
also
his
attack you
fucking
if you are not wearing a
stream,
gold
too.
item. This greed and desire for gold
Shameful
from the
display.
NPC
Hey, at
is
least
just
I
another reason
tried.
This chance occurrence is remarkable.
It's not
Gold
easy.
out of you, Phil.
And I probably
I'm
need to
gonna get
grind.
all types of goodies out of you, Phil.
It is also standard.
Maybe I
that
should go back and
VTubers,
play it.
like
Maybe I'm
any other
maybe I'm
content creator,
overreacting.
mock Phil.
I think the good old DSP, the guy who can't complete a game. You know, it's honestly a wonder that DSP is still around to this day. He's like a relic. He belongs in a museum. He's made his career entirely off being bad and horrible.
Why is the VTuber mouth moving, man?
I'm gonna be honest.
That sounds like a butt.
I literally
Oh, sounds like
can't
butthead.
tell
Yeah. It kind of does.
if it's an act.
Now he
and
doesn't use
he's really
Beavis.
committed.
Yeah, man.
I can't tell.
How'd you even do that?
Oh man, DSP's gonna hate that part.
He blames everybody else for his
This is
problems
how I laugh.
instead of just recognizing the problem and then seeking a resolution for it.
All right.
The most viral category was by far a comparison video titled Cute Anime Girl versus Disgruntled Old Man.
What are these? A bunch of little balls?
That's a lot of balls. What are we doing with these
Oh
balls?
boy.
Gonna scoop them?
Can we grab them? Yes, we can.
Oh man.
Like a
There's... Huh?
like an excavator?
Are we just putting all the balls in here or something? Once again, I'm just supposed to magically. Know what we're doing.
Dude, this is triggering me a little bit. It's unreal. It's unreal. You know, you think I was stupid about the fucking alphabet. This dude is giving more context clues. Like at least mine. I can hide behind the fact that I have to think about the numbers and letters and all this. That's the one thing I can hide behind. But this is like, dude, there's balls and there's like a plate. I mean, come on.
Even though the game has absolutely no explanation for anything.
I see.
I know.
VTuber
Oh my
properly
god,
solves the
Yoshi, I'm
puzzle
not
the
arguing
game laid out,
semantics.
Phil bumbles through and solves it in the wrong and most difficult way, effectively introducing himself to a new audience.
Clip that one, you sons of bitches. Wow, that was a really ingeniously thought out puzzle, wasn't it?
This, without doubt, funneled more people into the rabbit hole that is DSP. And there will be many more to come, because Phil announced that he abandoned the 10-year plan of trying to get a regular job to one where he's trying to diversify himself online.
But what the 10-year plan has essentially evolved into is within 10 years, diversify myself.
You didn't talk about the festivals.
Now I'm not just the gamer guy anymore.
I'm the gamer.
Now I'm known for other things, right? You
Right?
watch my podcast. You can come to a React event. You could see Phil do other shit and not even care about the gameplay, and that's all well and good.
There was a major refocusing on Phil's image, via a greater focus on his request of donations. Reddit post after popular Reddit post, discussion of Phil's ungratefulness and constant requests for donations were on an uptick. In October, it was found that in 8 hours, within 6 tweets, Phil was constantly petitioning for more money. Even moments where he got some goodwill were instantly tossed aside. Like this React stream where Phil finally reacts to the 2015 John Rambo podcast. A criticism within this podcast is how Phil monetizes everything. And since this React was a goal and Phil wanted to avoid proving John Rambo right, he states this.
And I have actively decided that today, since I will be doing this React event, that I am not monetizing it at all. There will be no advertisements on this stream. There are no advertisements on these on-demand videos on YouTube at all.
This multi-hour long stream was not monetized. But the next day, Phil pops on and says this.
The only times that I monetized anything that entire day when I did a 12-hour marathon was the pre-stream and a Feasting with the King video. Sadly, that didn't really do much. So effectively, that was kind of a dead day for me when it comes to business, which is fine. I was expecting that. But today, what I was hoping is that there would be a rallying on my streams.
A rally.
For people to come and support, and it didn't happen. In fact, today was an abnormally slow day, even for a weekend.
This is where Phil was at. Similarly, there was a very important keyword. Slowest. This is very important because typing it into PigPigGo shows that the word is primarily used in one way.
Every time I play it, it ends up being the slowest stream of the week when it comes to support, and it's always my slowest night, you know?
Oh man, this is...
It was one of the slowest streams I've ever done, which really
You know, this video is a banger.
This is one of the slowest days I've had.
I was nervous. I was skeptical even about this video, but it's pretty solid.
I don't know what happened there.
I'm glad he's calling him out on this. He said this a lot.
Sometimes it'd be one of the slowest streams I ever did in a week.
Now, this was never really a secret. It was just being discussed more because Phil didn't care to mask it, and the tips tracker would not allow him to form a more complex excuse for why he needed more money.
It could be a little bit better, but I think it pushes enough.
Way to critical stream, which came second.
And it's kind of fair. It's not like you know, bullshit.
You know, but I toughed it out for you guys tonight, and I got nothing out of it.
He then goes on to say, like, he doesn't even know if he'll be able to afford Gotham Knights on Friday because no one has donated enough, and he's not sure if they'll donate enough tomorrow.
If Phil's objective was to reimagine himself, he was doing a rather poor job of it. And in the middle of all this, he made a terrible mistake.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome to the Daily Wrap.
On Phil's desk was his phone. On his
Oh,
phone
shit.
was a rather familiar-looking layout.
Dun, dun,
As
dun.
was quickly pieced together,
Jasper
Phil was
exposed.
logged into WWE Champions.
WWE
the
Champions.
game states he did not play since 2018 because they were a waste of time and money. Time after time, Phil lied about not playing WWE Champions, was
Like,
finding costs.
what I like the most about this is DSP keeps saying, I didn't lie. I never lied about this. And here he's just saying, like, well, he said this and this didn't happen, so it's great.
In this lie. This did have a silver lining. His screen was too far off to make out a name, and so while it's irrefutably confirmed that Phil was actively playing it, Phil was now stating that he was playing it under a different account and that he wasn't the infamous Down from the Rafters. This had reached a state that existing evidence hardly did anything. Most were already convinced that Phil had a mobile gaming addiction, and those unwilling to engage with the evidence were already unreachable in their misplaced trust of Phil, who lives in contradiction.
I guess for some people, honesty is not the best policy. To some people, lie, I guess. I don't know. You just have to be a moron.
But he lies. He lies to protect his family. How dumb can you be? How dumb can you be?
Being honest about something, right, is the right thing to do. Oh my god, something happened with Jasper. I could completely lie to you guys to try to get sympathy and make money. I'm not gonna fucking do that. I'm gonna be honest and upfront with you. I'm not gonna.
But I lie to protect my family.
That aren't true, because I'm not that kind of person. But for some people, that's not good enough, I guess.
He like doesn't need to say anything. He could just not talk about it.
Phil
Whatever.
lies so much, it is hard to know what is fake or fact. His bankruptcy files remain king due to them being legal forms. Then you have lesser evidence like the Discord screenshots or even the bank leaks that could theoretically be faked, but the coordination and dedication would make these chances minuscule. Yet Phil gravitates more towards wild theories himself as a way to represent them and paint the tractor community poorly as a way to also dismiss the valid criticism. And this somewhat works with his fans who have been doxxed, are people with disabilities, are socially inept, or are just lonely.
Yeah. I think he has autism. And this is coming from someone who has it. So I've got a low level autism. Asperger's, which formerly called as. And I think I don't.
Wow. Man, I can't wait to see him respond to that. Oh, I don't have a autism.
I don't want to say he felt like a friend, but I felt like some kind of weird, like this is what I know. I don't really know.
Anonymous Lux fan. I don't know who that is.
Follow it on YouTube.
This guy, I think this guy is making it up. This guy's a troll pretending to be a fan.
But he's in trouble. I should help him out, you know?
These people exist within every creator's community, but with Phil, that's virtually his entire fanbase. Phil once did have a diverse viewer base, but as his infamy grew and his content stagnated, the only thing he offered is consistency. That really means nothing when levied against other content creators, but consistency to someone who is different is what keeps Phil online. To these people, Phil is very interactive. He is a friend. Or in just the perspective of his content,
is a friend.
He is reliable and he is consistent.
Different.
They have ingrained a habit of watching Phil's content into their daily lives for the entire fanbase.
Whoa,
Phil once did have a diverse viewer base, but as his infamy grew and his content stagnated, the only thing he offered is consistency. That really means nothing when levied against other content creators, but consistency to someone who is different is what keeps Phil online. To these people, Phil is very interactive. He is a friend. Or in just the perspective of his content, he is reliable and he is consistent. They have ingrained a habit of watching Phil's content into their daily lives for the past 15 years. The harassment and constant doxing by trolls does scare some of them away, but other times it may strengthen their attachment to Phil. And attachment is a very strong thing, because when Phil says he is in need, they're willing to help out. Have you ever donated any money to Phil?
Yeah, I mean, I say over the past 5 years, it's probably about $400. I followed a lot of content creators, but the thing is, I don't support them with money. Now that I'm thinking about it, I've never once supported any of them.
You should interview Derek. Get Derek on.
Phil's the only one I've ever subscribed to. I never thought this out loud or even thought about it, so I've never donated to any of them.
These interviews are not entirely representative of Phil's fanbase, as there were only a handful willing to reach out. Others were in fear of exposing themselves. There are, however, endless examples of Phil turning fans into ex-fans. In the best case scenario, you get people like gamer Jay Lee, who was only a fan and mod of Phil for a period in the early 2010s. These people may comment or joke about Phil, but rarely take it beyond that.
Because I didn't want to basically cause drama, I silently just removed myself as a mod and left. And every once in a while, I'll take jabs at him whenever he does something wrong. Now, am I going to do the fucked up stuff that some detractor channels do? No.
Despite Gamer Jay Lee being fairly unengaged, Phil will try to make Gamer Jay Lee seem incredible.
It's about me on social media all the time, riffing on me, making fun of me, insulting me.
Oh, I'm glad he's calling this out too.
And
This kind of doesn't make sense. DSP's response doesn't make sense.
So what happened?
Does my channel look like a detractor channel to you?
Yeah, it does.
I'm talking about Gears of War and Halo.
Yeah, only trolls like those games.
But when you factor in this happens to his most dedicated fans that experience his sliding directly from Phil, those intense people, like his fans, have disabilities. Or
Oh, they don't bring up where he says, "It's not him. I'm not talking about that guy."
And twist them against Phil.
Even when you denounce that and call him out on his bullshit, there's still a chance you'll get caught up.
Dude, please call out the fucking lie where DSP says, "So I said this, and then some other guy mentioned. I don't even know who that is."
In the crossfire, because you know there's a
What
lot
about that?
of, you know, people like Mighty D and you know stuff that are great, you know, detractor content creators that make great stuff like Snort Brunel and so on and so forth. But then there's the mentally deranged one.
Oh,
And
God.
I gotta say that they are mentally fucking disturbed. The way they will take this and twist it to try and basically do life ruination, even for people that denounce Phil. It's disturbing.
This is how you get people that swat him, dox his fans, DDoS his internet, mess with his internet as
The animation's
alleged
kinda
employee
funny.
of Comcast, sleep with his sister-in-law, contact Phil's father to expose Phil, and totes doxing Phil's neighbors and anyone around him as an achievement. What's more, if Phil is several thousand miles away from his family, has long lost connection with friends, and that single only personal refuge is his wife, means his personality curtails around these people. And being in the middle of the vortex, as it is called, means that his words carry much weight from appreciation towards his fans or hate towards his enemies. This has been Phil's life for the past decade and has made him a dull knife. That's why the side-scroller's interview was catastrophic for Phil. Keeping in mind that Phil will only allow himself to be interviewed by those that are not knowledgeable of his expansive history, he accepted an interview by Stuttering Craig, a co-founder of Scrotac that has gravitated towards.
And now he's gonna be
podcast
on the
shows
Level
and
1
gaming coverage.
podcast. Oh,
Stuttering
yes.
Craig was not very familiar with Phil, and as with anyone covering Phil, he was bombarded by messages of people trying to inform him of what kind of person Phil is. As a response, Craig was trying to temper expectations, and while he would do research for the interview, Craig was making it clear that he was not interviewing Phil with a pre-established stance or to destroy Phil's image.
There are some people who won't be happy unless I just bring Darkside Phil to his knees crying and bawling, and it's like they're going insane. Like they are insane. Phil has put out guidelines and Craig has paid Phil. What are you talking about? What? It's amazing.
Craig's lack of commitment towards hating Phil was causing the more paranoid detractors to develop theories. Craig's confusion towards these unsubstantiated theories brought even more paranoia into the mix. At one point, a user even just doxed Craig, quote, "just in case something sketchy happens," unquote. And then the interview came. Live to around 2,000 people, Stuttering Craig and Adam Krigler introduced themselves before introducing Phil.
So I guess with all that said, let's get into this. I'm excited to bring on Darkside Phil. Phil, how are you?
Holy crap.
Phil, for the first 30 minutes or so, begins with constant flattery, saying he is a big fan of the show and doesn't miss
Constant
an
flattery.
episode. While
Huge
the hosts
fan.
are appreciative of Phil's words, it's clear they are not swayed by them. As Phil tries to use his time online as expertise, his statements are being challenged.
When you've been around as long as me, you realize you get people from all over the world and for different reasons. If I were to
But are they sticking? Are they
For
staying
sure.
though? Because you know, if you have 500 people come in and they're just kind of coming out, that's actually bad for the algorithm. That's bad. You want people to stay and subscribe.
A big part of Phil wanting to reimagine himself is to get away from controversial jokes about race, or even just conversation about his finances. Phil likely didn't know that the host had evidence of Phil still doing both, which is when the tone of the interview starkly changed.
But I want to bring up, like, there's still jokes that are made that that don't necessarily, like, they don't fit today. And I want to play one for you really quick and just kind of get your reaction to this. Okay, so this is yeah. So you know where this is going, and I want to watch this so we all understand what's going on here.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's gonna be he's gonna cook out for Phil, but we'll see.
Slave trade. We're selling her
Like, I
right
do
off
kind of
the-
hope that it goes somewhere. Then just like, Phil, you're right. I was a
Drax
dick.
too valuable to escape.
I love your content,
It's
Phil.
worth lots of money.
Phil tried to grasp at anything to defend himself, stating that it was out of context, that the girl's race wasn't even a factor he considered when he made the joke, and that in today's standards, that joke is somewhat acceptable. None of Phil's rhetoric was convincing. In fact, his constant jumping to different, sometimes contradictory points were putting the host on offense.
The $5,000 business expense thing has been talked about by your detractors quite a bit. They say, what could you possibly be spending $5,000 on? Look,
expenses that a tax attorney wants to know you're spending every month. Jeez. Your
How would
mortgage,
you
because
factor
you're from
that?
home, I guess that's part of it. I don't know. Again, I'm not a tax guy, but your cost of your mortgage, all of your utility bills that apply to you operating the business.
Hold on, Phil. Phil, you've been doing this for 17 years and you don't know what your business expenses are. You don't know what you get tax write-offs on and stuff. I mean, like,
Specifically, no, I don't.
Phil was pleading ignorance. He pretended to act confused in what his business expenses are, when Phil clearly stated in the bankruptcy 341 meeting exactly what his business expenses are.
Yeah, and basically anything related to my internet content creation, including, like I said, cost of video games, cost of subscription-based services, microtransactions within video games.
Like WWE Champions. Dude, now WWE Champions game for sure. You know what's really funny? Him having that streamer account can muddy the waters of what he puts into the game now. Think about it. He could just throw in down from the rafters spending into the other spending, because the IRS are not gonna fucking look into that.
That he was unaware of what was categorized as a business expense, and so the conversation moved on.
Do you currently still play WWE Champions?
Yes.
With Phil's admittance that he still plays WWE Champions,
Yes.
but not as the Down the Rafters account everyone claims he is, the conversation then moved to the bank leaks, which is something Phil had always skirted.
According to these leaks, there have been dozens, hundreds of transactions to the Apple Store. Many over hundreds of dollars that had been there. Were those your transactions?
No.
Phil finally had a statement on the bank leaks. Here, he pivoted from stating that the bank leaks were not accurate, that they were related to the identity theft, then to that the bank leaks were not him at all and were entirely manufactured. None of Phil's statements throughout this entire interview were very convincing. But Craig quickly thought of a way to try to prove some of this.
Find this, but just confidentially between us, will you send me a screenshot of your account, of your WWE account, and just so I personally, I will not share your name to anybody, but just between us.
Man, I have to think about
and vouch for you.
I would put out.
Yeah, and I will vouch for you either way.
I have to think about what kind of risk that. I don't want to say. Here's the thing. I'll consider it, but I can't agree to it yet. I have to see what's the risk.
What's the risk?
Before Phil could fully commit to sending a screenshot of his WWE
It's Fat Cat.
Champions
That's
account,
actually his account name.
cut him
Fat
out.
Cat.
Let's circle back with you on Phil. Phil, you still there? You look like you're frozen.
Did we lose him?
I hope not.
With Phil gone, even for just about 5 minutes, the offer to send the screenshots was off the table, as he could have created or manufactured a fake account. Another consequence of Phil's short disappearance was that the host had Keemstar join in the place of Phil.
Well, now
Keemstar
DSP and
was
Keem are friends, so
particularly
it's
relevant,
fine.
Not so much for the drama that was going on between him and Phil, but because Keemstar was trying to launch a new podcast known as the Lolcow Podcast, and was previously trying to get Phil on board with a $50,000 deal that, as long as Phil joined, the same deal would be extended to the other two potential co-hosts. So the conversation was not so much about Phil and Keemstar, though there was plenty of that, it was about the money. It was that though Phil constantly petitions for donations, he would not accept a deal that provides what would normally be life-changing money.
The algorithm sent his live stream in my feed, so I tune into it. And I'm telling you, the minute I tuned in, I saw Phil begging for money to pay rent and utilities.
I don't
And
have
just
rent.
lost it
It's
in his chat. I'm
I pay a mortgage.
I cannot believe that you're doing this.
I'm surprised he
right
didn't say
now.
that.
2 weeks ago, I was trying.
He always looks like the kind of guy that would say that.
The greatest opportunity you've ever been offered in your entire career.
The Lolcow Podcast was eventually made without Phil's attendance, and without the $50,000 offer to the other two co-hosts, which also turned them against Phil. There is some speculation that Phil refused the $50,000 because if he openly received such a large sum, he would not be able to pretend to be in such a rough spot financially. However, that is not entirely the case, as the dedication of his fans is underestimated.
That's funny that he said that, though.
So if it came out true that Phil was, like, I guess, addicted to that one app, because I don't know if it is, right? I'm trying to find, like, what's going on, and I can't find anyone saying anything solid, pretty much. There's no solid evidence that proves anything, like, 100%. But if it did come out, would it not change anything for you?
I mean, I feel a bit hurt because he does often say, I'm low on money this month and all that.
So, but you'd still, like, probably, like, watch him, or just you'd be disappointed, is what I'm understanding.
Yeah.
And that's where Phil currently is. He is in a place of changing hate and admiration that to certain degrees are both undeserved. He rants for hours on end
Yeah, he does,
ears
man.
and exists to be mocked. He has what be anyone else's dream job, but in his case, it's a nightmare. His donations are only decreasing as fans are rarely gained, and enemies.
Well, now
are
he's getting a lot of
constantly
tips,
ranks.
so
Phil is touted for his survivability online when compared
Felt
to
it.
other creators. But the truth is, he has made so many enemies of content creators, his channel was bound to statistically outlive some of them. He has made possibly over $1 million, yet has nothing to show for it, and is now uploading multi-hour-long videos daily for pennies. He has practically nothing to show for anything. There is only hate, contempt, and displeasure.
Hate.
And being that the only people that interact
That's all he
with
has
him
left.
daily
That's all he has
since
to his
life
name.
are those utterly obsessed with his life. Phil will continue to curtail his personality around these people who do not represent a healthy reality, as he continues to hold on to what shred of his online career he can grasp.
Damn, that's how it ends. Wild ending. I thought there was gonna be more for some reason. Let's go to DSP Gaming for a hot minute. And then we're gonna check the Twitter beefs. Apparently, people are saying that he's in a Twitter beef. Before I do that, I want to make sure. Oh, remember when that used to be a thing? Dude, remember Big Bun Game Club? Remember that? Let's see. Alright. Ah, the thirst! Whoa. What? Yeah, where's Big Bun Game Club? I don't know. I was thinking of changing the day, but I don't know when. Let's see. Dude, Ethan Ralph is a grown-ass adult is acting just like I did in my early 20s in the FGC. I know nothing about this man, but this is some clown mode shit. Wow. Oh my god, what was... You ducked a fight with Aaron? No, I trolled everyone. Okay, I don't give a fuck. And then it says, holy fucking felted, I will 100% be covering this story. Okay, cool. It's talking about Concord, of course. Well, today is the day since my doc is out. You all must hate me now. I guess I'll be broadcasting. Oh my god, he did the meme even on fucking Twitter. Oh my god, you should just fucking... I hope people do hate him. More people should hate him now, more than ever. Did he reply to anyone? No. There's no Twitter beef. Whoever said there were Twitter beef, you're a liar. And I don't appreciate liars in my stream chat. Whoever said it, I'm gonna remember this. And maybe your name. Alright. Yeah, people say I'm felted. Oh, look, it's the stupid screen again. We'll never see it again. Well, maybe we'll. I don't know. Who knows? How do I do raids again? Oh man, this they changed this stupid thing and I hate it now. They can't just make it normal. Where is raid? Why can't I raid? I used to have all these little buttons and now it's not here. Because why would it be here? Quick actions. There we go. There's raid. Okay. Well, this is like a who I'm following. Skrill raid an art focus stream. So thank you for watching. I'll see you guys next time. It was fun. It was solid. I'll be playing Digital Devil Slug again at some point. Don't know when, but it's gonna happen eventually. Theo, what a fucking poser! How am I a poser? I'm not a poser. I'm a gamer. All right. Thank you for watching. I'll see you guys later. Bye bye.
Time to skedaddle on out of here.
All right.